enterprise, compare and contrast.
Yeah.
You are at the point now, enterprise. You're thinking enterprise.
Hey, okay.
Okay, are we still going to test on some stuff that's malware and how to remediate a computer and stuff for like Soho? Sure. But everything now, your mind should be geared to enterprise platforms.
Yeah.
Looking at 3,000 PCs on the network or between multiple networks, scanning for viruses, security information and bit management, SOAR, security orchestration and response, XDR. Like these are all the stuff that we're bringing in now that's more geared toward an enterprise network. How do we further harden switches and or routers and the PC? Now, let me set the expectation. 85% of the stuff that we're going over, that you've learned already, we're about to go over again. What we're going to do is just put a little bit of season on the top. Little Lowry's, you know what I'm saying? Old Bay. Just put a little bit of that on top, spread it, slush it around, right? That's all we're going to do.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of glue there. But pretty much, you know it all already. We're going to pretty much get into dashboards and how to manage a lot of stuff. Michael Sears, you're coming in choppy. Am I coming in choppy? Breaker, one-nighter. Is that my headphones probably? Can you hear me good now? Little bit. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just a little bit.
Is this better?
I can hear you. So
Yeah,
the thing is, usually your microphone is displayed with your connected status. I don't see it right now at all. Probably my screen.
You don't see it at all?
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Elaine, everybody. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. I'll go back to the hardwired headphones in a sec. I think I knew what my issue was. I had to buy me a Wi-Fi extender for my office. So I'll be plugging that up this morning. 5G. All right, so what's going to happen is, so now you got to get your mind into enterprises and looking at a ton of networks, add a little bit of seasonings. So what we have here, let's look at the course resources. Bam, let's get in here. Cool thing about this is a book should, bam. Under course resources, you have Security Plus practice tests that we have for you. And we also have the Sec Plus study guide, which I'm going to drop in the chat for you, the Sec Plus study guide. So you can have a PDF copy for your desktop. Because you can't download these, right?
Okay.
Also, I have 101 labs for Security Plus as well. How about that? Boy, just dropping gems. Just call me Santa Claus. All right. So make sure you have this up as a reference, as always. Okay. Next, let's get back into this. Go back to my main page. Everything still remains the same. You have your student resources. Course syllabus will be in here. Tells you exactly what you need. Of course, at the end of 2 weeks, you'd have 80 hours. And then you know how to do the math on that to get 90 or 80% of that. So that's cool. Starting on today, day one, we're going to be talking about security concepts, as we can see on the screen. Again, the study guide is in there. That's the digital guide. Then you have the fundamental security concepts and security fundamentals. Now, when you start getting into this stuff, like I said, you're going to see this before, even if we open this up for you. We start getting into these terms called gap analysis, zero trust control, data planes. Okay? If you hear this word called gap analysis, this is merely talking about you have somebody coming in to do an independent audit. They notice that your networks security is good for everybody that's on the inside, but for those that might want to peek in from the outside, it's kind of shaky. Threat hunters are doing very well by putting honey nets and honey pots out. DMZ looks good, but then they found out you also have, for physical security, you don't really have proper lighting. You got a whole bunch of trees in the back of your warehouse. And they found out that is a vector somebody can get in under darkness because, I mean, they can just hide in the trees and there's always a back door left open. So what happens, you just found two gaps in your security. You found physical, right? And then you found out that when people are trying to come in from the outside, there's a couple of ports you need to tighten up. So what they're saying is over your overall security platform, it being logical or physical, they found some gaps. So now you have to use what they call the MITRE ATT&CK framework, NIST, and the SANS, different other platforms, organizations, and frameworks we're going to look at. And it'll give you some suggestions on how to put in some security controls. So that's gap analysis. If you start seeing stuff about zero trust, no computers trust anybody on an enterprise. It used to be we trust everybody. Internet first came online, organizations first came online, computers trusted everybody inherently. It was just kind of like, yeah, I trust you. Until viruses start, torrents, download music, people hiding stuff in files, taking over computers. Yeah, then that zero trust thing went out the window. I'm like, I don't know you like that. I don't, you know? So that's when they start putting all the security controls in place. So that's what that is talking about. Then we start talking about data planes. You start hearing terms like data plane, where everything's being processed or sitting at or in use. Management plane, which is nothing more than security controls to let people who need to be on the network to manage the network, management plane, that they're loaded into the system. Sort of like SD-WAN, software-defined networking, right? SD-WAN. So that's what you're looking at there. All right, so you have fun with that. Do not forget to do the questions at the end, which gives you the credit. Just take the test at the end of these, and you'll be good to go. You'll be talking about threat actors. This is all on let's go back to day 1. I'd like to take a look at these. All of y'all been doing real good, keeping up with your assignments too and getting ahead, so that's the key. Security control concepts. Now, the in-class activities. Good, they took that out. Because they used to have one for the instructor, and it always would crash. So that's a good thing. Oh. So then you get down here, the threat vectors and attack surfaces. We know that attack surfaces are different ways that people can get into your organization. What are some different ways people can get into your organization? What are your different vectors? I like getting y'all early in the morning because y'all ain't woke yet. I look like a pro. I look like I'm real smart. But dang it. Insider, that's one. Tailgating, yep. Lane, that's 2. What's another threat vector? Sure. So shoulders are just simply standing behind somebody and they're oblivious to you being there. Yeah. Who's done that before? I've done that. I'm like, what you reading? Yep, social engineering. That's a good one there. What else? Think about payload delivery. Piggybacking. How would you deliver a payload into a network that's highly secure? Yep, we're going to start getting into that too. Remember that story about them thumb drives? Somebody was sprinkling around in the parking lot? Yeah. Yeah. Giving away free stuff. So we went to iHeart Music Fest 2 years ago. Saw Chloe. Good show. Anyway, guy was walking around with all these thumb drives. He had no representation of who he was there with. Had some ratty shoes on, some shorts. and a messed up black t-shirt. And his hair was overgrown and not shaven. Now, I'm not trying to, pinpoint anybody or try to say he's somebody. Listen, all I know is he's handing out thumb drives that have no name on them. And just here. What would you think? First of all, do you think I used the thumb drive? My wife's like, ooh, thumb drive. I said, give me that trash. Because everybody was there just giving free stuff away. So that could have been a way for him to just make zombies out there, right? Nobody's paying attention, free, right? Back doors of organizations being left open. That's another thing too. So those are all your threat vectors. All right. Let's get into the files. The thickety files. Chicka. Charles says you couldn't have been connected to the Nigerian prince. Yes, well, probably. Yep. All right, so we get down to the lecture, the Luxiar. You're going to find a couple of things. I put slides in there up until day 5. I got to get the next week's slides. These slides are huge, like as far as content-wise. So like 100 and something megabytes. If you find yourself not being able to view it live, you're going to have to download it. Okay? Because the files are huge. I've placed in there the Security Plus 701 exam. I think this is what y'all want to see. Can you believe you test in 13 days? Yep, it's coming. That fast. 2 weeks. All right, here we go. So about the exam, the Security Plus certification exam will certify the successful candidate has the knowledge and skills required to assess the security posture of an enterprise environment and recommend and implement appropriate security solutions. Michael says, ugh. Also, monitor and secure hybrid environments, including cloud, mobile, here comes mobile device management again, and Internet of Things that really doesn't have great firmware in it anyway, but yeah. Haven't seen them yet. I got to reach out to them, but I'm instructing right now. If somebody wants to reach out to them, go ahead. Operate with the awareness of applicable regulations and policies, including principles of government risk and compliance. Identify and analyze and respond to security events and incidents. Now, this is a big one. If I was to say anything that's on this exam, this is an administrative exam. You're going to see more administrative function than you are hands-on. It's kind of like I wouldn't say exact opposite of Net Plus, but it's not like you're learning a new language. This is building what you already know. You're going to see way less Net Plus stuff on here. We're getting back to basics, okay? So you'll see what I'm talking about when we start going through the curriculum. You're going to start seeing things like CVSS score, Common Vulnerability Security Score, right? There's different metrics that you're going to use as far as how do you prioritize a vulnerability that you see in the network, different things like that. So we're looking at stuff that you would see in, let's say, a tech manual or standard operating procedure type of situations, okay? When we start getting into Security Plus, you're going to see this thing called Playbook. And Runbook. Playbooks and runbooks. I like to equate these to sports. The playbook is what you're going to do on offense. You're going to run the play. So every organization, when it comes down to their network security, safety, hardening the network, playbooks. They're all predetermined. Everybody follows them, so nobody comes into the organization being John Wayne and doing their own thing. When they're responding to an incident, then they start kicking in what they call run books. Run the play. Okay? That means a scenario, predetermined reaction to a scenario, running scripts, closing ports, talking to third-party vendors, cutting people off, having a person that you need to contact while you're remediating the situation, all of this stuff. So that is the run book. All right. As we get down, this is what y'all want to see right here. Look at this. And the score goes up to 725. So the score is going to be 725.
725.
Okay, or 720, one of the two to pass the score. Maximum of 90 questions. You're going to have multiple choice, 90 minutes. This is going to give you a minimum of 2 years experience in IT administration with a focus on security, hands-on experience, and a broad knowledge of concepts. Here are your domains. As we can see, the biggest one, I like to start with the biggest one first.
Security operations.
Security operations.
Yeah.
How does your organization run? And the playbooks, run books, all of that stuff comes into play with security operations. You're going to see next, threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations. And domain 2 comes in at 22%. And then security program management and oversight, where we start talking about audits and things like that.
Yeah.
That's 20%. So those are your top 3 domains. Last 2 domains, security architecture. Okay, that's pretty much like networking, getting on the networking side again. And then security concepts. All right. And then we start getting into it. Who's ready? Who's ready for Second Plus?
Yeah.
Who's like,
Yeah.
no. Charles like, yeah, I'm just here. I'm just here. You feeling better today, Charles? How you feeling, man? We missed your mug yesterday, the day before. Yeah. All right. Okay. With that, any questions so far? He said he got some pain meds ready. All right. He's going to be looking loopy here in a minute. Cheers for Charles, yo. He's got the cocktail. All right. But if you have to disappear or lay down or something for a minute, let me know, Charles. Just communicate with me. Let me know what's going on. All right. He said Grandpa's old cough medicine. Don't laugh too hard, man. You got stitches. Don't do that. All right. We don't need you going back to the hospital. All right. But that's what we have. So everybody's measure up works? Measure up keys?
Yeah. Yeah. Mine's good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to let y'all get started. He said, Michael says, you didn't get the security before class? They sent you an email with all your keys in it in one email? Yeah. Does anybody remember the name of that email, where it's coming from, with all the keys in it?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Should come from CC admin or
Yeah, it was
education portal.
It was the ideal admin. It's the ideal admin.
IDL admin.
Yeah.
Mike. Look around August, between August 10th and August 12th. You should have got it somewhere around there before class started. Or maybe August 9th. Okay, while y'all are doing that, I'm going to get this book dropped in for you.
Okay.
So you can download that. So let me get that started for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it now, James. When I was talking about your little bars are red and yellow, and I got a email from the 12th. I'm just going in and measure up right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, should be in there. Should be your key.
Nope. See the other stuff. I'm gonna add what the stuff I got in this email. I'm gonna see if it works.
Okay. It should say measure repeat.
In the U.S. military, they'll often use a CAC, Common Access Card. This card will have an expiration date, a federal identifier, their affiliation, for example, the Coast Guard, their service or agency, CIA, FBI, NSA, a color indicator, their pay grade, or their sensitivity or classification level, military rank, and an integrated circuit chip. Security guards are typically 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but they could just be present during business or non-business hours. Often, this is based on budgetary issues. A security guard is a controlled of multiple types. They're detective, deterrent, and preventative.
All right, there's the book for you. Go ahead and
They
download
provide
that.
rapid security response if an intrusion or incident occurs. They may be the first responder in your incident response team. Today, robot sentries are rapidly replacing.
What you'll see on the Security Plus when we get to it, please download that picture. That is an example of a firewall that you will have to open and close ports for. So keep that picture. It's a firewall setup where you have to open and close ports.
On your insurance policy? Armed guards.
Similar to what you'll see on the exam as a
Is
PVQ.
the organization directly involved with the screening and the background checks of the guards? Where are they stationed on the campus or the facility? And who provides the ongoing training? In this lesson, we'll continue our survey of physical security controls, starting with video surveillance. Cameras and video surveillance provide a way to monitor and record the property perimeter for intruders and potential attackers. They're also considered detective physical controls, but the mere presence may also be a deterrent. Video surveillance offers a way to record intruders and actions with recordings. Alert should be triggered when a camera is disabled. The systems will typically be indoor and outdoor webcams or closed-circuit television systems, CCTV. They may be closed-circuit to a Security Operations Center, SOC, or linked to a third-party vendor. It's imperative to transfer the media to a safe and secure location. In addition, industrial camouflage involves cameras and surveillance devices hidden in landscaping elements, statues, tall trees, and even fake trees. Video cameras should be combined with various lighting solutions, even though, keep in mind, cameras can have nighttime detection capabilities. Like lighting, they can both have dead spots. Lighting can enhance other security controls such as cameras, security guards, and sensors. They should start at the perimeter and be used in every defense in-depth mechanism. Some modes of lighting can be mercury vapor, for example, the ones you see in stadiums, sodium vapor, quartz, and popular LEDs. Continuous lighting is the most familiar form of outdoor security lighting and can provide greater projection and control. The glare of continuous or barrier lighting originated in prisons and correctional institutes and is still in use today in high security environments. Standby lighting systems are designed for reserve or standby use or to supplement continuous systems. These systems are engaged either automatically or manually when the continuous system is inoperative or when there's a need for extra light. Movable lighting hardware is manually operated and typically made up of movable search or floodlights located in chosen places which require temporary lighting. The movable system is also used to supplement continuous or standby lighting and is often used at construction sites. Emergency lights are used in times of power failure or other emergencies when other systems are inoperative. These are often gas-powered generators or battery-driven emergency lights. Although cameras are a form of sensor, photoelectric sensors act upon a break in a light beam. Passive infrared will detect infrared light, either diffused or line of sight. Vibration is a device that senses a change in the level of vibration. For example, somebody walking on the floor of a museum. Acoustical uses noise detection of change in sound waves. Microwave looks for a change in high-frequency radio waves. Very common in home and small business alarm systems would be electromechanical, where the window or door could have a break in the electrical circuit. Those are often combined with photoelectric or a break in a light beam. Electrostatic will sense changes in electrostatic fields. You also have sensors for moisture and temperature detection for server rooms and data center environmental controls. Sensors trigger alarms. The alarm can be a static or flashing light on the display panel in the security room or security operations center or at a security guard's desk. It can be bells ringing or horns blaring at loud decibels. Sending a text notification to an interested party. Sending an email message to an administrator. A silent alarm to a security firm or local law enforcement. A sensor could trigger a telephone or cellular call to a software program or a live attendant. Let's step away from physical security and change gears and talk about another very important security principle, and that is change management. Change management is the methodical approach to handling the transition or modification of an organization's goals, processes, configurations, or technologies. The purpose of CM is to implement strategies for carrying out change, controlling transformations and various migrations, as well as assisting individuals in adapting to change. Change management is also referred to as the change control practice. Typically, configuration management occurs first to establish a baseline before standard, normal, or emergency changes occur. Here we see the change management life cycle. Phase 1 is submitting, and Phase 2 is approving. These are highly iterative processes. In other words, there can be quite a bit of back and forth between Phase 1 and Phase 2 happen, and then the documentation and testing occur before implementing. And of course, there's always an after-action report. Let's look at some change control business processes. The approval process should be flexible and highly iterative phases of the life cycle. Ownership of the physical or logical asset must be considered, as well as a custodian or controller, and it's driven by your access control model. All stakeholders should be involved based on the RACI or RACI model: responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. There's always at least one responsible, and maybe more. There's always only one accountable. Consultant involves a two-way communication, where the consulted party sends feedback, and informed is simply a notification. A change impact analysis compares two states, the current and future state of a change, to identify what is changing, who is impacted by the change, and what needs to be communicated to the impacted. This is also referred to as a gap analysis. The change impact analysis involves identifying and categorizing who and what will be affected, assessing the degree of change occurring within these areas, and a complete and concise description of the change. This last activity will fold into stakeholder analysis, communication analysis, and following through on strategies. A change backout, rollback, or fallback plan is a recovery point, and it must be in place before both the testing, plan, and implementation phase. Remember, make small individual changes instead of several impactful changes. A maintenance window is typically used to show the times during which changes should be scheduled, often by a project manager or a program manager. An SOP is a standard operating procedure, and this offers precise directions and detailed instructions necessary to perform a specific task or operation consistently and proficiently. Remember, the more automated and orchestrated an SOP, the more successful it'll be in the long run. In this brief lesson, we want to look at some of the technical implications of change management from the standpoint of a security practitioner. Often, allow deny lists are used with change control in line with the access control model, such as discretionary, to dictate which subjects were allowed to make changes or not. An allow list is a permissive control, whereas a deny list is a restrictive control. By implementing least privilege and separation of duties, certain change management activities and areas will be restricted. Downtime relates to high availability, which is an aspect of availability consists of planned and unplanned downtime, for example, an outage, a blackout, or a brownout, and must be considered for technical change management, making modifications, or performing migrations. Other technical considerations of change management are the service restart process or application restarts. Remembering the entire state machine must be secured, or the legacy application, and all of their dependencies and interoperability. The next lesson, we'll discuss the importance of documentation and version control. Documentation and version control. Organizations must document using a well-established tagging and labeling schema that maps to a configuration management database, a CMDB, or a software as a service solution like ServiceNow. A configuration management system, a CMS, is a set of data, tools, utilities, and processes that are used to support configuration management. Relational databases have been used historically. However, NoSQL and document databases are emerging as a common solution. You could leverage a cloud security provider service, such as Amazon Redshift data warehousing. Remember, even though you're using a data warehousing solution, typically a configuration management database is not your ordinary data warehouse. It's a special use case. Often, something provided as a software as a service solution. It plays a critical role in several IT management initiatives, such as IT service management and IT asset management. It helps various IT services to better align with business needs by offering current and accurate data for change and patch management, incident and problem management, availability management, and release and deployment management. Version control and change management procedures are important to both the operations team and the security team. Version control applies to operating system builds, application updates, device drivers, licensing updates, various upgrades and patches, container packages and microservices, and basically code in general, firmware updates, trusted platform modules, and component updates. In this course, you learned about gap analysis and zero trust initiatives, deception technologies like honeypots and honeynets, as well as preventative and detective physical controls, and change management business and technical processes, documentation, and the importance of version control. In the next course, you'll learn about practical cryptography.
How you doing? Morning. Tambu. Am I saying your name correctly? Tambu. How you doing?
right, everybody, let's go ahead and take our first break of the day. Let's just take 10 minutes, and I'll see you when you get back.
How are you doing? Oh, where am I from? America. America. Where are you currently watching from? Which country are you watching from? Okay, in the
I'm James Messer, and welcome to Professor Messer's SY0701 Security Plus training course. In this video, I'll give you an overview of this training course and give you an idea of what to expect in this course as we go forward. If you're working towards your Security Plus certification, then you're probably already aware that CompTIA is one of the largest certification bodies in the world. If you're working in information technology or you're looking to get a job in information technology, then you're probably familiar with their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and many of their other industry certifications. And of course, if you're working towards a career in cybersecurity, IT security, or any of those related fields, Security Plus is a great place to start. You might also find that many organizations require you to have a Security Plus certification.
what's the time here? It's now 10:57 a.m.
Agencies or very large corporations that have
So 10:57 a.m. I think there you guys should be roughly around like 11 to 12 hours ahead of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Technology Industry Association, and they are the largest provider of independent certifications in the IT industry. There are a number of organizations that are part of CompTIA, and these include IT resellers, distributors, manufacturers, and other organizations that have key technologies associated with the IT field. The CompTIA certifications are recognized in over 100 countries, and you'll find that the exam is available in many different languages.
Yeah, it's nighttime there for you guys.
If you're looking for a Security Plus course,
Yeah, so you guys are roughly 12 hours ahead of time. So it'll be Monday night for you guys, if that's what it is.
Network analysis, and
10 p.m. and Monday night.
Systems engineering. I'm also a training course author and publisher with many different courses available. And of course, I have A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and many other IT industry certifications. The version of the Security Plus exam that we're going to talk about in this course is the one that was released on November the 7th of 2023. and it's labeled with a version number of SY0701. If you're working to take the SY0701 exam, then you should be sure that all of your study materials have been specifically written for this version of the exam. Depending on when you're watching this video,
Wednesday, right?
701 is still the most current
Wednesday it is, yes. I'm not sure why.
Your version of the exam available. You might want to come back.
Well, I was thinking of Monday, Wednesday. So it should be Wednesday night. Yes, it should be Wednesday night for you guys there.
Find that this course consists of over 100.
Yeah, it's not Monday.
all of the topics from the exam
I know why I
objectives,
said Monday right
bite-sized
there.
videos to
So
ensure
Wednesday
you
it
find
is,
exactly
yeah.
what you're looking for, learn that piece of information, and then you can decide to watch another video or come back later and continue your studies. This is also a complete course for the SY0701 Security Plus exam. We haven't left out any information, and all of our videos are written to correlate exactly with the CompTIA exam objectives. The videos I make available are not a subset of the videos. I don't hide anything behind a paywall, and you'll find that every minute of every video in this course is available for you to watch for free on YouTube. The goal in this course and all
Oh yes, absolutely. So this channel is my vlogging channel where I do my day-to-day vlogs. There are things that I haven't incorporated into the channel as yet, such as things like cooking or traveling. Those will be on the channel. But in general, the channel is mainly day-to-day vlogging. Sometimes I incorporate learning. As now, this live that I'm doing throughout a short duration of 3 months, it's currently for certification in IT. But apart from this, I do other videos pertaining to learning. I also do console gaming as well. And as I mentioned previously, there will be like cooking videos and gaming videos or traveling videos. And simply just for interaction with everyone that comes on the channel about the different aspects, because like you live in a different part of the world, and I just have communication on that. So a lot of good interaction with just about everyone from every aspect around the world. You know, a lot of people love it.
Is threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations, and that is 22% of the exam that you'll take. Security architecture is domain 3, that is 18% of your exam. Security operations is domain 4, that is 28% of your exam. And domain 5 is security program management.
So normally what I do in my community section, I will put posts every now and again based on stuff that you like on the channel or videos that you would like to see on the channel. And you go there and you leave a comment and let me know what is it that you like about the videos or about the channel or what you'd like to see on the channel.
You earn points for that question. But CompTIA also asks other types of questions.
If you're also into gaming as well, my gaming channel is linked to this channel. So once you go in the home section, you'll see a link. So you can go and check out the games, the video games that I play as well.
Sorting, or some other type of question format. CompTIA refers to these as performance-based questions, and they require you to perform a task or complete some other type of process that's different than a typical multiple-choice question. To be able to answer these...
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can give you a shout out in one of my streams or in my community section.
Exam objectives, and these videos step through every single bullet that's in those objectives.
If you want me to do it on this channel or on my gaming channel, so I normally do that like on my gaming channel. I usually give shout outs to especially to the channel members or
once you have those exam objectives, you can put them side
I normally give it to channel members that has been supporting the channel or that has been commenting or liking and sharing.
Website and get plenty of hands-on so you can try out some of these different ideas and techniques in your own time using your own system. And before you walk into your actual exam, you might want to step through a series of practice exams, and we have plenty of practice exams on the Professor Messer website for you to go through. You'll notice that the exam objectives from CompTIA are numbered by domain and subdomain numbers, and my videos are numbered exactly the same way.
What kind of
topic in the exam objectives and immediately find the right video that correlates.
what kind of shout out are you asking?
Using a third-party book, it's very common that there would be an appendix for cross-reference, or they may give you a list of the CompTIA exam objectives at the very beginning of a chapter. That makes it very easy for you to correlate what's in your book with the appropriate videos to watch for that topic. We've designed this course so that you can start at the beginning and watch all the way through, or if you're reading a book or need to find a particular topic, you can.
Oh, that's fine. Just comment, like videos. I'll still give you a shout out.
There are two different ways to take your exam.
This channel doesn't have the membership on it yet, but it should be upcoming soon, within less than a week or so. But on my gaming channel, the memberships are on there. But that's fine if
A training center, a community college, or something very similar.
if you're just a teenager. I do a lot of educational stuff on this channel as well. So you probably like those kind of a content. But yes, I will give you a shout out.
Have as secure a testing environment at home as they can provide in a testing center. So be sure to check the CompTIA website so that you know the rules and regulations when you're taking an exam in your home.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from break.
Started, you can check the Professor Messer website for books, training videos, and so much more. Whether you're stepping through our comprehensive video training course.
Awesome, that is pretty good. I want to
Successful for this exam is available at professormesser.com. As I mentioned earlier, you'll also want the exam objectives, and I have a link to the CompTIA website.
We'll go ahead and continue to work until 11. Then we will get into.
Maintain an amazing community.
I gotta get this book uploaded too. 101 Labs. You already got the other one.
You'll find our Discord chat is available
so
at
what was I saying? Oh yeah. So 1 more hour. We'll be working on assignments. And then we'll get into lecture. At 12:30, I have my standing meeting with Mr. Davies. As usual, that's on Wednesdays for me. And that'll be at 12:30. So our lecture will actually take us up to 12:30. And then after that, we do lunch and then come back and get into some more stuff. So good stuff.
Liberty Mutual customized. Wait, am I one of those Liberty Mutual commercials where they stand in front
Did not upload it yet, Kevin. I'm trying to get it done right now. Yep.
If you spend any amount of time in IT security.
okay, how do you
Wrapping up all the paperwork from the end of course as well. So that's what I've been doing early this morning.
how do you say your name? Parth Edits is that's what the pronunciation is.
We're also protecting physical systems, buildings, people, and everything in our organization. In this video, we'll look at different security controls and how they can be used to prevent events from occurring in the first place. We can minimize the impact.
You cannot access the assignments,
and in many cases, we can
but you'll still be able to access the lessons.
into our computing environment.
So you won't be able to submit anything, but you still have the lessons.
Of security controls. The first category we'll look at are technical controls. These are controls that we implement using some type of technical system. So if you're someone who is managing an operating system, you might set up policies and procedures within the operating system that would allow or disallow different functions from occurring. We can also put firewalls.
Oh, he might be locked out then.
Other types of software.
Did the course disappear?
In this category of technical controls. As a security administrator,
course disappeared. You're locked out. Yep.
Explain to people the best way to manage their.
You still have your measure up exams though and tests you can use.
We refer to these as managerial controls.
So what I could do is I could share the
policies and procedures,
all the slides.
official security policy documentation.
He said I demand a refund.
These managerial controls inside of.
I can get the slides to
You
you.
might also see these managerial controls implemented into day-to-day.
I will probably save that for when we're about to do a breakout, sharing a slide link so you guys can do that.
Operational controls. Unlike using technology to manage these controls, controls. Operational controls are using people to be able to set these controls. So if you have security,
Okay, I pronounced it correctly. Okay, awesome.
learns, or you have some type of posters or awareness program.
So hi everyone, I would like to give a shout out to Parts Edits. He is a new and upcoming
And the last category that we have are physical controls. As
content creator. Has recently joined my channel, and
building, a room, or a device.
I just wanted to go ahead and give him some appreciation and recognition on here on my channel on Wigan Official.
Badge readers to limit the access.
I will also give a shout out to him in my community recommendation
That's all I need.
section.
Operational and physical. And in this video, we'll look at a number of different control types and determine where we would fit certain control types into certain categories. The first control type we'll look at is a preventive control type. This is a control type.
So Parts Edits, I will.
You can think of this.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure. I will.
Access to a particular area of your network, or it may
And I will
be
also
something
put
that's
it
more
in
tangible, such
my
as a guard shack
community
that
section
checks
for you
everyone's
as well.
identification as they come into your facility. A good way to test yourself.
You can also go there and put the kind of videos that you enjoy on this channel, and respond to the community posts that I've put there as well, based on some of the videos that you'd like to see on the channel.
Then those would fit into the technical category. As we hire people, we may want to set a certain type of policy for onboarding, and those would be policies set as part of a managerial category. We've already mentioned a guard shack, checking everyone's identity.
All right, I appreciate you stopping by. Stop by anytime, leave a comment and a like in the video.
And lastly, we have door locks, which are physical devices preventing access to a room, so that would fit into the physical category. Another important control type is a deterrent. And although a deterrent may not prevent someone from accessing a resource, it may give them a discouragement or have them think twice about the attack that they're planning.
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance?
All right, much appreciation to you.
Now the reason why you may
Take care, and I'll see you on the next one. I know the time zone difference is
for insurance.
so 12-hour difference, so it's nighttime for you.
But my friend,
But take care until next time. I'll see you on the next video.
this around completely.
Drop by anytime, leave a comment, leave a like,
Your policy alone. So this website
and let me know your ideas on my videos.
is $29 a month, and full coverage insurance for only $38 a month. I put a link to the website.
Also, there will be a lot more videos coming up based on things like cooking or console gaming. I have a separate channel that I do console gaming on, but I will also incorporate some commentary console gaming on this channel, and also travel vlogging as well.
It's cleaner, whiter, brighter, and fresher.
For example, when you start an application, there may be a splash screen that provides security information and restricts people who are not authorized from gaining access to that system. Or there might be the threat.
Other things that I have upcoming on the channel as well is based on financial literacy. I know that helps a lot of people on how to properly understand your finance and how to become financially stable. So I have those coming up as well in separate videos.
A demotion is a managerial category. The reception desk fits into the operation.
I'll give a lot more updates in my community section for you guys to see and check out.
A detective control type can identify and in some cases warn us when a particular breach has occurred. This may not prevent access, but it would give us a warning and log information about that particular attack. An example of a detective control type may be a process of collecting, reviewing, and going through system logs, or you may be reviewing login reports about who's gained access to your systems. There might be someone patrolling the property looking for cases where someone might have broken into your facility, and you might have motion detectors so that you're automatically notified if something is moving in an area where normally there should be no motion. The system logs that are detailing everything that's going on in your systems would fit into the technical category. Someone reviewing login reports every day or every week would fit into the managerial category. Someone patrolling the property would be an operational category, and then the motion detectors provide us with a physical category. If there is a notification that someone has breached a system or gained access into a certain area of your business, then you want to apply a corrective security control. A corrective security control is something that occurs after the event has been detected. This is sometimes able to reverse the impact of that particular event, or you may be able to continue operating with your business with minimal downtime thanks to these corrective controls. For example, if a computer has been infected with ransomware and it has encrypted everything on that system and made all of the data inaccessible, you can simply erase everything on that computer and restore it back to a known good system using your backups. You might also want to create policies so that if there are security issues or something unusual that you see happen, then those would be rolled up into an alert or some type of notification. And if you find that someone has jumped your fence or they've tried to get in through a door in your building, you may need to contact law enforcement to be able to correct that particular incident. And if something is caught on fire, you can grab a fire extinguisher and make sure that that fire doesn't spread any further, thereby correcting that particular event. And as you might expect, those are 4 events that certainly fits into the 4 categories that we have. For example, recovering from a backup would be a technical category. Being able to have policies for reporting issues when they occur would be in the managerial category. Contacting authorities for some type of legal issue would be an operational category, and your fire extinguisher is a physical category. You might also find yourself in a situation where a security event has occurred, but you don't have the resources or means to be able to reverse what that particular event has caused. In those cases, you may want to use a compensating control type, which provides you with using other means in a way to control that particular security event. This may be something you use on a temporary basis until you're able to put together a plan to resolve the overall security incident. For example, you might have an application that is important for your organization, but the application developer has told you that they've identified a significant security vulnerability in that software. Since the application developer is going to provide you with a patch sometime in the future, you may want to set some type of firewall rule today that would prevent somebody from exploiting that particular vulnerability. Or this might be a case where you can separate different duties between different individuals and limit the scope of any type of security concern. Or you might have multiple security guards all working at the same time to make sure that no single security guard has complete access to everything in your environment. And if you lose power in your building, you might want to have a generator so that while you're waiting for main power to be restored, you can compensate by turning on your generator. Those are our 4 different categories of a compensating control. We have a technical category of blocking that traffic instead of patching the application. There may be a separation of duties for the people that work in your organization, and that fits into the managerial category. You might require multiple security staff working simultaneously, and that would be the operational category. And lastly, having a power generator to compensate for a power outage fits into the physical category. The last control type we'll look at is a directive control type. This is a relatively weak security control because it is one where you are directing someone to do something more secure rather than less secure. For example, you may require everyone to store sensitive information into a protected and encrypted folder on their system. This requires the user to make a decision about what data may be sensitive and what data may be non-sensitive, and that they are directed to store the sensitive information in the protected folder. As part of our security policies, we may want to add compliance policies and procedures so that everyone understands the proper processes to use for security in your environment. You might also train users on what the proper security policies might be. And another example of a directive control may be a sign that you put on a door that says authorized personnel only. There might not be a lock on the door, but the sign saying authorized personnel only directs.
All right, so the professor Mr. Notes, I got to get those too. Those do not come with your course, so that's just extra information we got to find
Technical category.
since it's Messer.
Compliance policy fits into a
I'll dig and see where mine are.
Someone Performing a security policy training course would be a directive control type fitting into the operational category, and a sign on a door that says authorized personnel only fits into the physical category. The examples I provided for the different security controls and the categories where they fit are simply one single example. You could probably think of a number of different examples that you could fit into any of those squares in our matrix. You could probably also think of different security controls that might fit into a different category of control or a different type of control. You might also find, as our technology changes and our security processes evolve, that there might be new control types that we could fit into our chart. And of course, not everybody uses the same security controls. So the ones that you use in your organization may be very different than someone else's organization.
Master notes are being uploaded now for NetPlus. In the chat.
The CIA triad is an easy way to remember the fundamentals of IT security. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as the AIC triad to differentiate it from the federal organization in the US called the Central Intelligence Agency. But since it's so easy to remember CIA, we often refer to the CIA triad instead of the AIC triad. But keep in mind that the CIA triad has nothing to do with the CIA being the Central Intelligence Agency. The C in the CIA triad is confidentiality. We want to prevent someone from gaining access to private information. We need to provide that information in a confidential way. The I in CIA is the integrity, where if we're sending information from one person to another, we want to be sure that the recipient really is receiving exactly what was sent from the origination. And lastly, the A in the CIA triad refers to availability. Obviously, we want to be sure that all of our systems remain up and running at all times, even if we're implementing some type of IT security. You'll often see the triad written as a triangle, and each leg of the triangle has the confidentiality, the availability, and the integrity listed as the security objectives associated with the triad. One of the biggest challenges we have in IT security is making data available to others, but making sure that availability is only to the right people. We refer to this as confidentiality. One way that we provide this confidentiality is through encryption. We can have one person encrypt data, send it to someone else, and that other person can then decrypt that data to be able to see the original plain text. Obviously, anyone in the middle who happens to get access to that encrypted data has no idea what's on the inside, and if they were to look at that data, they would not be able to discern anything important from that information. Another common way to provide confidentiality is to set limits on what someone may have access to. We commonly do this with access controls. We can limit who might have access to certain types of information. For example, this might allow someone in the marketing department to be able to see all of the marketing presentations and be able to make changes to those, but it would prevent all access to any of the accounting information of the organization.
And if you've you asked a question earlier about specific labs for
logging into a system, that's another type of confidentiality.
Setting up switches.
Be able to access an account unless
The book's coming up right now. 101 labs for Cisco switches. All the Cisco commands. So everybody download that too. It's being uploaded.
We'd like to be able to verify that the data that we have received is exactly the same data that was sent, and that nobody has made changes to that data while it was traversing the network. We're able to do that by using methods of integrity. One way to provide integrity is by hashing. The person sending the data will create a hash of the data and send you both the data and the hash at the same time. When you receive the data, you'll perform the same hashing function, and if your hash matches the sender's hash, then you know the data that you've received is exactly the same as the data that was sent. We can enhance this integrity by including a digital signature when we're sending data, which takes a hash and encrypts it with an asymmetric encryption algorithm. This means that we can check to make sure that none of the data has changed, and we can confirm the person who sent the data. That provides an additional level of integrity that could be important if you're sending very sensitive data. It's also common to use certificates to be able to identify devices or people and provide additional factors of integrity.
The waste are you doing?
From one device to another. And lastly, we have the concept of non-repudiation. This means that we have...
I'm working on the second plus course notes for Messer, so I'm trying to find those.
We've received really did come from the originating party. If you've done any work in information technology, you know how important it is for your systems to be available. Availability is that leg of the CIA triad that ensures that people have access to the data that they'd like to view. One way to provide this availability is to have systems that are designed to always be up and running.
Oh, very good. Class continuation.
Tolerance, where we have multiple components, and if one of those components fails, the other component can pick up and continue to operate normally. And of course, if you're concerned about systems being available, you'll constantly need to make sure that they are managed and updated by patching those systems. This ensures that the systems are always as stable as possible and that we can close any existing security holes, preventing someone from gaining access through some type of exploit.
If you're thinking about a degree in cybersecurity or IT, keep listening. UMGC, University of Maryland Global Campus, is built for today's tech.
One of the important foundations of cryptography is ensuring that when someone sends data to a third party, that third party is able to verify that that information really came from the sender. This is something that we think of all the time as part of a contract. We sign a contract at the bottom. It's our name, it's our signature, and if somebody was to look at this contract later, they could see our signature and could reasonably say that the contract was signed by us. Just like our signed contract, we have a similar set of features in cryptography, and today we'll look at how this non-repudiation works using proof of integrity and using proof of origin with high assurance of authenticity.
Threat actors and vectors.
Proof of integrity
In this
means
course,
that any
we'll
data
compare
that we
threat
receive,
actor types,
we can verify
attributes, and
it's
motivations.
exactly the same data that was
Explore
originally
social
sent.
engineering
This
and
means
common
that
attack
our data
surfaces.
is accurate, consistent,
Look at supply
and we know
chain
that nothing
vulnerabilities.
inside of the data we've received
Examine
has been
application,
changed.
operating
In
system
cryptography, we can
based,
accomplish
and
this
web-based
by using
vulnerabilities,
a hash
and
is
learn
a
about
short
hardware,
string of text that we can
virtualization,
create based
cloud,
on data
and
that is
mobile
contained
device
within the plain
vulnerabilities.
text. This is sometimes referred to as a message digest or something like a fingerprint. This means that if anything changes with that data, we'll have a different fingerprint or a different hash. This is the same as
Let's
an
establish the
actual
fact that
fingerprint.
without a
If the
catalyst,
person changes,
without a
we'll see
threat
that the
actor
fingerprint
or
is very
agent,
different.
there is actually
Although a
no
hash
threat.
is very good at
The agents or
verifying the
actors
integrity of
are the
data,
persons,
it
methods,
doesn't associate
operations,
that data
techniques,
with a particular
systems,
individual.
or
We can
entities
verify
that
the
act
data that
or
we
have the
receive
potential to
is
act
exactly the
with
same as the
intent
data
to
that we
initiate,
sent, but we can't
transport,
verify
carry
who
out,
sent the data.
or in any way
However, there
support
are ways
a
to
particular
provide that
threat or
additional
exploit.
integrity. We'll talk
So,
about those in just
threats
a
are
moment.
not realized
Let's see how this
without an
hashing
agent
works by
or a
using
catalyst.
practical example.
And a threat
There
actor
is an
can be
organization
comprised of an
called Project
individual
Gutenberg
or
on the
various
internet,
types of
and they have
groups.
published
The attacks can also be totally automated. That would be a bot or a robot.
And it's 8.1 megabytes of
Some
data.
attacks are
And then
structured,
I ran an
others are
application that took
unstructured.
all of that data and created
Structured
a
attacks
hash
are
or a
planned,
fingerprint
organized,
of that particular
persistent,
encyclopedia
often
volume one.
multi-phased or
Here is
multi-staged.
the exact hash
They can be
that I
internal
created from
or
that
external,
volume.
and may
Now,
involve
I'm going to
exploit
change
kits,
one
zero-day
character
code,
inside of that file,
pre-compiled
anywhere.
modules,
Although the
for
size
example,
of the file
in
is
Metasploit,
exactly the same
or
after making the
ransomware.
change, somewhere
Unstructured
in that
attacks
haystack
are
of
accidental.
data, there is
They're
some
usually
type of
non-malicious.
difference. But it'd be
They happen
very
by just
difficult for a
drive-by
human
web
to read
surfing,
through all of
or
that data,
there's no
8.1
acceptable use
megabytes
policy,
of text,
AUP,
and somehow
or the
determine
employee
where that
accidentally
individual
violated
change
the
might be.
policy.
But if
They
you
can happen in
perform a
email and
hash
webmail,
of the changed
or
data,
something
you'll see
stored
that the hash
on a
value that I
USB
create
fob
is
or
very
personal
different
electronics.
than the hash value
Keep
that
in
was
mind
original.
that
So
unstructured
then I
attacks
have downloaded
can
this
also
file,
be
performed my
internal
own
or
hash,
external,
and compared
but
it to the
usually
original,
they're
I can
internal.
see that something has indeed changed with
Unskilled
this particular
attackers,
volume one
otherwise
of the
known as
Gutenberg
script kiddies,
Encyclopedia.
originate from
At
the
this point,
combination
we
of
might want to
inexperienced
download again
crackers
to see if we
using
happen to get
script
a
viruses and
corrected or
pre-packaged
modified version,
malicious
or
code.
perhaps
For For example,
a diff,
exploit kits,
comparison
or
between
a
those two
malware
files
as a
to
service
see exactly
campaign
where the
on the
change
dark
might
web.
be between
The most
original
common script
version
viruses
of
are
volume
spread
one
via
and
email
the version
attachments
that we received.
using preformed scripts
By
and
using these
modules
hashes,
from
we're
various
able to
exploit
provide
kits
proof of
like
integrity.
Kali
We know if
or
anything
Parrot.
has changed when
Newer
the information
techniques
was sent
are
from the
also
original
often
sender.
learned on
But we
YouTube
can
and
also
other
add
social
to this
media
an
sites of the
additional
dark web
level of integrity
using the
called
Onion
proof
router
of
as a
origin,
browser.
where we can
These
verify
represent the
the
lowest
person
level of
that sent
attacker
the data to us.
sophistication and
Sometimes you'll see this
capability
referred to
levels
as an
and should be
authentication
considered
when we are looking
in
at
your
the source of
qualitative
the
or
message.
quantitative risk
By using a
analysis.
digital signature, we provide
Hacktivists
non-repudiation. So not only
unofficially
do we
began
know
in the late
the person that has
1980s
sent that data
when
from us,
viruses and
but
worms
anyone else
spread
could
messages of
examine this
protest.
transaction
For
and
example,
verify that the
worms
information
against
we
nuclear
received
killers.
really did
The
come
term
from the
hacktivism
sending party.
was coined
Just
by
as
the
someone
cult of the
can
dead
use a
cow,
pen and paper
which also
to
gave
sign
birth
a
to
contract and send it
Activismo,
to you.
a
In
group of
cryptography,
international
we
crackers
use a digital
protesting
signature.
human rights
This digital
abuses.
signature uses a
Hacktivists
private key
are responsible
that
for
is
denial
only
of
known to a
service,
person who sent the
distributed
data.
denial of
No one
service
else
in
has a
botnets,
copy of this
ransomware,
private key. To
hijacking and
verify
defacing
that private
websites,
key was used,
and other
we use
cyber
the
attacks
public key
in order to raise
associated
awareness
with
for their
that private
cause.
key, and that way we can assure that the
A
information
higher
we
level would be
receive
organized
is not
crime
only the same as
syndicates.
what it was sent,
Organized
but we know
cybercrime is a
that it had to
well-funded,
be sent by the person
multi-billion
who
dollar a
provided
year
the digital
industry
signature.
that affects all
In
sectors of
practical
government,
terms, adding a
the
digital
private
signature
sector,
to a
and the
document
economy.
is usually
These
created
are the
by
main
clicking a
contributors
box that
to
says
advanced
add digital
persistent
signature.
threats,
And a lot of
APTs.
cryptography happens
They
behind the
perform
scenes.
cost-benefit
Let's
analysis
lift the hood a
and
little
other
bit
analytic
and
research
see what
before
that
carefully
process
choosing
might
their
be that's
targets,
taking place,
analyzing
check that
risk
box
versus
to add the
reward.
digital signature.
These organized
We'll
crime
start with
syndicate
a conversation
campaigns
that's occurring
may last
between Alice
months
and
or
Bob.
even years.
Alice is sending a
An
message to
example
Bob that
would be
says,
the Alfie
"Hire Bob."
Black Cat
And the first
ransomware
thing that
operation.
Alice will do is provide a digital
Many
signature
security
before she
analysts and
sends it.
experts
The
contend
first thing that
that
happens
the
when
world
she
has already
clicks that
entered a
checkbox
third
for the
world
digital
war
signature
in the form
is
of
that
a
hashing
cyber war
algorithm creates
that we
a
refer to
hash
as
of that plain text. In this
WWC,
case, the plain
or
text is,
World War
"You're fired,
Cyber.
Bob."
The
Once that
nation
hash is
state
created,
actor
we now
has
need to
a
have some way
license to
verify
hack
that it really
since
came
they
from
work for a
Alice.
government or
And since
military
Alice
to
is the
disrupt or
only
compromise
one with her
target
private
governments,
key,
organizations, or even individuals
hash
to
with
gain access
Alice's
to
private
valuable
key.
data or
Take that
intelligence.
encrypted
You might
hash
be part of a
and send
city
it
hidden
along
cyber
with the
army
plain text
or
so that
password
Bob is
crackers
going to
for
receive a
hire
message that
for
says,
companies that are
"You're hired,
aligned
Bob,"
with the aims
and
of a
then
government
attached to that
or a
message
dictatorship.
is
They
a
can create
digital
incidents
signature.
and false
In
flag
most cases,
operations
Alice is going
that
to
can
send
have
that
international
message over to Bob
significance.
using email or some
The
other
nation
type
state
of
actor
electronic delivery.
or
Bob is
state-based
going to
attack
receive exactly
has
that
developed,
message that
along
was
with
sent,
criminals,
says, "You're hired,
many
Bob," with the
zero-day
digital
malware
signature
exploits
included with it.
that are waiting
Bob
to be
is going use
activated.
Alice's public
Malware,
key,
waiting to
which
be
is a key
activated,
available to
is also
anybody,
referred to as a
and he's
logic
going to
bomb.
examine the digital signature and decrypt
Finally,
it
in this
using
lesson,
that
we have the
public key.
compromised
Once
privileged
that decryption
insider.
takes place,
These
we have the
existing
original
and
hash that was
recently
created
released
of that
employees
text
or
message. And
contractors
at this point,
should be
Bob wants to
considered
see
public
if the
enemy
hash
number
that was
one.
in that
They
digital
can often have
signature
unfettered
matches
and
the
elevated
hash of
access
what he
and are
received.
the most
So
likely
he's
to
going
leave
to
back
perform
doors
the same
and other
hashing
covert
function
channels
that Alice
upon
originally
exiting the
performed.
organization.
Bob is going to take the
The term
original
compromised
plain
is
text
more
and run
accurate
the
than
same hashing
disgruntled,
algorithm
since
to
there are
come up
several
with a
factors
hash
that
of
can put
what
an
he
employee
received.
in a
Bob can now
compromised
do a
position
comparison to see
without
if
necessarily
that
being
hash that was included
dissatisfied
with the digital
with the
signature
organization
is the same
or
as
their
the
other
hash that he
coworkers.
manually created from the plain text. And if that matches, we not only know that the information we received is exactly the same as the information that was sent, but we know that it had to be sent from Alice.
In this
As I
short
mentioned
lesson,
earlier,
we're
this
going to look
entire
at some
process
threat
of
actor
creating a digital
motivations.
signature and verifying
Early
the
on,
digital signature
let's say in the
is something that's
1980s
usually
and
created
1990s,
clicking a button on your
hackers
screen, or
and
it's
various
something that happens
attackers
automatically.
conducted
You
their
normally
threats,
never see
often
this
just to get
process
notoriety.
but having an understanding
This
of
involved
the digital
malware
signature
that
process
attacked
and the
basic
verification
instructions,
of the digital
and
signature process
viruses
can
that
help you
attached
better
themselves to
understand
other
the integrity that
executables.
we're looking for
Based on the popularity of the attacks, attackers then started to look for fame with more elaborate viruses and malware and more critical targets. And that rapidly evolved into motivations being highly financial. The beginnings of World War C with political, organized crime, and rogue states.
0 home
insurance
As the
claims in the last
payloads
5
got
years?
more valuable,
Listen carefully.
the threat
I was an
severity
insurance
went
agent
up,
for 30 years.
and the number of
What I'm about to
occurrences
tell you
also
could
went
save you
up.
up to 80% on your home
The
insurance.
motivations
Here's
can
what the
be
industry
data
doesn't want you to
exfiltration
know.
for financial
Colorado
gain,
homeowners pay the most for home
state-based or
insurance
corporate
out of any state in
espionage,
the country.
service
As we all know from the
disruptions,
recent 2025
blackmail
leak,
and
insurance
extortion,
companies are now in trouble
political
for
activism
overcharging
or
Colorado
ethical
homeowners
issues,
by as much as
and
80%
revenge
to
or
save
acts
coverage.
of
We
war
call homeowners
that
in
the
this state
World War
low-tier
C.
clients, the ones we fight to keep because of inflated commissions. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in Colorado, they won't let you know you can lower your rate. They're happy to keep overcharging you. My neighbor Jeff.
The dark web
We're all
is
very
the
familiar
veiled
with the
collective
login
of
process.
internet
You
sites
put your
that are not
username, your
indexed
password,
and
your
are only
ID, some
accessible
additional
by a specialized
factors,
web
and
browser,
if all of those
such
are
as
correct, you
Tor,
gain access to
Freenet,
resources on
or
that system.
Subgraph
This
OS.
process begins
It is
with
considered to be a
identification,
part of
where
the
you
deep
claim
web.
to be a particular
The dark
user
web is a
on
vast
that system.
repository
The check
of
between
malware as a
username,
service,
your password,
campaigns,
the other
and
authentication factors
resources.
is referred to as authentication.
It is used
This
for keeping
proves
internet
that
activity
we really
anonymous
are
and
who we
private,
say we
which
are,
can be
because
helpful
we knew
in
the
both
secret
legal
password
and
or we had
illegal
some additional
applications.
authentication
While
factors
some
that
use
we
it to
could
evade
use
government
to help prove
censorship,
that we are
it
that
has also
important.
been known to be
Now that we've
utilized
identified
for
who
highly
we are,
illegal
we now
activity,
need to determine
such as
what
purchases
type
of
access we
contraband
have,
and
that's
child
done through
pornography.
authorization. If we're part of the shipping
Email
and
phishing
receiving
attacks
department,
or
we should have
hoaxes
access
are
to
one of the most
systems
common
that should
exploit
only be
vectors available to
shipping and
crackers.
receiving. We
Phishing
should
is a
not have
cyber
access
attack
to
that
information
uses
might be in the
disguised
finance
email and
department.
webmail as
And
a
of
vector.
course, all security
The goal of
systems
phishing
need to have
is
a
to trick the
log of
recipient
exactly what
into
happened.
believing
So
that
we
the
need to
message is
know what
legitimate,
time someone
to
logged in,
click a link
how much
or
data
download
may
an
have been sent
attachment.
or received, and what
Common
time this
indicators of
person
phishing
logged out.
are
We
vague
refer to this entire
salutations,
system as
suspicious
the AAA
domains,
framework.
wrong
This refers
paths
to
or wrong
authentication,
hypertext,
authorization,
awkward
and
grammar,
accounting.
urgency in the
Let's have a
message,
look at
a lack
practical
of
example
contact
using
information,
AAA.
and
We're going to use the
spoofed
example
headers
of
or
logging
logos
into a
on the
VPN
email or
server.
the
In this
page.
case, it would be a firewall or VPN concentrator.
There are different
in the middle.
variants of phishing
You're on
attacks.
one side of
Spear
that
phishing
concentrator,
is a
and you
select
would use
targeted
AAA to
attempt
gain access
to steal
internal
sensitive
file
information,
server.
such
So
as
we'll
an
start
account
with our
credential
client on the
or
internet
financial
will
information
access
from a
the
specific
VPN
victim,
concentrator,
often
which
for
process
malicious
or
reasons.
login. So we're going to
Attackers
provide
will
a
often
username
launch
and
spear
password
phishing
and
attacks
send that
against
information over
new
to the
employees
VPN concentrator.
or
The
low-level
concentrator
employees
itself
that may
doesn't
not have the
any
experience
information
or
about username,
knowledge in
passwords,
security awareness.
authentication factors, or
Whaling
anything else.
is a
And in most
special spear
organizations,
phishing attack
all of that information
against
is
a
stored
high
on a
level
central
and
server.
or highly
We refer to that
privileged
as
employee.
a AAA
Phishing
server.
is
This
using
AAA server
various
is going
text
to
messaging
receive the
formats,
request from
such
the
as
VPN
SMS,
concentrator
as a vector.
asking if the username,
These have
password,
exploded
other
over the
information
last
is
few
provided
years.
matches
Phishing
some type of
is using
user in the
voice over
database.
IP
And
or
if the match
telephony
is
as
true,
the hoax
it sends
vector.
back information to the concentrator and says those
Business
credentials
email
are
compromise.
approved. At that point, the concentrator
BEC is a
knows
form
that
of
you
attack
really
that
are the
targets
person
companies
you
that
claim to be,
outsource,
and it allows us
conduct
access
wire
into
transfers,
the internal
and
file server.
process invoices,
As a
often
security
abroad to
professional,
other
you'll be
countries.
responsible for managing
It is
the
often an
security of
elaborate,
hundreds
advanced,
or perhaps
persistent
even
hoax
thousands of
that
separate
targets
systems.
corporate email
And in many
accounts
cases,
of
you'll
high-level
never have
employees.
physical access
They're
or
either
even be
spoofed
able
or
to see
compromised
where those
through
systems might
keyloggers
be,
or
because they
phishing
may be
attacks,
located
but
anywhere
they could
in the
even
world.
be hoax
So
phone
the question
calls
now becomes,
to
how can we
induce
verify
fraudulent
that
wire
a computer
and
trying to connect to
cryptocurrency
our
transfers.
network is a
Some
computer
attackers
that's
have
authorized
successfully
to be on our
spoofed
network?
large vendors and
This computer
customers,
by itself
lawyers,
obviously can't type a
CPAs,
password
and
into
even
it
government
might be.
officials,
And in
for
most
example,
cases, you
representing the
probably wouldn't store a
IRS.
password on one of your systems out in the field
Social
anyway.
engineering is
So
a
how can you
macro
really
term
confirm
that could
that
involve
system
eliciting
is
information
allowed
and
to be on our
reconnaissance
internal
through
network?
various
How can we
vectors,
provide that
like
additional
shoulder surfing,
authentication?
dumpster
In many
diving,
cases, we
major
use a
credential
certificate
harvesting,
that we put
or
onto
finding
this
other
device
information
that is
in
digitally
dumpsters
signed,
or
and we
shredded
check
paper
that authentication
repositories,
during the login
hoaxes
process.
and impersonation,
This allows
identity
anyone
fraud,
needing to
and
provide that
invoice scams,
verification
such
with a
as
way
the
to confirm
aforementioned
that
BEC
is a company
Pretexting is using a fabricated story or pretext to gain a victim's trust, or through brand impersonation, disinformation, and influence campaigns, often done by competitors or state-based, and watering hole attacks. This is a web-based attack that often goes against the low-hanging fruit of an ad hoc website. For example, a website for a high school or college class reunion where the participants provide a bunch of information and the attacker can gain that information by attacking the weakly secured website.
This is a device or software.
Some of the reasons
that is
for
responsible
effectiveness
managing
of
all
social
the
engineering
certificates in
and
our
phishing,
environment. On the
PEC,
CA
hoaxes,
itself,
and
we
others,
create the
is just a lack of
certificate
proper
just for
security
that
and awareness
laptop.
training.
That certificate
It can be
is
inadequate
now
acceptable
digitally
use
signed by the
policies
certificate
or no
authority
buy-in
so that
from
later
management and
on
the
we can
employees
verify
for
that
their
it
role
really is
in
an
prevention
original
measures.
certificate from
Perhaps
our
there's no
certificate
enforcement
authority.
of
Now
existing
we put that
policies.
certificate on
You
the
should
laptop,
combine the carrot
and
and the
anytime
stick.
we want to perform
Negative
authentication,
consequences,
we
but
can
also
use that
rewards for
certificate
good
as an
behavior.
authentication factor
You may have
and
outdated
verify that it really
antivirus,
was digitally
data
signed
loss
by the
prevention
certificate
solutions,
authority.
and mobile
So as
device
part of your
and
security
application
infrastructure,
management
you would have
tools,
a certificate
or
authority.
poor
That
perimeter
certificate
security
authority itself
controls
has
for
its
email,
own certificate
messaging,
that was signed
telephony,
by a
and
group
other
CA.
web-based
We
activities.
also have our laptop in the field, and we have previously created a device certificate just for this machine, and it has been signed by the CA. Once we know the CA certificate and we know
In
the
this
device
brief video,
certificate, we can then
we're going to look
compare
at some
these two
common
certificates,
attack
and we can see that
surfaces.
our device
First,
certificate
removable
was
devices,
signed by the certificate
USB,
authority that we
FireWire,
trust in our
or
security
memory
infrastructure.
cards,
Now
vulnerable
that we've gone
software,
through the authentication
software
process,
downloaded
how
from
do we
peer-to-peer
authorize
file
that
sharing
device to have
sites,
access to
or
resources
drive-by
within our
websites,
network? We
or
would do that by
click-through
using
sites
an
through Bing
authorization
or
model.
Google Images,
And there are many different
unpatched
authorization models to
client-based
choose from.
and
We have a big
agentless
list of
services,
these later on in the
default
video series
credentials,
in section
such as
4.6.
default passwords,
We would commonly
or
authorize
default
users
access
and
point
services
workgroup
to have access
names,
to certain types
and
of data
unsupported
and
systems and applications,
The challenge
perhaps
here
running
is
off of
how
a
do you
USB
create this
drive,
relationship
or
in
in a
form
Type
that's
2
able to
hypervisor
easily
environment,
scale for
such as
tens,
VM
hundreds,
Player
or even
or
thousands
Oracle
of
VirtualBox.
users. In many
We might
environments,
call
we
this
accomplish this
Ghost
by
or
taking
Shadow
the users
IT.
and services and putting an authorization
Messaging
model
and
right
chat,
in the middle
one of the
before
most
you access
rapidly
the data
emerging
in the
vectors
applications.
for
These are
phishing
commonly
attacks
defined
or
by roles,
smishing.
organizations,
There is social
attributes,
media,
and many other
including
types of
disinformation in
characteristics.
the comment
Let's say
section,
that you had no
insecure
authorization
network
model at
perimeters,
all.
having
You would create a
overprivileged
series of
users,
rights and permissions
and not
where
using
the
more
user
modern,
has rights
attribute-based
to
access
the
controls
resource.
and
The
zero
problem
trust
is that
solutions,
this doesn't scale
or
very
simply
well.
having open
Let's take an
service
example of
ports
somebody
that
in
make
the
your
shipping and
systems
receiving
and
department.
servers
This is
vulnerable
someone who
to
needs
various
access
attacks.
to a large number of systems, a lot of data, maybe there's tracking information, shipping labels, databases of customers, and we would create separate rights and permissions so that anytime this person
On
logged
this
in,
newer
we would need to
Security
give
Plus
them rights to
701
create a
exam,
shipping label,
the issue
track
of
a
supply
shipment,
chain
view monthly shipment
vulnerabilities
reports,
requires
access
greater
customer
visibility,
data, and perhaps anything
especially
else
due
they
to the
need for
events
their
that have
day-to-day
occurred
operations.
over the last
Now,
5 to
this
6
is the
years.
only person in
Software
shipping
supply
receiving.
chain
This
security
is a relatively
continues
easy
to be a
process.
growing
But
risk
what if you're part of a
for
larger
many types of
organization
organizations.
that has
In
tens
fact,
or
once you
hundreds of
obtain
people
the
in
Security
shipping
Plus
and receiving,
certification,
you can see
you
it
may
would be
decide to
difficult to
specialize
take every
with
single
other
user
certifications
account
that
and
focus
manually
strictly
set up rights
on
and
supply
permissions
chain
for
security.
every
And
single
experts
resource
predict
that they
these
need access
challenges
to.
will
In
only
this case, there's
continue to
only 3
rise,
resources.
and damages
Imagine if
could
there were
exceed
10s or
15%
hundreds
growth
of
year over
resources.
year
You would need
for
to
the
set those
foreseeable
up for the
future.
tens or
Many
hundreds of
organizations
users. You can
allow
see
various
now why this
third-party
would be very
enterprises
difficult
to
scale.
actually have
To be
access
able
to their
scale,
networks
we would
and
need to
systems
use an
and data.
authorization model.
When an
Sometimes
attacker
you'll hear this
exploits a
referred to
vendor or
as
partner,
an abstraction
that
allows
trust
us to
relationship,
separate the
both
users
physical and
from the
logical,
information they're trying
can
to
be
access.
leveraged to
This
gain
greatly
access to an
streamlines the
organization's
process of
infrastructure.
administering these large
Zero
number of
trust
users
initiatives
or large
are a
number of
powerful
resources,
countermeasure
and we
to
can
supply
support a
chain
very,
vulnerabilities
very large
today.
infrastructure just with a very simple
Let's see
set
some
of abstractions.
examples of the
Here's how this
participants in a
works.
supply
We have the
chain.
same user in shipping and
It
receiving.
could be
And
managed
we will
service
add them
providers,
to a group called
vendors,
shipping and
for
receiving.
example,
We set
original
this group
equipment
up
manufacturers,
originally so that
suppliers,
anybody added to the
internet
shipping
service
and receiving
providers,
group
cloud
have
service
access to
providers,
create a
and
shipping
software
label,
as a service
track a
providers.
shipment, view monthly shipment
Hardware
reports,
providers,
have access to
and
customer
software
contact
providers.
information, and anything else you would need in shipping and receiving. Now let's add in our tens or hundreds of users. Instead of manually mapping every single user to the individual authorizations
In
they
this
need,
lesson,
we just
we're going to
simply add
explore
all of the
application
users to the shipping and
vulnerabilities.
receiving group.
And some of
With
this
one
technology
single
may
edition,
not be your
we
area of
can get
expertise.
tens or hundreds
Keep in
or
mind
thousands
that
of
CompTIA
users
does
access
recommend
to the
that you have an
resources they might
A+
need,
certification
regardless of how
or
many
A+
users there
knowledge
are, and
before
regardless
you
of how
embark
many
on the
resources they
Security
need to
Plus
access.
exam. It is not a prerequisite, however, it's highly recommended. Our first application vulnerability, which is extremely popular, is what we call memory injection vulnerabilities. First off, let's define a few things. Shell codes are a small stub of code used as a payload, often for malware or memory attacks. A DLL, a dynamic link library, is a shared library of functions that multiple programs can access. A process is an instance of a program or code being executed. A thread is a small sequence of instructions or a component of a process. Windows API protocols allow interaction with the Windows operating system. Some examples would be virtual alloc X, which reserves or changes a region of memory, write process memory, which writes data to an area of memory in a specified process, and create remote thread, which generates a thread in the address space of another process. These are common targets for memory injection attacks. For example, shellcode injects malicious code into a running application of PowerShell, which is regularly used in attempts to execute in-memory attacks. Process hollowing starts a legitimate process whose sole purpose is to be a container for malicious code. It then delivers the process in a suspended state, then rewrites the content with the required code in memory and continues to execution. Reflective DLL injection is where the contents of a rogue DLL, often by downloading an unsigned DLL, are loaded into memory. Here we can see the process of reflective DLL injection. And let me just state, this can be avoided by always installing digitally signed code or updates. First, the process obtains a handle into another process. Then, it allocates memory by leveraging page execute read write. Then it writes the DLL contents to process B, which happens to be the evil or rogue DLL. In step 4, it'll pass execution to the DLL's embedded bootstrapper code, and the bootstrap shellcode calls exported reflective loader functions. In a buffer overflow attack, the attacker sends a larger than expected input. For instance, when a front-end web server accepts it and then writes it to memory areas. It can be a large amount of data in an HTTP header request. Associated buffers are then filled, and the adjacent memory is overwritten as a result. This overwrite can contain malicious instructions or functions or code that crash the server or perhaps run a persistent remote access Trojan communicating back to a command and control server or some other member of a botnet.
A very involved process. This is something that commonly takes a number of weeks, months, or even years to compile. As you can imagine, this might involve a number of different people in your organization, and there is
operating system-based and web-based vulnerabilities. One of the most prevalent misconfiguration habits is leaving debugging features enabled in production environments of operating systems and web-based applications. It's critical to make sure that debugging functionality is disabled or properly secured in those environments. Another common misconfiguration comes from the use of default or weak credentials for various system components, such as operating systems, databases, network devices, or application interfaces, such as RESTful APIs. And all systems should use tested patch management with rollback and fallback plans. SQL injection or SQLi is a common attack that's been run against front-end services like web servers and Microsoft SharePoint that use SQL as a database repository. It involves inserting a structured query language query through input data from client to server applications, such as to read sensitive database data with select from, change database data with insert, update, or delete, execute administrative functions such as shutting down the database management system, getting the contents of files on the database management system, and running commands on an operating system. Cross-site scripting, or XSS, is basically a flaw in web web pages rendered by web servers, actually not the web server code itself, such as Microsoft IIS or Apache, where malicious scripts or code are injected into trusted or innocent website pages. These malicious scripts can steal cookies, capture session tokens, or other sensitive data stored by the browser and used with a particular site. The attacker typically sends browser-side scripts to the end user. And this can occur anytime a web program takes user input within the output it generates without validation or encoding.
And then break down those broad securities.
Here we see the attacker injecting the malicious script onto pages rendered by the vulnerable website or web application. If it's persistent, the malicious script is actually saved to the database. Then, when the user requests data from the server, the data containing the malicious script is loaded and can often be executed and called back to the attacker or sent directly to the victim, who then makes a call back to the attacker. There are several variants of cross-site scripting. DOM-based, or Document Object Model, is also called local XSS or Type 0. This doesn't involve vulnerable web servers, but rather insecurely written HTML pages on the end user system, or local gadgets or widgets. That's why it's called local. Widgets with Apple, Nokia, and Yahoo, gadgets with Microsoft and Google. Reflective XSS is non-persistent or type 1. This is a classic input trust vulnerability where the application is expecting some input, for example a query string, and the attacker sends something the developer did not expect. Stored, which is persistent or type 2, is a variant where, rather than reflecting the input, the web server persists the input. This is what we saw in the previous diagram, where the malicious code was saved in the database. The difference is an intermediate phase where the untrusted input is stored in a file or a database before unloading on the victim. This is often found in blogs and review or feedback web applications. Cross-site request forgery is expressed as CSRF or XSRF. This attack forces an end user to perform undesirable actions in a web application in which they are authenticated. An effective cross-site request forgery attack can force users to perform state-changing requests, such as transferring funds, changing their email address, changing their password. If the victim is an administrative account, the CSRF attack will compromise the entire web application. Here we see the perpetrator forging a request for a fund transfer to a website. In phase 2, they embed the request into a hyperlink and send it to visitors who may be logged into the site. When the visitor clicks on the link, it inadvertently sends the request to the website. The web validates the request and transfers funds from the visitor's account to the perpetrator. And again, remember, the higher the privileges of the website visitor, the more damage can be done to the actual website through the cross-site request forgery attack.
Our standardized baselines will mark with red. So if we wanted to have the biggest impact on improving our security, we may want to start with the locations and security requirements marked in red, and then move to the ones marked in yellow, and then finally...
Some of the dominant factors that contribute to vulnerabilities and flaws in hardware are vendors going out of business. When that happens, especially if somebody buys the business, often they will end the support at end of life. Original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, can cut corners, especially if there's supply chain vulnerabilities or breakdowns in the chain. If the product becomes end of support and or end of life, you may have few or no alternatives. Lots of organizations still use outdated and legacy systems. In other words, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's common to have unsecure and unassigned device drivers, or DLLs. Firmware is software that's embedded within hardware devices and provides low-level control and functionality. Some firmware can be remotely reprogrammed and may be accessed by attackers through remote code execution, RCE.
Hey everybody, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes to get back and get into the lesson.
Common firmware exploits are authentication bypass, buffer overflows, injection flaws. The rapid emergence of the Internet of Things, IoT, and smart devices has introduced more security
In
vulnerabilities.
many networks, you'll find that once you're through the
Because of
firewall,
cloud
the
computing
inside of the
and
network is
virtualization,
relatively open.
a critical
You are
hardware
able
and
to
software
move from
solution
system to
is the
system
hypervisor.
without any type of
A
checks or
hypervisor is a
balances.
virtual machine
There are
manager
relatively few
software
security
system that
controls
runs
in
and
place,
controls
this not
virtual
only allows
machines.
authorized
It
individuals
allocates
to
and
move
shifts
anywhere they
resources,
like,
as
it
well
also
as
allows
manages the
unauthorized
interaction between the
individuals
virtual
and malicious
machines
software
and the
to do
hardware.
same.
There's two
While many
types of
security
hypervisors.
administrators are
Type
changing
1
their network
is
to be
called bare
zero
metal
trust.
or native.
This means that you
This
have
is when
to
the hypervisor
authenticate
runs
or
directly on the
yourself
underlying
each time you
hardware.
want to gain
For
access to a
example,
particular
Zen
resource.
Server,
This applies to every
KVM,
device on the network,
Hyper-V,
every process
or
that's running,
ESXi
and every
running on a
user on
data
the
center
network.
Cisco
As the name
server.
implies,
Type 2 is
zero
hosted.
trust, nothing
This
is
hypervisor
trusted,
runs on the
and
operating
everything
system
is
that's
subject to
installed on
some
the
type
hardware.
of security
That's
checks.
the
This
diagram
means
to
you
the
might
right
use
on the
multi-factor
bottom.
authentication during
Common
the login
examples of
process.
Type
You may
2
be
are
encrypting
Oracle
data that's stored
VirtualBox
and
6,
encrypting
VMware
data as
Player,
it's
and
traversing the
VMware
network.
Workstation.
There may be additional system permissions or
Hypervisors
additional
have
firewalls that you're
vulnerabilities as
installing,
well.
and there are a number
One of them is
of
VM
different
sprawl.
security policies
This just
and
simply
different
involves
controls
having no
that may need to be
centralized
added
control
to
of
create
the
a zero
hypervisors
trust
and their
environment.
virtual machine
One of
images
the
in
ways
your
that we can start
organization.
examining
In
and
other words,
implementing
you've
zero
lost
trust in
control,
our networks
or you
is
never
taking
had
our
it.
security devices
VM
and
hopping
breaking them into
is when
smaller
administrators do not
individual
enforce the
components.
partitioning
We commonly
of
refer to
guests
this
from
as
each other.
separate functional planes
VM
of
escape
operation.
is a flaw
So
in the
whether it is a
hypervisor
physical
that allows
device,
the
a
guest
virtual
to
device,
access the
or a
underlying
security process that's
hypervisor,
running in
and
the
often
cloud, we
even
can
the
apply
hardware
these
that it
different
runs
control
on.
planes to
And
every single
hyperjacking.
one of these security
This is a
controls.
scenario where a
Broadly
privileged
speaking, we can
insider
look at
will
these
install
as having
malware,
two different
such as a
planes of
rootkit
operation.
or
One
remote
of them
access
is the
Trojan
data plane.
on the
The data plane
hypervisor
is the
to
part of the
conduct
device
unauthorized
that is
activities,
performing the
such as
actual
data
security
exfiltration.
process. So this might be a switch, router, or firewall that's processing frames, packets, and network data in real time. The data plane on these devices is processing any forwarding, network address translation,
On the Security
routing
Plus
processes,
exam,
or
they
anything
want you to
else
be
that helps
aware
move
of
data from one
vulnerabilities
part
in
of the
using
network to
cloud
another.
computing.
But of course,
The best
all
source
of
of
this
that
movement
is
of
the
data
Cloud
needs to
Security
have some
Alliance,
type
or
of
CSA,
management and control,
Treacherous
and we
12.
perform that control
The
in
Treacherous
the
12
control
Cloud
plane.
Computing Top
This
Threat
is where we
Report
manage all of
plays
the
a vital
actions that
role
are occurring
in the
in the data
CSA
plane.
research
This means we may be
ecosystem.
configuring
The goal of the
policies or
report
rules
is to
for a
offer
device to
organizations
determine
an
whether data
up-to-date,
may be traversing the
expert-informed
network, or
understanding
maybe we're
of
setting up a
cloud
forwarding
security
policy
issues,
or
so
understanding
that
how routing
educated
may be
risk management
configured.
decisions
So anytime
can be
you're
made
referencing a routing
concerning
table,
cloud
we're
adoption
looking at a
strategies.
firewall rule
This works
or
for
understanding how
organizations that are doing a
address
migration
translation should be
or
handled. You are
ever
configuring
popular
in
startup
the control
companies.
plane.
The
One way
report
to get a better
reflects the current
understanding of the data
consensus
plane
among
versus the
security
control plane
experts
is
in
to
the
see how this
CSA
might be
community
implemented
about the
on
most
a
significant
physical
security
device.
issues
Here
in
we
the
have
cloud.
a physical switch, and we want to
Here's
be
the
able
first
to break
six.
out the
Number
different
one,
planes of
data
operation.
breaches.
Down at the
When
bottom
you're
of the
using a
switch
cloud
are all of
computing
the different
solution, it's
interfaces
critical to
that are
use
used
data
to
loss
move data
prevention.
from one part of the
Number
network
two
to another.
is weak
And as we've already
identity,
seen, all of the
credential,
traffic
and
that
access
we're reporting
management.
all happens
Number
on
three
the data plane
is
of
not
the
having a
device.
secure
But of course,
application
this
programming
device needs to have
interface.
configurations
WebSocket
that need to be
APIs
address
and
settings
RESTful
or changes to
APIs
how data
are
might
very
be
common
corrupted.
in the
And
cloud.
all of those changes
Number
would take
four,
place in the
vulnerabilities
configuration
with your
of the
systems
device
and
under
applications.
the control plane.
Here, we
Of
rely
course, the
on
separation
security
of
by
data plane
default
control
and
plane
security
is
by
not
design.
just specific to
Number
physical
five is
devices.
account
You might have
hijacking.
a virtual
You don't want
switch or a
privileged
virtual
insiders
firewall
getting
that can
access to
also be
those
separated
account
into these
secret
two different
keys,
planes. This same
especially
separation
malicious
also
insiders.
applies
Number
to
six.
cloud-based security controls.
Number
For
seven
zero trust,
is the
we not
overall
only need to
presence
implement
of
additional
advanced
security
persistent
controls,
threats.
but we need to be a lot smarter
Eight is
in how
accidental
we
data loss.
evaluate those security
9
controls.
is
For
insufficient
example, we
due
can implement
diligence.
a technology
In the
called
words of Sun
adaptive
Tzu,
identity.
who wrote
This is
The
where
Art
we
of
are
War,
examining
tactics
the identity
without
of an
strategy
individual and
is
applying
the noise
security
before
controls
defeat.
based on on not just
10.
what the user is telling
Abuse
us,
and
but other
nefarious
information
use
that
of
we're
cloud
gathering
services.
about this authentication
11.
process.
Denial
For
of
example,
service,
we might want to look at the
including
source
distributed
of the requested
denial of service
resources.
attacks,
Perhaps
often
someone
on a
who has requested
botnet.
data that's located
And
in the United
number
States
12,
is using an IP
vulnerabilities
address
with
that's
shared
in
technology.
China. And if that occurs, we may want to perform additional security to really confirm that this user is who they say they are. This might also include an examination of the relationship of this person to the organization.
In this lesson,
So are they an
we'll
employee?
investigate
Are they a
some
contractor? Do
basic
they work
mobile
full-time
device
or part-time?
vulnerabilities.
And of course, all of this
There are
goes
several
into the
classic
evaluation of
vulnerabilities
this
with mobile
authentication
devices.
process. We
most
also
of
want to look
which
at things
have
like
been
physical
addressed with
location,
vendor
the type of
updates.
connection that's
For
in
example,
place,
side
IP
loading,
addresses,
in the
and
context of
anything else that can
smartphones,
help us identify
involves installing a
information about
compatible
this
app
user.
for an
Once we examine
Android
all
or
of these
iOS
different
device
variables,
that is
we
not
can have our
available,
systems automatically
approved,
create
or at
a
least
stronger
monitored and
authentication
maintained
if it's
by
needed
your
in this
device
particular
platform's
case.
official app
Another way
store.
to control this
For
trust
example,
is to limit
the Apple
how many
Store
places
or
can
the
be
Google
used
App
to get
Store.
into the network. So you may want to limit
Jailbreaking
entry
is
points
the
to
act
only
of
being
exploiting
people
the
that are
flaws
inside
of a
the
locked
building
down
or
electronic
connected
device,
through a VPN.
usually
There
an
may be
iPhone,
no other
to
methods
install
to gain
software
access to this
other than what the
particular network.
manufacturer
And once you have
has made
all of this
available for that
information in
device.
place, we
It
can now
allows
start
the device
creating what's
owner
called a
to often gain
policy-driven
full access to the
control
root of the
that
operating
examines
system
all of
and
these
all of the
individual
features.
data points, puts them
Rooting
all
is the
together,
process of
and then
unlocking
decides
usually an
what
Android
type of
smartphone or
authentication
tablet.
process should
A
be
rooted
used
device
to
gives
truly
the user
understand
much
if
more
the
freedom
person
to
trying
customize the
identify
device
themselves
and achieve
is
more
really that person.
administrative control.
Another good
The
way
reason
to
being
qualify
is that
the
the
identity
Android
of a
device
person is
is
to
based on
understand
open
where
source
they're
Linux,
connecting from.
whereas
Very
the
broadly, we
iPhone
categorize
iOS
them as
is based on the
security
Apple
zones.
code.
This allows
Although
us to
jailbreaking
expand from
sounds
something that
worse,
is simply a
rooting is
one-to-one
actually much more
relationship
potentially
where a user
damaging
is logging
and
into a server
much more
and instead
probable
looks at the
based on the
overall
fact
path
of its
of the
Linux operating
conversation.
system.
These security
Jailbreaking
zones
is
look at
very
where
rare
we're connecting
due
from
to the
and
constant
examine where
updates
we're
to
trying
the
to connect
iOS
to.
from
So
Apple.
this may be on an untrusted network.
To
and we're
combat
trying to
these
connect to a
vulnerabilities
trusted
and
network.
other
Or
attacks,
maybe it's an
many
internal network or
organizations
external
employ
network. And if you
Enterprise
wanted to have
Mobility
even more
Management, or
granularity, you
EMM.
could create separate
Enterprises
VPN
should employ the most
connections or
robust
separate
authentication
groups of different
mechanisms
departments
feasible,
within your
including
organization.
biometric,
This allows you to
QR
now
codes,
start
and
setting rules
Trusted
on
Platform
what zone
Modules,
has access
TPM.
to all of
This
these
is
other
accomplished
zones.
through Enterprise
For example,
Mobility
you might want to
Management
have a rule that
initiatives, which
automatically
include
denies
mobile
access
device
if
management
someone is
and
coming
mobile
from an
application
untrusted
management.
zone.
This is
and
not
trying
the only time we're going to
communicate
talk
with a
about
device that's in a
EMM
trusted zone.
in this
We can also
Security
use
Plus
these
training.
zones to create an implicit trust. For example, if someone is in our corporate offices, they might be in a trusted zone. This user in the trusted zone may be accessing data on a database server that's in
In
our
this
data
course,
center,
we
and the
learned
data
about
center
threat
exists
actor
in the
types,
internal
attributes,
zone. This might allow us to
motivations,
create some
and
policies
social
that
engineering
says
and
if
common
anyone's
attack
communicating from the
surfaces,
trusted
as
zone
well as
to the
supply chain
internal zone,
vulnerabilities,
that portion of the
application,
communication
and
is
OS-based
implicitly
and
trusted.
web-based vulnerabilities. And
If
finally,
you live in a Colorado
hardware,
zip code and have zero
virtualization,
DUIs in the
cloud,
last 5
and
years,
mobile device
listen.
vulnerabilities.
To be able to set these policies and procedures
In the next
along
course,
this pathway,
we'll take a
we need
survey
to have
of
something
malicious
in place
activities.
that allows us to create an enforcement of these policies. This is our policy enforcement point, and any subjects and systems that are communicating through this network will be subject to evaluation by the policy enforcement point. These subjects and systems commonly are end users, their individual processes running on a system, or they may be applications that are in use. You can think of this policy enforcement point as a gatekeeper. All of the traffic traversing the network must pass through the policy enforcement point so that we can make decisions on whether we would like to allow
Okay,
or
welcome
disallow
back.
this traffic.
What kind of internet provider do you have?
A very broad abstraction in this diagram. You can think of this as multiple devices working together.
Are you talking Grok? That's on Twitter.
The users and the traffic. The policy enforcement point doesn't provide the decision on whether traffic should be allowed or disallowed. Instead, it gathers all
The
of
AI
information about
model?
traffic and provides that to a policy decision point. This policy decision point is responsible for examining the authentication and making a decision on whether that should be allowed on the network. Your policy engine is looking at all of the requests that are coming through. It examines the request and compares it to a set of predefined security policies, and then makes a decision on whether that is granted, denied, or revoked. The policy
Oh, the last update was I haven't checked out the last
provide
update.
that information to the policy enforcement point.
What are some of the things that you like about it?
Credentials that are created as a result of these policy decisions, and all of those credentials are then sent to the policy enforcement point using this policy administrator. Now we can put all of this together to create a single zero trust model, which starts with our subjects and systems communicating from an untrusted.
I don't currently have the app downloaded.
And communicating through the policy enforcement point.
I tend to use it whenever I go in whenever I go online or Twitter. But if it's really good, I think I might download it as well. What are some of the
allowed.
what are some what are some of the updates that's been added to it?
That to the policy enforcement point, and if this traffic is allowed, the policy enforcement point then provides access to this trusted zone and ultimately the enterprise resource requested by the subjects or the systems.
This is what the world's
Is it like is it now like the interactive version of Gemini or GPT where you can just have conversation?
One common physical security method is to have a barricade or a bollard that prevents people from accessing certain areas.
Okay, so it's a lot more interactive now. So you can have casual conversation.
So that individual people can pass through, but prevent any cars, trucks, or other vehicles from getting into that area. These barricades can also be a security notice, especially if...
Okay, I think I have to download it so I can check it out as well.
Area. We often see these installed...
Okay, 5 to 10 times better. That's really impressive. Is there like a time limit, or is it limited on the length at which you can have conversation with it? Because I know on ChatGPT it limits you to like an hour, and then you have to wait for a reset.
This is one where there is a room you must pass through to be able to gain access to the rest of the building. This might be a room where all the doors are normally unlocked, and if you open one of those doors, no one else can enter the room while that door is unlocked. Or this may have higher security where all of the doors to the room are locked, and when you badge in
or have you had conversation that long for an extended amount of time?
Individual door is open. Or this may be the case where one of the doors of the room is always locked and the other door is unlocked. And when one door is open, the other
what does it what kind of motivation section what does it talk about, or what topics?
All right, looks like everybody's coming back. First thing I'd like to do, Mr. T. Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Am I clear?
This one has a card reader or biometric reader
on the
side
right,
to
cool.
allow you access to the room. At which point you would check.
I actually installed my 5G Wi-Fi extender on break, so I think I'm good now. I got everything running at max capacity just to make sure Mr. T gets these cheering for me. Lane 2, thanks. I appreciate you guys. IT 101.
Another type of physical security control is.
And guess what I didn't use to connect it?
I think I will
What
download
shouldn't
it.
I have used to connect a Wi-Fi extender to my main router? As far as connection, what did I not do? The one thing you do not want to do
I will download it right now.
for a quick connection to a wireless extender from your main router. Because if somebody's sitting in the middle, they can grab the key exchange. See, man, I'm gonna win this one. I'm gonna win this one, Martin. Finally. Nope, not Guest Network. I think I got y'all. Please let me get a point today, because y'all just too quick for me.
So I haven't downloaded it yet. I am just now going to download it and then check it out.
Brian, put them fingers down, get away from the keyboard. Can you, okay, listen, everybody wants me to repeat this. Nope, not default pass, already changed it. Okay, check this out, here we go. Jesus, you ready? Listen, good morning, Jesus, I didn't see you this morning. So, I got
these cameras are becoming increasingly more intelligent, so they have
a TP-Link extender, wireless extender, okay? We know extenders extend your network. Lose a signal in here in the office. It's good now. But you can set this up several different ways. What is the one way I do not want to use? because if somebody is scanning my network, they can grab this out of the air. So I don't want to use this way.
The police don't want you to know this, but the reason we always ask for your insurance first before your registration is because we know with the cost of everything
Charles, I'm gonna
in
get you.
America, drivers
You are not supposed to be paying attention for 2 days. You're supposed to be sick. Get out of here. You got it, WPS.
You go and get the wholesale insurance rate. It's the same coverage from the same big insurance company.
He came out of left field. The button. Yes. Golly.
Which lowers the rate by almost 80%. I personally pay only $29 a month for my car insurance. I am going to leave the
Dang it, Charles. You blew me up, man. I know. He came in clutch. He was like, oh, I know what that is. He just started typing.
So I told the girl, I said,
Leah, I should have not have repeated the question because I knew it. All right, but good job, everybody.
Okay,
good
so
job.
it has a debate
I
section.
got a smart bunch here. I can't get nothing past y'all. Don't worry, I'm trying to win after lunch because y'all be sleeping. So that's a good vulnerability. That's your vulnerability after lunch. So I have to exploit it. All right, here we go. So if you look up on the screen,
One of the things that I currently use ChatGPT for is not particularly debate, but if I'm researching something or I'm studying, especially
again,
for
if you
classes,
cannot bring this up while you're
I
in the
will
file
have
folder inside your canvas. You
I
may
will
have to
ask
download
question and
because
then
it takes
it'll
too long.
give me the
Especially if you
answers.
just have 8 gigs of RAM. Sometimes you get stuck somewhere. So, all right.
But I'm currently downloading
Where
Grok
my
too
folks that upgraded their
to
laptops already.
check it out as well.
Leah's like, you. Mr. T already came with an upgraded laptop. Brian too. Charles. Fortunately, I know a guy who can upgrade the RAM. You know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy. Right. Listen. We don't need no spy ops or nothing. You just need RAM. Okay? All right. So if we look up on the screen, we have our new CEO, Amy Anuska. All right. Our CEO, Amy Anuska, loves to hear from the students. Now we have the Dear Amy letter. Remember before when we first started 5 weeks ago, it was Dear Tony, right? This is Tony's daughter. Okay, she's now the CEO. Yes. But yeah, if you have anything for real, just go ahead and click on it. And you can go ahead and send her a note. They read them all, so yeah, and we get feedback from there. Okay, we're getting into some fresh domains of what we see here. Domain 1 and domain 2. Now we looked and we looked at the objectives, right? So what's domain 1 covering and what's domain 2 covering? This is how I get y'all into the objectives. What's domain 1? Okay, Martin says controls. Yep, he's right. What's in domain 2? Types, yep.
Will probably want to do this outside the view of someone else. Sometimes you can use cameras that have
domain
technology to be able to see better in dark areas, but nothing is more secure than having a well-lit area.
Martin, I'm going to send you a voucher today, too, so you can get rescheduled. For that, he's super close. Gotta get you back in.
Is important as well. You want to be sure it's one that
Anybody looking at the objectives for domain 2?
You want to be sure that the lighting
1 and 2.
angles are
What can we see?
especially
Now, Martin's right. Controls, types, and threats. Threats. There's the key word right there at the end. The 2 words, right? Vulnerability and mitigation. Yeah, so that's going to be our roadmap when we're going into this stuff.
As we mentioned, we might have cameras
and threat actors.
Technology to better see things that
so, for security, let's focus on 3 things. First thing, we want to ask ourselves 3 questions. What function does securing a component provide, both hardware and software? So we'll look at that. Kevin says threat actors like shoulder surfers, malware, and initiators, just plain old troublemakers. Heck yeah, Kevin. That's what we're talking about. Next question we want to ask ourselves: what symptoms
particular
will
location.
let you know
Infrared is
when
great
the
for detecting
component
motion
is
in a
not
relatively
functioning
limited area. But
properly.
if you have a very large area
Now,
that you would
typically,
like to
I'm gonna
monitor,
take away all these
Okay,
answers.
just downloaded Grok. I think I will get into it here shortly.
over a much larger area and therefore might be a bit more efficient than infrared.
To check out the different features that it has.
Ultrasonic detection. This is something that can send
Y'all know how we do
ultrasonic
it.
signals, so you're looking for a
You can't
reflection
use
of sound
those.
waves.
So if we ever get down to, hey, what functions does your computer show?
Used to provide collision
If
detection,
you are having an
especially
issue,
parking lot or a loading zone.
I already know it's gonna be slow. I already know that the memory might be full. The speed is slow. It's supposed to be speedy. The speed of the computer will slow down, and you might have connection issues. Let's just say those are the common ones. Don't need to use those no more. So as we get down into, let's get down there and start digging in. All right. So just be prepared for that. And then what tools would help us troubleshoot the component? Yes, indeed. Eat my Wheaties. All right, first objective. Objective 1.4, compare and contrast certain
All right, stop by again
concepts
anytime.
is what we get into. Now, we've seen this before, especially 2 days ago, CIA triad.
Leaving messages, like the video, and I'll definitely interact with you in between.
Availability. Now, here's your first key things. On the Security Plus exam, this is where they get you. Let me get the expectation where it needs to be.
This may be severe and lead to death.
They'll show you the CIA triad, but just like here, what would you use to make sure things are confidential? Oh, maybe some encryption,
Constipation, dizziness, or fainting,
certificates,
appetite, thirst, or urine.
email signatures. Those are the type of answers that they're looking. AES, correct? WPA3 AES. Excuse me, WPA2 AES. PKI, correct. Those are the types of answers that Security Plus will be looking for when they start re-showing you information you've seen before. Do you think, oh, I've seen that already? No, you have. You have, but you haven't. Because when we start getting into this certification, we put the season in, we put the Old Bay, right? We put the libraries on top of the pepper. It's the most seasoning that we start talking about. So for confidentiality, we want to make sure authorized folks only see it. That's when we add that encryption, that PKI, those email signatures. For the integrity, data is stored and transferred as intended. And any modification needs to be authorized. Well, how do we protect this information? Hashing. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of hashing? Well, let's go back up one step. There you go. SHA-1, 2, and 3. What's another one we use? We have SHA. Security hash. That's where they get SHA from. 512 encrypt. Yeah, that's the encryption round.
These honeypots are a virtual
you get 128, 256, 512, then you get like 1,000 something, 24, 4 rounds of encryption.
Or attack systems, which in reality are not
MD5, how about that? Hash generator. Yeah. So those are what we're looking at. Those are the hash algorithms. Then we want to talk about availability. Is the information accessible to those authorized to view or modify it, or can somebody else put their eyeballs on it? That's the one thing we don't want. Correct. Permissions list. Okay. Now we talked not yesterday, you were testing. The day before yesterday. Toward the end of the day, we were talking about there's a common theme, like areas that you'll see in Active Directories, LDAPs, firewalls. There you go. Group policies. Okay.
You've now created a much more believable
Can we say can containers have group
If
policies?
you'd like to learn more,
Yes,
Yes, they
'cause
can. Remember, we
they're
talked about that's the
segmented.
difference
Yeah.
between virtual machines and containers.
Project Honeypot.
Virtual machines, you have to actually set it up. It's usually one user at a time logged in on the machine, like concurrently. Not like one at a. You can have several profiles on a VM, but you can only have one, usually one concurrent connection. If it's say like a type 2 on your computer,
But the attacker doesn't know that. They may
a type
find this to be a
1
very attractive file
that's held. The image is held on the server.
contained within that
You can have
In your
concurrent
local
connections.
network, no
So
one
you
should
can
be
have
accessing
one to many connections at the same time, okay, on that virtual machine instance. But a container,
management station,
you can kind of have everybody use the community resources and it releases back. And then you can put permissions. Now, under group policy, what else is under there? Mr. T and everybody else. Brian? So you have group policy, because then you get into group policy objects. The object can be anything you want to track.
So if that information is
What's
copied
under the group policy? What else can you
know
set
exactly where it came
under
from.
group
For
policy?
example, you might put API credentials out on
Correct,
on
allow and
the
deny.
cloud
So
share
let's look at it
to see
like
who
this.
may come by and grab those credentials. Of course, these API credentials are
Let's look at it in a
actually
row so we can see what it
API
looks like.
credentials. You've simply made
First, you
them
have the organizational
into a
unit.
file that is then accessed by
So
the
inside
attacker.
the Active Directory, you'll have the organizational unit. That is always the head unit. So let's look at it in, for example, what I used to work with. 99, the 99 Air Wing Squad, Air Wing,
And if they
right?
do, you can
On
see
Nellis.
exactly who posted it.
That is the OU. That is the organizational unit for Nellis. There's 2 wings of base, but for this example, we're just using one. All right. Got the 99th Air Wing. Under there,
records, browser cookies, pixels,
you have the organizational unit.
anything else that you could track if it happens to be posted somewhere else.
Then
on
you'll
the
put the unit. Then comes in the group policy. Inside the group policy,
Welcome everyone.
you'll set your group policy objects. What do you want to keep track of and regulate? Regulators. Mama. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon, and she was on the streets trying to consume some. There you go. Got the heads right. Look at that. You keep your heads ringing, Dr. Dre. So group policy object. Now, here we go. This follows what you were going to type, Mr. T, because I know you were on your way there. He said, ding, ding, dong. East side.
Now this whole flow is a conversation. So
security groups. Then you start using these templates, right? So you can start dropping people in security groups. They're already, like you said, Mr. T, access control list. You've already got the ons and offs done. You just drop people in and they inherit that, right? They know exactly where to do. All right.
You can tweak something specific, like your layout.
Then you have.
Describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to
This is kind of different.
It's right now.
Security policies. So you have a security group. Your security policies are the settings that you're putting in them groups. So Security Plus, this is where now we're starting. Here we go. Going down a rabbit hole. So as long as you understand that, you're good to go.
Change to an application or an operating system.
When you have, this is the reason why we're going on this. If you put all of that in place, and then you have the splash banner that you put on a computer when somebody logs in, right? When Charles wants to hack, get into a computer. And it says, you're in violation of such. We find that we'll keep that and prosecute. There you go. That is what they do, and it's called, on the screen, it's called non-repudiation. We put all of these things in place that y'all listed, put a splash screen, we put a warning on the screen, and if you still do it, we take all that telemetry, we save it, and we take you to court and try to get you jail time if you did something, because that's called non-repudiation. You can't say it wasn't you. We had so many steps in place that you violated. You knowingly got it, knowing what you were doing. Does that make sense? So non-repudiation is a question that you will see on the exam.
These processes may dictate
Okay.
how often you're able to make changes.
So you're modifying data without permission, or expelling it, or extracting it. Okay, or injecting it. You could be injecting new information. So let's take a look at it. If we're looking at the cybersecurity framework, and we're looking right over here, let me get my little digital pen out. I ain't used this in about a couple of days. Let's go ahead. Yeah. All right. As we can see here, looking at the key, we have the activity and then we have the feedback. If you have the activity, this is the inside, right? First of all, when you're looking on the inside of your castle, right? You're looking on the inside of it.
Here's a summary of a typical change control process.
You have to identify a lot of things. Okay, so let's work from the inside out.
Regardless of where you might be.
What are some key things? If you had to step on prem, we got a rat on the end. Correct, got a rat.
All of the standard information is
Who is
provided
it?
to the central.
As soon as you step foot in your organization, when you get hired doing IT, up until what you know now, what are some things that you need to identify? Go. Drop it in the chat. Go. Just drop stuff in the chat. Go. What are some immediate things? Rats. We need to identify the rats. So, but when you're walking around and you start to do this, what are you identifying? What are you looking for? Even when you're logging in the systems. Yep. Security vulnerabilities, cameras, sensors, cameras. What else we got?
The change control board generally needs to analyze the risk.
Login data, clean desk policy, right? Is there passwords and stuff logged in? Current or past documents and system in place, correct? Is paperwork? Yes. Shoulder surfing, network maps.
At this point, the change control board should have all of
I always like to go to logical and physical, cable management, free USBs. You're correct. You're correct, Mr. T. What about this? What if you walk up to the server room, see if you can turn the knob and see if it opens? Unsecure rooms. Shady mofos. Yes. Physical security. I love it. Yeah, so you're looking around, you're eyeballing this stuff, and you're writing this stuff down. So you're identifying. Next, we want to move into this area. Got this check mark. Boop. Now we need to learn how to protect it. Okay? What are two organizations that we've covered that will give you baseline data or a framework? Bingo, that's one. Dang it. Y'all just, what's the other one? We have MITRE, which is funded by the government. MITRE has the framework on the bad guys learn how to do the attack, and from the same framework, we learn how to defend. So that's the MITRE attack framework. Talks about common vulnerabilities and exploits. What's the other organization with 4 letters, starts with an N, that will give you a baseline on? Bingo. Mr. T. NIST, National Institute of Security Standards.
Tackling your security concerns
All right.
starts with a prompt.
So then we go to these frameworks and we say, okay, check in the box. Let's see what we can do to defend these baselines for an organization. Got that. Next, we have to do what they call tabletop. Has anyone heard that before? Tabletop exercises. What's up with that, Kevin? Mr. K, what's going on with tabletop? Yep, sandboxing. Yep. What's the tabletop exercise?
Only affecting one single individual. The IT team may need to research and identify any of the stakeholders who might be affected by.
Okay, Kevin types. Those are basically controlled experiments to test security protocols. It is more like a conference room conversation. You got I need to learn how to talk. You have everyone in your organization like everybody is represented, right? Every area, not just the elite. No, everybody.
Yeah.
All right. You get them in a room and you say, as far as you're concerned, as far as the network, what if this happened? How would this affect you? And they'd be like, well, this is what would happen. Then you look at IT and say, how can we defend that? Now you may say, well, we could put we could put a canary on the line and we can further, constrict the traffic and we can do this. And then somebody from motor pool is like, whoa, we can't do that. Why? Because at midnight, if you did that, our computers probably won't even be able to talk because you're talking about cutting off and da-da. We've had this happen before with 5 IT before you.
There may be a case where you install a
Noted. You get what I'm saying? Now you're getting feedback. Now you're getting feedback.
You install the fix.
There it is right there. Now you're getting feedback on how something will be affected, right? When you're trying to protect something.
Or there might be corruption of
all right. So we got that. Now, when you respond,
certainly have different levels of risk. You also have to consider what risk.
And know what you're going to do to recover too. Mitigation. Somebody type that into the blueprint of concerns. Somebody put that in the chat. You have to learn how to recover. Okay, so what's the team that responds? Mean time before recovery. Mean time before failure. Yep. Mean time to repair. Ooh, y'all, listen, I'm gonna let y'all teach this thing. I'm gone. See you tomorrow. All right, y'all got it. So, net plus stuff.
We may use something like the sandbox testing environment where you can perform as many tests
Y'all are crazy.
as you like.
So, but what is the name of the team that responds? When you have a verified
where you can make mistakes, you can try different techniques.
Computer level recovery and response teams. You're correct. All right, you have your security team, and don't forget this.
Systems, and then we can try the upgrade, apply a patch, make the change, and see what effect that has to a system that is identical to what your users are using in production. This is also a good time to test your contingency plan. You can
You have your CERT
and even if the change
and your C-CERT teams that responds.
you may want to test
Okay.
your backup procedures just to
And
make sure
so
that if something
which
does
one
go
is
wrong,
responsible
you have a documented
for
series of
just
steps that brings
rehabilitating
the way
or
it was
mitigating a
before you made
computer
change.
at the computer at the heart? Bingo.
Where someone thought that a change
You got it,
was
Karen.
very minor,
It's the
they
C-CERT.
make that change into an
The
environment
CERT
without
team,
thinking.
oh yeah, that's the incident, that's the emergency response team.
And that change ends up
All right,
down there.
they're on it. They're looking for mitigation, hacks, viruses, rats. You dirty bag. Ooh, you dirty bag. Ooh. They're looking for those
Or
folks.
something that would be very similar to
So
what
we
you
got that.
started with
Now,
before the change.
what we're learning,
In some cases, this is a very simple process.
what we are learning
Uninstall the
is
package,
that
install
we have folks
the original files.
doing the response. We got all that covered, but we need what they call threat hunters. Who wants to be a TH?
You can bring those systems back to their original form. Something does
See, sir,
wrong.
this class would
This is
be
why we often say that
would suck without you, James. Thank you very much. They pay me to act silly. All right, Mr. T says red hat. Okay, yeah. You know what? Believe it or not, Linux is in a lot of detection with Kali Linux too, and Kali Purple. Well, we'll get to that in a second, so you're correct. But the detection part, companies are learning that they have to have a threat hunting team. You're correct. Intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system, unified threat management system. All right, these pieces of hardware either in the cloud, hello cloud, or they're on-prem, wired, hardwired, on-prem in your organization in certain spots to track the traffic, to look at network analysis. That's remember, that's the $90,000 to $120,000 a year job.
Yeah.
Leah's gonna
This
get.
can be especially challenging if you work
We already put it out there.
24 hours a day and 7 days
So,
a week, where you have very
threat hunters go out. They look for new signatures.
You might also
They look
consider what time of
in
day
areas
you're making these
like Mike was on the other day when we were trying to sell Charles's appendix and they wouldn't give it to him. We were trying to see who was going to buy this.
those
right?
environments,
The
it's not
dark
uncommon
web.
for all of their systems to be
All right.
completely frozen during that time frame.
There's a podcast I'm going to drop the name of it toward the end of the class. I need y'all to go in and at least go through there and listen to one podcast on various subjects. I don't care which one it is. Listen to one. You'll be hooked. I ain't going to drop it now because y'all be listening to it. But they talk about all these different things about detection, how cyber response threat hunters team up with people in the dark web that are doing nefarious stuff. They share their accounts so they can see what these folks are doing and how they're trying to attack other people.
And of course, your change control
So they're
process
ahead of the
is
game.
updated over time,
All right.
to make it more efficient,
All right.
and fit the best with the requirements.
Then, of course, we're defending, and then this never stops. Can't stop, won't stop. It stops all day, every day. It's not going to stop. You're probably trying to get hacked right now. You just don't know.
CompTIA is 2 times more absorbent, so you
Right,
can
you're
get
trying to
more
get through your
done with
firewall.
one. The quicker picker up.
Hey guys, it's
All right.
Jen. As a beauty creator,
Let's clear this nonsense noon on.
that our teeth deserve to be a part of our beauty routines just as much as skincare and makeup.
Now, when we try to do gap analysis,
In our previous video, we
Yep.
talked about the change management.
You have it right.
process, but of course, eventually,
you're trying to look for the holes in between here. See these white areas?
and that usually relies on
Yep, these are all
technical
gap
steps to be able to
analysis.
make these changes.
Where can we
And
identify
changes to one or two
areas
processes
where we
involved.
can
It's
do
a relatively simple
better
process. But
in
when you're
between
working
all
in
of
an
these?
environment with tens, hundreds, or even thousands of
So
devices,
here is the chart for that. So if you look at the bottom, advanced capability, intermediate capability, and no basic capability. So what basically what it's doing is it looks at the CIA triad and the risk
the
levels,
change
which you have
control
over here.
process itself is one that is concerned with what needs to change.
Okay.
Of course, the technician is the one
If
who actually
we're looking at
makes changes.
remediating
For example, a
anything,
technician may be asked
you
to
have
change
anything
to
from
an allow list or
Q1,
a
quality
deny
level
list.
1 to
These are
quality
lists that are
level 4.
commonly used to allow
So
or
let's look at
prohibit
this. The
certain
function,
applications from
if
working
it's
in
anything
environment.
dealing with
This is
identity
because
and
some
access
applications
management,
can be considered dangerous. These
here's the
applications
controls.
might have known vulnerabilities, or perhaps they're
In this
well-known
category,
applications for killing
anything dealing with
malware
asset
and
management,
systems.
governance, and then
Makes
you're
sense
going to
then
have
for a
actually
technician to add
risk
those
analysis
malicious
that flows up
applications
into
to a
the
deny
identity
list,
portion.
or perhaps include only the
If we need to
applications that might
protect,
run to an allow list.
that's when
If
it
you're
flows into
managing
risk
an allow
management
list,
here, data
this means
security,
that only
and
the
here we go
applications
again,
you think
identity and
will be
access
able to
management
run
kind of
on those
overlap. So these two
workstations.
overlap.
Everything is restricted except the
In the
things that
CIA
are
triad, here's the
allowed
risk
list.
levels
A deny list
that it
is
can
a
go up
little
to.
bit more flexible in that
6,
you
6,
can
and 1.
try
Now
to
we're going to
limit
go into this a little bit more, so I don't want you to get
specifically
click the
named
wrong button.
on the deny list.
I don't want you to get too lost in this because we need to expound on it. So I just wanted to show it to you right now.
Except specific types of code that are identified by the anti-malware.
Okay. So what we want to do when we're looking at gap analysis, again, we're going to bring this back. Bring that beat back. We'll be back.
Making this change. And it's
The
part
gap
of
analysis,
this
no,
change
you don't need to study the
you're
gap
limited to
analysis chart.
only making changes to what is specifically listed.
So as we go down and we're looking at access control, identity and access control for access management.
Upgrade a series of printer drives.
You always want to do the identification. The system owner confirms the user's identified, and they will create an account to represent the user.
However, this doesn't mean that you're limited
Okay,
to
so
only what is
let's
listed
address
in
one
the
of the
change
first
control
questions,
documents.
allegedly,
There may be
that's on
times
the
where you
exam
have
for
to make
seculars.
additional updates or expand the
They
scope
pose some
to
question, they say,
complete the primary
hey,
goal of that particular change. For example,
when
you find that the process of upgrading those
should
printer drives
IT
requires a
be
modification to
involved
configuration
in the
file of the
identification
system.
system
And although that
of a
wasn't
new
specifically
employee?
written as part of the scope of this change,
At
this
what
change can
step
only take place if you make that
should
modification.
IT be
And if this is a
involved
relatively simple modification, there may be
with
policies in place
new
that allow you to
employees?
make the decision to modify that file so that
You're
you
correct. Which initial step?
control process. This is why it's important. to
So
have
we
a
have anything, the initial step is
process
what, a job
so that
application, right?
everyone understands the procedures that should occur if you need
We
to
know
make
at some organizations, they'll pay somebody to do a background check.
Most people hear the term
I used to do them too for companies when I was a private investigator.
about downtime.
Had a contract with a
Although
company, I
this
did
doesn't
background checks on
necessarily
people.
mean that there will be downtime during
And
the
by law,
change.
they have to share
Very often set aside a certain range
whatever
for
results,
people.
if they're
There might be
non-favorable.
some
So if they say, oh, you got something
unavailability
under
during
there,
this
they can share it
particular
with you.
window.
But anyway, besides that, the thing is this, that's the initial. So they filled out the app, they got the HR, they called you. Hey, Brian, we found out you're a great fit for the company. You've passed the oral exam, and it seems that you do know how to set up a wireless access point in infrastructure mode. And you said one thing that none of the other people have said. WPA3 is simultaneous authentication of equals. You are. Right?
Yeah.
Great. He's in the front door. Now, where's it? Okay. Dang it, Charles. Y'all need to slow this man down. He's burnt. Onboarding is the step I was looking at. I'm so busy. This. Don't worry, I'm going to get y'all after lunch. The onboarding process, when he actually stepped into the building, that very first day, that's when you should be working with. That's when you should be working with HR. Right? And start vetting them again. He replaced his appendix with another with more RAM. Oh, that was too funny. I like that. Okay. Good stuff. RoboCop. All right. Now, as far as the authentication, now we have to set them up. User authenticates by entering the credential and comparing it to the hash credential. Then they get authorized, and then now comes the accounting because it keeps track of them and all the logs and the access control list to see what they've been doing. We're going to get to the system ID number and why this is very important when people start looking around in your system. Because you can find out who your very important people are just by the system ID number. There are some that just belong to sysadmins. You happen to know that off the top of your head, Mr. T? Like admins usually have what? Sys ID numbers. Like people that hold creds. I'm sure you know it. It's probably, even if you've seen it before. I know you have. Just troubleshoot. I know you have. But we'll get to that too. That's the Easter egg. So when you're setting people up to get on board, they come into the company. Hello, I'm your new IT. I'm getting you set up. Here's your laptop. Brian standing over him. Trust me, I'm a WPA SAE authority.
Yeah.
Ask about me, right? That's what he's gonna say. And make sure people get set up. What? Wait a minute. What's so fast? It's crazy. Okay.
This move between
that's what we have.
Primary and
now,
secondary system is
I have a video I want to show you.
Automated so that it can make that change as quickly as possible. This also allows you to monitor the change.
How y'all feeling this Sec Plus so far?
Problems, you can
trust me.
back to the secondary system.
It's not getting more exciting than this.
Changes to. This makes it very easy to fall back to a previous configuration by simply pointing all of your users to either the primary or the secondary system. And of course, if there could be downtime, you need to be sure that everyone is aware of any potential outages that may occur during that window. It's common to send out emails informing everyone of this particular downtime, or you could have a centralized change control calendar where people can proactively view what may be happening
All right, here we go.
particular time of the day. If you've been part of implementing one of these change controls,
let's see if this wireless access point really is doing its job.
Just before bringing everything back online is to reboot the system.
Here's the test. Here's our friend at IBM who's going to talk about this cybersecurity architecture and the 5 principles. Once again, here we go.
Never been more important to make sure that your organization is protected against hackers. This series is about cybersecurity architecture, and we're going to talk about 2 different areas. Fundamentals, where we're going to go through and discover what some of the principles of cybersecurity are that need to be applied to everything that you do. And then the second part is on various cybersecurity domains. Here, we're going to explore how to identify vulnerabilities, implement best practices, and defend against a wide range of cyber threats through an all-encompassing cybersecurity architecture. By the way, I'm an adjunct professor at NC State University, and there I teach a 400-level course on enterprise security architecture. This video series is based upon that course. The bad news is you won't get college credit for watching these videos. The good news is no homework and no exams, so yay. All right, let's get started with cybersecurity fundamentals. All right, we want to start with 5 security principles that you absolutely should do and 1 that you never should do. So stay tuned to the end to find out what that one is. The first one we're going to talk about is this notion of defense in depth. Defense in depth is trying to create an obstacle course, a difficulty for the bad guy. So if we take a look at an old security model, the castle. Well, the castle was designed with thick, tall walls to keep the good guys on the inside and the bad guys on the outside. And it worked pretty well until you realize the good guys sometimes needed to come out. And therefore, we needed to put a door on this thing. Well, the door then became a vulnerability, and so we would try to reinforce it and then maybe put a moat around the whole thing, because that made it even harder. And then the door with a drawbridge. So now we've got a moat, which is harder to cross. We've got the thick, tall walls, and maybe we even added an angry dog here on this side. Something to give a system of security mechanisms, because defense in depth is all about not relying on any single security mechanism to keep the system safe. Now let's move and transition into a modern security example. Here we've got a user who is on a workstation, who's going to go across a network to get to a web server, which is going to hit an app server, which is ultimately going to hit a database. Now, what would we do for defense in depth in this example? Well, one thing I might do here is I might add multi-factor authentication. That is a system where I make sure that this user is who they are because I'm asking them for something they have, something they are, something they know, some combination of those kinds of things. Now, how about over here? I might do, if it's a mobile device or an endpoint of some sort, mobile device management, endpoint device management software that makes sure that the security policy that we have set for the organization is in fact followed on this device. It's got the right patches. It's got a password that's of sufficient length and things like that. We might also add something like an EDR, which is sort of a next generation antivirus, an endpoint detection and response capability to make sure that this platform is secure. Then from a network standpoint, well, I'm going to add in firewalls to keep the web server secure from the outside and also allow only traffic that I choose to allow to get back to these more sensitive zones. And then for the app server and the web server, I might do some testing, some vulnerability testing on those so that I make sure that those systems are not vulnerable to attack. And then ultimately, I'm going to take the data back here and I'm going to encrypt it, lock it up, put access controls around it. So you can see what I've done here is there's no single security mechanism that is protecting this thing. If any one of these fails, the rest of the system still works. And that's the idea that we're after here. So if you think about it this way, we've got a no single point of failure. We're trying to avoid single points of failure. And we want a system that ultimately, if it fails safe. That's what we're trying to get, and that's what the old model and the new model of securities were designed to do. The second principle we're going to review is the principle of least privilege. Principle of least privilege basically says I'm only going to give access rights to people that need that are authorized and need it in order to do their job and can justify it, and for only as long as they need that access right. For instance, in this example, I've got 3 users. This guy is not really have a business need, so we don't give it to him. The other guys get the access right. They can prove their need. And the other thing is, even for these guys, the clock is ticking. I'm not going to give them this access right in perpetuity forever. We're going to constantly be going back and making sure that they still need that capability. If they don't, we're going to remove it from them as well. Now, another notion in the principle of least privilege is hardening a system. Let's say we've got a web server like this, and the web server, out of the box, default configuration is that it runs HTTP, of course, because we need that in order to do web traffic. But let's say it also turns on an FTP server and an SSH service so that I can log in remotely. Well, there's some things that I might look at and say, okay, do I really need this FTP server? If it turns out I'm not going to use it, I should remove that service entirely. If the SSH, if I'm not planning to use it, remove it entirely. Because every single one of these services is potentially expanding our attack surface and making us more vulnerable. Another example of hardening is to remove all of the unnecessary IDs that are on the system and change the names of the IDs that we do keep from their defaults. So for instance, if the administrator ID on this system out of the box, as it's configured, is admin, let's change that. Let's make it something more specific, and I'll name it after me, or give it some other name. Change all the default passwords. We don't want this thing in just a vanilla configuration because the bad guys will know what that is and they'll know how to break in. Now, another example is this idea of privilege creep. Let me illustrate that. Let's say there's two people that work for the company, and each one of these are access rights that they have. So this guy is able to do these things. He can do the same things because they perform essentially the same role. Now, this guy gets a promotion and a new job and new responsibilities. Well, he goes to the administrator and says, okay, now I'm doing my new job. I need you to add to my capabilities. And these are the things I need. The administrator gives him those and then also says, you know what, just in case, I think you're going to probably need this. Let me give you that as well. That way you won't have to come back and ask again. Or come back and bother me is what he really means. And the problem with this is, just in case is just the opposite of principle of least privilege. In fact, what we should be doing is running an annual recertification campaign. At least annual. Some organizations do it more frequently than that. And in research, I go back and look at all of my users and all of their access rights and make sure they still have a justified need. So this person's still doing the same job, still needs all of that, great, they keep it. This guy, though, no longer needs this capability because his new job doesn't require it, so we're taking it away. And this thing that he got just in case, we're taking that away too. So what we're trying to do with the principle of least privilege is to give only the access rights you need for as long as you need them, harden systems, we're going to eliminate privilege creep, and we're going to eliminate the just-in-case principle. Our third principle to keep in mind with cybersecurity is this notion of separation of duties. That is, we won't have any single point of control. In fact, what we're trying to do is force collusion by two bad actors or more than two bad actors in order to compromise the system. But no single person can create the compromise. So an example in the physical world would be if I had two people here and I've got a door with two locks on it. And this guy has a key to this lock and this guy has a key to this lock. And what it is now, if he uses his key to open the door, he still can't open the door. He can't open the door alone. But the two of them together cooperating can, in fact, open the door. So there's no single point of control. Therefore, we have a separation of duties. Now, taking a look at another example here. Let's say in an IT case, here's a requester, and this user wants access to this database. So he's going to ask for that. He's going to send in his request, but then there's an approver who's going to have to take action on it and say yes or no based upon whether we think they should have it or not. Then if they get the approval, then they're given the action that they want. You know, whatever it is, the funds transfer, the access to the database, the package delivered, whatever it happens to be. But notice the point here. This person, the requester, is not the same as the approver. They cannot be the same person. Because if it was, if I could request and approve my own request, then there is no separation of duties. So again, what we're trying to do with this is create a necessary case for collusion, which is hard to do because it's hard for lots of people to work together and keep a good secret. And what we're trying to avoid is this single point of control. The fourth security principle that we're going to talk about is secure by design. In other words, it shouldn't be an afterthought that we put security in. Think of it this way. If you were designing a building in an earthquake zone, you want to make this building able to stand the pressure. So you don't go build the building and then after it's all done, go back and say, now let's make it earthquake proof. No, you want to do that from start to finish, all the way from design through completion. So let's take a look at an IT example. So when we have a project, we will tend to start off with requirement stage. We'll go then into design. We'll code the thing. Then we'll install whatever it is that we've written. Then we'll test it out, and then we'll promote it to production. And then, in theory, we should feed that loop back and continue the continuous development process that way. Well, what we don't want to do is what too many people do in these cases, And they wait until really about this phase to do security. Once it's already out there, security can't just be a bolt-on that you do at the end. In fact, it needs to be something that we're doing throughout, pervasively. We look at the security aspects of the requirements. We build security into the design. We're thinking about secure coding principles all along the path. When we install, we do it on a secure system. We're testing and guarding that test data, and then in production, obviously we keep testing. So security is something we do throughout, but it doesn't begin here. It begins in these phases. That's what we're really looking for here. Now, if you think about another example, let's say, whose job is security? Well, it's really everyone. Here we have a designer, an administrator, and a user. So really, all of them are responsible for security in one way or another. But who does the job begin with? Well, it begins with this guy right here. We need to make sure that he is designing security in. In other words, what we're trying to do is make security start to finish, and we want secure by design means it's secure out of the box. That's the way we'd like it to be. Now, sometimes we're going to have to do some configuration changes to make it more secure, but this is the goal that we're trying to shoot for. Secure by design, secure out of the box. Our fifth security principle is the KISS principle. It stands for Keep It Simple, Stupid. In other words, we don't want to make it harder than necessary because that will make it easier for the bad guys and harder for the good guys. To give you an example, we're trying to create some level of complexity so that it's not easy for the bad guy to get in. But a lot of times the security department will create this complex maze of things that the good guys essentially have to go through. And what happens in that case is I start in here, okay, I log in, now I have to traverse, and eventually I'm like, oh, I'm at a dead end. Okay, maybe let's try this again. You know what? It's too much trouble to do what the security department has asked me to do. I'm just going to subvert this, and I'm going to end up doing it that way, which is, of course, not what we're after. So the lesson here is if we make it harder to do the right thing than it is to do the wrong thing, people are going to do the wrong thing. So we need to be able to make the system secure, but also as simple as possible. So keep it simple, stupid. Here's an example of how we do this in security departments for real. We'll come up with password rules. So we'll say, this is your password, and it equals this. And it's this because we created a complex set of rules that say you have to start with an uppercase, then you follow with a lowercase, then you need a special character, then you need to throw in some numbers, and then you have to have some mixture of upper and lowercase and special characters and all this kind of stuff. And it has to be really long. And by the way, we need lots of these. You're going to have a different one on every system, and I'm going to make you change it on a frequent basis. That's this. That's what the user sees, is a complex maze. And they're going to find a way to do this. And what they're going to do is find one password and write it down and set all their systems equal to the same thing, which is, again, not what we were after. So what we want to do is understand complexity is the enemy of security. So we want to make the system just complex enough to keep the bad guys out, but not so complex that it's hard for the good guys to do what they need to do. For instance, you might have noticed, well, what about defense in depth, which I talked about up here? There might be some conflict in that, because there we're trying to set a system of security mechanisms in place to put an obstacle course for the bad guy. We want that obstacle course to be for the bad guy, not for the good guy. All right, now we've gone over 5 security principles that you should always observe, and now the big reveal, the security principle you should never observe, and that is security by obscurity. That is relying on some sort of secret knowledge in order to make the system safe. It turns out that secrecy and security are not the same thing. In fact, what we want is a system that is open and observable, and this guy called Kirchhoff came up with what's now known as Kirchhoff's principle, which basically describes that. He was specifically talking about a crypto system, and he said basically a crypto system should be secure if you know every single thing about it except for the key. In other words, the key is the only secret in the whole system. Now, why would this be an issue? Well, it turns out a lot of people, and you should, whenever you hear this, you should run, not walk, but run away. When you hear somebody say, I've invented a crypto system that's proprietary, and it will take your clear text, you feed it into my algorithm, along with a key, and then it will produce from clear text to ciphertext. Okay, great. The problem is this is a black box. I can't see how it's working. And if the individual says it's unbreakable, I've been hacking at it for weeks, months, years, all that means is the inventor couldn't find a way to break it. But that's not the same thing as the whole world, given access, would in fact break this. And in fact, given time, they will, even if it is a black box. History has shown that to be the case. So what we want is not black box security, we want glass box security. So in this case, what we have is the clear text goes into a crypto algorithm, which we understand. It's been published. In fact, if you look at the good crypto algorithms that we rely on today, it's things like AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard, and RSA. These are algorithms that everyone that wants to know how they work can look it up and see. And the secrecy, therefore the security, doesn't come from some secret knowledge of how this thing works. It's able to produce ciphertext from clear text without having to keep this part secret. The only secret is the key, and that's what we want. We do the same kind of things when we talk about secure operating systems or secure applications or things like that. As long as the security is based on secrecy, it's not really something that we can rely on. Thanks for watching.
Love that series. A couple of things he said in there. You got to make sure everything's secret, secure. So when we start getting into hashes, right? We already talked about SHA-1, 2, 3, MD5, all of that. So you got to start seeing the hash with a key pair, and the signature creates the certificate. And then what you can see too is called the salted hash. Salt the hash. And you know, trying to throw a little salt in the game. That means it makes the hash even more harder to try to figure out what it is. So they'll salt the hash. It's already hashed, but then now there's another algorithm that throws some more salt in the game to make it even harder to try to figure out what it is. So you won't have a rainbow table attack too. In Windows, as a reminder, you'll see that hashes, or hash table, is somewhere in the direct vicinity of either password or Windows ID. So if you get in or profiles, Linux takes the hash table and separates it and puts it in another file. It's called the shadow file. That's another reason why Linux is probably a little bit more secure than Windows. It likes to keep it in two separate places and not near each other, so it can't be easily hacked. So, any questions on that?
And if you're using Mac OS, Linux,
I'll make sure I drop this link so y'all can look at it at your leisure. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. And then when we get back, we'll just jump into some coursework. I have a meeting at 12:30, so it'll be right before
data that we
the
use online is stored in a database. And of course, there are different techniques to be able to protect the data that's inside of these database files. For example, you may be able to configure transparent encryption. This uses a symmetric key to encrypt everything that might be in that database. You can perform encryption or decryption of that data each time the information is pulled from the database. Some of the information in your database might not be private or sensitive, so you might have some data inside of the database that is protected or encrypted, and other data which is still available in plain text. Here's an example of a table inside of a database. This is an employee database that has employee ID numbers, first names, last names, and social security numbers. Of course, you could encrypt the entire database by applying a symmetric key so that all of this data is now encrypted. And you can see we have no idea what part of this may have anything to do with an employee's name, their ID number, or their social security number. But of course, there's overhead involved in being able to view this information, and every time we need to search through the entire database, we would effectively need to decrypt all of the data within that single database. One way to avoid some of that overhead is to only encrypt a certain type of data in the database. In this example, we're performing column-level encryption, where the employee ID, the first name, and the last name are all displayed in plain text. And if you needed to search for a name or search for an ID, you can perform this very quickly without having to decrypt any other type of data. But if you needed access to a person's social security number, you would either need to decrypt the entire column or that single record to be able to gain access to that data. Another common place to perform this encryption is when we're sending data across the network. We want to be sure that everything we're sending between two devices is protected, and if someone does tap into this connection and view that data, they wouldn't be able to make sense of any of those details. For example, you're probably using a browser right now to watch this video, and all of the communication that's taking place in your browser is most likely using HTTPS, which means that everything traversing the network is encrypted. If you need to connect different sites to each other or need to connect individuals for remote access, we commonly would use a VPN to provide this encryption. This stands for Virtual Private Network, and it effectively creates an encrypted tunnel where you can send all information into the tunnel to the other side, and anything within that tunnel is going to be encrypted. This is commonly used with client-based VPNs using SSL or TLS, and if you're connecting two sites together, we commonly would use IPsec to provide that VPN connectivity. To be able to have a successful encryption and decryption, both sides must be using the same encryption algorithms. This is the formula that's used to not only provide the encryption process, but it also provides you with the way to decrypt that data on the other side. Generally, both sides would agree from the very beginning to use one or more encryption algorithms so that both sides know exactly what to expect when information is received. Many times, the end user doesn't see the details of the algorithms that are being used, but they know that they're using a particular application, and they want to be sure the person on the other side is using a similar application so that the encryption and decryption processes will be compatible.
Super hydration keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
However, our third quarter earnings show a These projections.
At Roundtable Pizza, everyone is pizza royalty.
There are obviously advantages and disadvantages depending on what encryption algorithm you're using. Some algorithms have a better security level, some work faster than others, some have a more complex method for implementation, but once both sides agrees on the application that will be used for encryption and decryption, everything else generally takes care of itself automatically. Usually the security administrator will have a pretty good idea of what the requirements are for the users, and they'll make sure that the proper encryption algorithms are used. Here's a good example of why it's so important that both parties in a conversation are using the same encryption algorithm. These are very broad comparisons between the DES encryption algorithm and the AES encryption algorithm. These stand for the Data Encryption Standard and the Advanced Encryption Standard. You do not need to know the specifics of these block diagrams for the Security Plus exam, but you can visually see that there are quite a few differences between both of these algorithms. The DES encryption algorithm has 5 different steps, which include breaking up the data into a left plain text and right plain text to finally come up with a 64-bit ciphertext. You can see that AES works a little bit differently, where you take a plain text and a secret key, add it to a cipher, and finally get the ciphertext. There are also different versions of AES that can produce different levels of output. You obviously would not be able to encrypt with DES and somehow decrypt with AES. You have to be sure that you're using compatible encryption and decryption algorithms on both sides of the conversation. Here's another interesting part about encryption algorithms is we know exactly how they work. The algorithms themselves are usually public. You can read the code or look through the math and see exactly the process that occurs. The algorithm is usually a very well-known thing. In fact, it makes the algorithm more trustworthy because we can see the math and the process that's used to create the encryption. The one major piece of information that we don't have is the key. And although we know how the algorithm works, we still are not able to reverse engineer anything unless we have that key. This is very similar to the way that a door lock operates. We know how door locks work. We know how to manufacture door locks. We know what happens inside of a door lock when you put a key in. But just knowing that information doesn't somehow allow you access through a locked door. You have to have the proper key. just as you do with encryption and decryption. That key helps determine the final output. If you're encrypting data or hashing data or creating a digital signature, it's all based around that key. And even though we have the algorithm and understand everything about the math, you still need the key to be able to gain access to the data. This is why we always tell you to keep those private keys private. If somebody gains access to your key, they're able to use it on your door lock, and now they have access to all of your data. Like anything else, your encryption and decryption keys are subject to brute force attacks, which means that an attacker could go through every possible permeation to be able to determine what a public or private key might be. We can effectively prevent these brute force attacks from being successful by creating a very, very long key. In the world of encryption, a symmetric key of 128 bits or larger would be very common and today would be very protected. As time goes on and our processors become more powerful, we're able to tie many different processors together, we may increase the size of our keys to make them that much more difficult to brute force. This extension of the key lengths also applies to asymmetric encryption as well. Even though an asymmetric key involves complex mathematics surrounding very large prime numbers, an attacker can still perform a brute force. And it's not uncommon to see asymmetric keys that have a key length of 3072 bits or even larger. This means as time goes on, we may have to create larger and larger keys just to keep up with the changes in technology. But there are some other things we can do to make our existing keys that much more secure. And one of the ways to do that is to perform the encryption process multiple times on the single type of data. For example, you may want to hash a password, then hash the hash of that password, then hash the hash of the hash of that password, and so on. This is referred to as key stretching or key strengthening. This means if someone wanted to brute force some data that's been encrypted multiple times using this key stretching method, that they would need to decrypt multiple times to see if their brute force was successful, and this adds an additional overhead and certainly would create more time during the brute force process.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get all high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. Quality and savings that add up. King Supers shoppers never compromise. King Supers, fresh for everyone.
As we've been discussing in our previous videos, we've talked about how important it is to have an encryption key that is only known by the person encrypting the data and the person decrypting the data. Well, this brings up a logistical challenge, especially when we need to encrypt a large amount of data across the internet, is how do you share that encryption key between those two people without physically transferring that encryption key across an insecure medium like the internet? One way to do this is by exchanging the key out of band, which means we're not going to use the network. That means we would need to find some other method to transfer that key from one place to the other. You can think back to the person with the suitcase that is handcuffed, and they hop on the train and they go across the country and they hand that suitcase off to someone else, and now both sides of the conversation will have the same key. You could, of course, accomplish the same thing by using a courier or calling someone on the telephone or simply exchanging the key in person. But on the internet, we don't have the luxury of time. We need to be able to encrypt a single communication immediately in our browser. So we would need to use some type of in-band key exchange, which means some type of information is going to be sent across the network. Sometimes you can do this by using additional encryption mechanisms. For example, you could use asymmetric encryption to encrypt a symmetric key, send that asymmetrically encrypted key to a third party, and they can decrypt it to obtain the symmetric key. This allows us to securely transfer these encryption keys across the network, and it all occurs relatively quickly. This is something that's commonly done with keys that may be only used for a short period of time. For example, things like session keys are used for a temporary basis.
All right, everybody, welcome back from break.
New session key.
Right on time.
Session. For example, a client could
We'll be working on assignments.
A symmetric key that could be used for a session.
Again, I have a meeting in about 15 minutes, so I'll be on there. And if I'm not back by 1, just simply clock out for lunch.
Private key to decrypt that session key. Since session keys.
Mr. T, since you're the only one in here so far, you are in charge of that, sir.
Session key, discard it, and then perform this process.
You can make sure everybody clocks out for lunch if I'm not back.
There's also another way to create a symmetric key between two devices by using public key cryptography. This is something that would allow us to create the same symmetric key on both sides of the conversation.
There's no entry level around you, just mid level, but you already have experience.
Here's how this works. We would start with Bob's side.
Michael says, "Can I clock out now so I go cry in the shower?" Oh my God. Major pain.
We would then combine Bob's private key.
Sure, go ahead.
Public key.
Get your shower on.
Alice's public key is obviously known to everyone.
But you already have experience, Mr. T. So like mid level, is that what you're looking for though?
Private key with Bob's.
You could kind of fit in
Bob
there.
and Alice are using keys that are mathematically related.
You know?
They create the same symmetric key from that algorithm. We refer to these as key exchange algorithms. We're not
Kind of want to just chill out.
type of encryption or hashing.
Look for
We're
remote.
building the same symmetric key on both sides of the conversation.
Hybrid remote.
Even though we didn't send that symmetric key across the network.
Sysadmin. Leah says the entry level I found in my area wants 1 to 2 years experience. You can create 1 to 2 years. Take all of your military experience of troubleshooting computers, asset management, inventory tracking. You know how much I had a student almost 2 years ago. He got a job as an inventory and asset manager for IT systems.
Y'all know how important
$85,000.
ingredients are when it comes to serving up the best barbecue in town. PetSmart Kitchen has given
Just doing
us the
inventory.
opportunity to share just
Whatever
how
comes
much
in, it goes out.
it is to feed our dogs the best
Making sure
barbecue
that
to smell like Chewy's.
what OS is on there, systems are patched, that he talked to people under warranty, or warranties, making sure they get shipped off and received back. Look for asset management positions too.
Responsibly sourced meats, organic veggies, and no artificial anything. So you get all
Now,
the benefits of raw,
granted,
none of the
a
house.
lot of salaries will be different amounts due to where you live at, so there's just not one set salary. So it all depends on your area and availability and cost of living.
Find Stella and Chewy's recipes.
Michael says, "I'm here tossing the baby." I'll turn on my cam in a sec. Oh, where's the baby? Did you toss her? Where'd she go? Whee! She's in the crib. Good shot, Dad. Good shot. All right. Now in the chat, I put that podcast I was telling you about. His name is Jeff Reciter. Jeff Reciter. It's called Darknet Diaries. Oh my gosh, y'all are gonna get hipped on this. I recommend while you're studying, just put it on and listen to it.
TPM also has persistent memory. So you
There's his
can have
website.
keys that have been created and
Yeet,
put
yeah.
into this TPM that are unique.
The stuff that these people do. There's an episode on here where somebody was stealing.
Type of secure key generation that you could use for something like full disk encryption.
What game is that? What's the one where you build? You build.
So if you wanted to use
Sure,
a
it's
different set
open.
of keys for BitLocker,
Fortnite.
the TPM creates
Fortnite.
and store those keys on that system.
Somebody
This
was
is also
stealing the
password
money
protected, and there's no way
from
to
the
use
game.
brute force or dictionary attack to get
Huh?
access to
What?
information stored in your TPM.
Yeah, like
You can think of a TPM as
the
providing
game cache.
encryption functions for a single device.
We think it's not worth anything. It's worth
Provide
something.
cryptographic functions.
There's a couple of other games that they did the same thing. But yeah, go ahead and listen to it. You'll be excited. Pick an episode.
Use a hardware security module, or HSM. HSMs in large environments are usually clustered together, and there's redundancy such as power supplies and network connectivity, so that you will always have access to the HSM. Imagine having 1,000 web servers in your data center, and you need some place to securely store all of the encryption keys for all of those servers. In that scenario, you would use the HSM to provide the secure storage for all of those systems. For this large-scale cryptography, it's more efficient if you were able to perform these cryptographic functions in the hardware of the device itself. So many HSM devices will have a separate plug-in card or separate hardware that can connect to the HSM that is specifically designed to perform very fast cryptographic functions. These devices are also specially designed to securely store keys. This allows you to store all of those sensitive keys on a centralized HSM, but prevents unauthorized access to those keys. And additional hardware such as cryptographic accelerators can be used on an HSM, especially if the HSM needs to perform encryption and decryption in real time in large-scale computing environments. So now we've got encryption keys that are used for our web servers. We have encryption keys for full disk encryption on our individual devices. Each individual user may have their own certificates, so we need some way to manage all of these keys. Fortunately, we can provide this type of management through a centralized key management system. You can run these key management systems on devices that are on your premises, or it may be a cloud-based system that can be accessed from anywhere. This allows you to manage all of these very different keys from one single management console. And this also keeps all of the keys separate from the data that you're trying to protect. So you might create a series of keys. Maybe it's an SSL or TLS key for a web server. Maybe it's an SSH key to provide remote access to a console, or it's keys that you would use for Active Directory or for BitLocker. Once you create the keys, you would associate those with specific users in the software of the key management system, and you can set up an automatic key rotation so that you're constantly changing out keys as time goes on. This is also a great place to provide logging and reporting of all of the keys and how you're using them in your environment. Here's the dashboard of a key management system, which gives us a summary of the types of keys that we're using. We can see what certificate authorities have been used, when certificates might expire, details for licenses, and more. If you wanted to see the keys we were using for our web servers, we can click on SSL, and now we can see what keys have been created and what server they're associated with. We can look up similar key information for SSH console communication, where you can see the key name, the fingerprint, and other details, and where this key might be used. And of course, we can create reports that can give us information on how these keys are being used, what keys are currently active, which keys are inactive, and we can get a summary of how often these keys are being utilized. When all of our data was stored on one central mainframe computer, it was relatively easy to provide security. We just had to keep anyone from gaining access to that one source of data. But of course, today, our data is spread across many different systems. We have data on a laptop, a mobile phone, on our computers at home, and many other locations. So how do we maintain the privacy of our data, even though we seem to be distributing this data onto many different systems? Another challenge we have is that as soon as we find a secure way to store data, the attackers find ways to gain access to that data. It's a constant race to stay one step ahead of people that are trying to get their hands on your information. Another challenge is that all of this data that we're using is constantly changing. So we not only need to protect and keep this data private, but we also need ways to easily change that data at any time. One way that we're providing this privacy of our data is through the use of a secure enclave. A secure enclave is a security processor that's built into the systems that we're using. You probably have one on your mobile phone, perhaps even in your laptop or even your desktop systems. This is not considered the primary CPU of your system. This is a separate processor whose job is solely dedicated to the privacy of your data. Different manufacturers will also have different names for this security processor, but we generally refer to it generically as a secure enclave. This is the technology that allows you to keep all of your data private, even if your phone and other devices were to fall into the hands of someone else. This is a separate secure processor that has its own boot ROM. It manages and monitors all of the processes on your system, especially during the boot process. It has a true random number generator. It can do real-time encryption of all of the data as it moves in and out of memory. It has cryptographic keys that are built in that cannot be changed and that can be used as a root for all of the other cryptography on your system. And it does AES encryption in the hardware of your device. This is just a summary of the things that are available inside a secure enclave, but you can see that the power of these processors works to keep all of your data private regardless of where it happens to be.
This is a team feeling zen. And these are the Dell PowerEdge servers that make them feel that way. They take care of themselves, so the team can spend less time stressing and more time growing their business.
What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis. Powerful actives for dual action. Minus 97% hair fall. Never be afraid of falling. Kerastase.
Obfuscation is a process where you take something that normally would be very easy to understand and you make it much more difficult to understand. As we step through this video, you'll get an idea of all of the different ways that you could take a bit of information or data and turn it into something that's not quite as clear as it could be. One of the interesting aspects of obfuscation is that if you know how the obfuscation is done, you're able to reverse the process and gain access to the original data. With obfuscation, you're effectively hiding information, but it's in plain sight. And only if you know how it was hidden would you recognize that there's actually data contained within that object. One very popular kind of obfuscation is steganography, where we can hide information within an image. And somewhere in this image is some data that we would be able to recover if we knew how that data was originally stored. Steganography has its roots in the Greek language, and it stands for concealed writing. It's a way to hide data in an image such as this one. We often refer to steganography as a type of security through obscurity, which means that if you know the process that was used to hide the data, you can very easily recover the data. And that's why we often mention that security through obscurity is not really security at all. So in this example, we've used a third-party utility to take a bit of information and hide that information within the image itself. Obviously, looking at the image, you can't see any of the data that's stored within it, but it is really stored within the data containing this particular image. Sometimes you'll hear this image referred to as the cover text. The cover text is the document that contains the data that you're hiding. Of course, hiding information within an image is only one type of steganography. You can use steganography in many different types of media and forms. For example, you can hide information within network traffic and embed messages within TCP packets that you're sending across the network. This data is obviously sent a few bits or bytes at a time, and if you know how the data is being sent, you can reconstruct that data on the other side. We've already mentioned how easy it is to use steganography with an image to hide data, and one of the more interesting ways to hide information is by putting dots on a piece of paper. These are almost invisible watermarks that are included with laser printers and other types of printers, and if you look very closely at the printed page, you'll start to see little yellow dots appear. These yellow dots are referred to as machine identification codes. And if you know the format of these yellow dots, you can match that back to the printer that was used to print this output. This is a little bit difficult to see with the yellow dots on a white page, so let's invert the image, and now you'll see blue dots on this black page. If you look closely at a laser printer output from your printer, you should be able to find those yellow dots somewhere on the printed page. Well, if you can store information inside of an image, you can certainly store information in other types of media. For example, you can have audio steganography, where you're hiding information within an audio file or an audio track. We can also use video steganography, so a video such as this one can be used to hide a great deal of information within that particular file. A very popular form of obfuscation that we use every day is tokenization. This is where we take something that is sensitive data and we replace it with a token of that sensitive data. For example, we could take a social security number, which is relatively sensitive information, change it into a completely different number, but behind the scenes, we're matching those two together. This means we can transfer the modified number across the network, and on the other side, it will make that switch to what the actual number might be. If someone did happen to capture information containing that token, they would not be able to use it for anything practical because it is not an actual social security number. You may not realize it, but this is the same process that's occurring when you pay for items at the store with your mobile phone or your smartwatch. There is a temporary token that is created from your credit card number, and that token is what's sent across the network. This is a one-time use token, which means if somebody does capture that token during the transfer and then they try to use it again, that token will be denied because it can only be used once.
Cybersecurity today is so messy and expensive. And why does it take so long? It really shouldn't be that. Get started with Sola, the studio where you can build any security app. Whether you're the security person or just the person tasked with security, tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack, you fit Sola to your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Sola.
Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant starts working immediately. Wax gets stuck in your pits. Gillette, the choice is clear.
This means that we can transfer this data across the network without needing to encrypt any of the data. Since we've replaced the sensitive credit card information with a one-use token, we can send this information across the network without needing to encrypt or hash any information. If anyone got their hands on this data, they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. And since it doesn't have any mathematical relationship back to your credit card number, it's completely safe to send across the network. Here's how this credit card tokenization process works behind the scenes. The first step is to register a credit card number on our mobile phone. When you perform that registration process, it reaches out to a remote token service server to register this credit card. At that time, the server is going to provide you with a series of tokens that will be stored on your local phone. Notice that the token is a very different number than the actual credit card number that we've registered on our phone. In most cases, we usually don't see this token at all. Although if you do look at a receipt, you may notice that the receipt is showing your credit card number that doesn't match the actual credit card number. Now that we've received these tokens, our phone is ready to be used during checkout. So we'll go to a store, and during the checkout process, we'll use near-field communication to transfer that token into the payment system. So instead of sending our actual credit card number, we are now paying with one of the tokens that we originally received from the token service server. The merchant then sends that token to the token service server, and it does a reverse lookup to determine what the actual credit card number happens to be. Now that this system knows the actual credit card number, it can check to validate that you have the proper funds or credit to be able to perform this transaction. It validates the token and approves the transaction for the merchant. Now that this token has been used, your phone is going to throw that token away. It can no longer be used for any future transactions. Your phone then readies the next token that's in your list, or it requests a new token from the token service server, and that's the token that will be used for the next transaction. When you get the receipt for your payment, you may notice there's additional obfuscation that is used on the receipt itself. If you look at the credit card number on your receipt, you'll usually see a string of asterisks and usually the last 4 digits of the credit card. This is called data masking, where we are hiding parts of the original number and only showing you a portion of that number on the receipt. This is obviously preventing someone from gaining access to your receipts and being able to use those credit card numbers to make their own payments. Obviously, the entire credit card number is known by your credit card company, but for the purposes of printing a receipt, only a portion of that number is shown. This type of data masking might also be used for a customer service representative. So if you call into your credit card company, they may tell you, we're looking at the credit card with the last 4 digits of 2512. To protect the security of the entire number, it's not uncommon for companies to limit who has access to that information, and the person you're calling on the phone may only be able to see a portion of your credit card number. There are a number of different ways to mask a number. You don't have to use asterisks. We could simply rearrange the numbers or replace certain numbers with others that we could then reverse later on.
Make your side hustle even harder with Bluehost. Simply enter your prompt and Bluehost's powerful AI creates a ready-to-go website. With easy-to-use tools, customizing your site's branding and content is a walk in the park. When you're done, publish and watch the appointments roll in. Host your side hustle with Bluehost. Visit Bluehost.com to get started today.
Wellness is all about vibrational ratios. Loud on flavor, heavy on nutrition. Vita Fusion Power Plus Multis.
A cryptographic hash is used to represent data as a short string of text. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as a message digest or a fingerprint. Just like our fingerprints that can represent us, a digital fingerprint can represent data that is being stored elsewhere. Keep in mind that this cryptographic hash is not encryption. You can't somehow recreate the data if the only thing you have is the hash. For the same reason, you can't recreate a person when all you have is their fingerprint. In practical terms, we can use these hashes to verify that a document that we've downloaded matches the original document that was posted on a website. This provides us with integrity. We can also use these hashes during the process of creating a digital signature, and these digital signatures are used for authentication, non-repudiation, and integrity. Let's create some hashes. We're going to use a very common hashing algorithm called the SHA-256 hashing algorithm. This will produce 256 bits of information that we will represent as 64 hexadecimal characters. So let's create a hash from a very simple text string. This text string says, "My name is Professor Messer," and there's a period at the end of that sentence. If we were to put this into an application to create a SHA-256 hash from that sentence, we would get this long string of characters that you see right here. Let's now make one change to this sentence. This now says, "My name is Professor Messer," but instead of it ending in a period, it's now ending in an exclamation mark. So there's really only one character that's been changed. This is a very common characteristic of hashing, where you make one minor change to the input text and the output hash is very different from each other. One of the things we'd like to avoid when creating a hash is to make sure the hashes are very different for all types of input. In practical use, we should never run into a situation where this hash is duplicated. If we're putting different inputs into the hashing algorithm, we should expect to see different outputs as well. If for some reason we do have different inputs and those inputs create exactly the same hashing value, then we've created a collision. In practical use, you're probably never going to run into one of these collisions, and your hashing algorithm should be created so that collisions are an extremely rare occurrence. Unfortunately, there have been hashing algorithms through the years that did have problems with collisions. One good example of this is the hashing algorithm MD5. This collision problem was found in 1996, and because of that, we highly recommend that you use a different hashing algorithm than MD5. Here's how this MD5 collision works. Here we have a string of input. This is text that we're going to put into a hashing algorithm, and we're going to take another string of text that's almost the same. You can see these almost match up, but every place there is a red character means there's a slight difference between each of these inputs. But if we take both of those inputs and put them into the MD5 algorithm, we get exactly the same hash. This is a collision, and this is the reason we no longer recommend using MD5 as a hashing algorithm. We use hashing for many different purposes, and you might run into hashing multiple times through a normal workday. For example, you may need to verify that a file that you've downloaded matches the file that happens to be posted on a website. You'll often see this on sites where you're downloading very important files like a Linux distribution, and you can see that each distribution has been associated with a particular hash. This means that you could download the ISO file, run the same hashing algorithm on the file you downloaded, and compare it to the hash that's posted on the website. If your hash matches the one that's on the website, then you've downloaded the same file that exists on that site. Another common use of hashing is to store passwords. Ideally, we would never store someone's password in plain text, and we would not encrypt passwords because then someone could potentially decrypt and gain access to your passwords. Instead, we provide a hash for all of the passwords that someone stores. In reality, it's a hash plus a little extra information called a salted hash. This way, we're able to store everyone's password as a hash, which means we have no idea what the actual password might be. During the login process, the password you input is changed to a hash compared to the one that's stored on the server, and if they match, you've gained access to that system. I mentioned earlier that when we're storing passwords, we might want to add some additional information to make it more difficult to brute force. We refer to this extra information as a salt. This is random information that we add during the hashing process to modify or randomize the resulting hash. Every user gets a different random salt to go along with their password, which means if everyone's using the same password, we'll still see very different hashes stored for every single user.
Hello?
Let's
meal that's dip-tacular. Ciabatta dippers are back. It just feels good at Panera.
There's a technique for reverse engineering hashes called a rainbow table. This is a pre-compiled set of every possible input and the series of hashes associated with those inputs. This makes it very easy for someone to get a non-salted hash and very quickly be able to determine what the original password might be. But if you're adding a random salt to everyone's password, these rainbow tables will no longer work. This would certainly slow things down for an attacker that's trying to find everyone's password by performing a brute force. A rainbow table can find this information in a matter of seconds, but brute forcing can take days, weeks, or even longer to find someone's password. Let's take some user passwords, we'll add some salt to each password, and let's see what the resulting hash looks like. Let's take the password of dragon, and if we're not using any salting, this is the hash that results from that password of dragon. But now let's add some additional random text onto this password of dragon, and as we add the different randomization for each one of these, you can see that we have a very different hash that we're storing. If someone was to gain access to our hashed database, they would think that there were 5 different passwords being used, when in reality, there's a single password with a number of different salts added to that password. Hashes are also used during the process of creating a digital signature. A digital signature is very similar to a signature you might use on any other document, but this one is a digital version of the signature that proves that the message that you received was not somehow changed during the process of sending that message to you. From that perspective, digital signatures provide integrity. The digital signature will also help you prove the source of the message. This provides authentication, and if others want to prove that the message really was sent by the person who says they sent it, we can confirm that with the digital signature. That's also referred to as non-repudiation. The process for creating a digital signature is almost the opposite as encrypting data. For a digital signature, the person signing the document will use their private key to create the digital signature. When that signature is sent to another party, they're able to confirm that that private key was used by verifying it with the public key for that user. If we receive a digital signature and go through the verification process and find that the public key of the sender is not able to verify the digital signature, then something in that document has changed. We can no longer trust the information that we've received. If you're using a digital signature process built into your email system, or you're using a third-party utility to provide digital signatures, then you know it's as simple as clicking a button or a checkbox to include a digital signature with the information that you're sending. But behind the scenes, there's a great deal of cryptography that's going on. Let's step through the process of creating a digital signature so that you can see what happens when you select that checkbox. We'll start with Alice, who would like to send a message to Bob that says, "You're hired, Bob." We refer to this original message as the plain text. Alice is going to click that checkbox that tells her email program to include a digital signature with this email message. Behind the scenes, the email client is going to look at the plain text of "You're hired, Bob" and send it through a hashing algorithm to create a hash of that plain text. The email application is then going to encrypt the hash that's been created with Alice's private key. And since Alice is the only one that has her private key, she's the only one that could have created this final digital signature. Just like a digital signature is a bit of information you add to the end of a document, we can do exactly the same thing with this email. So "You're hired, Bob" is still sent through the network in plain text. We're not doing any type of encryption in this specific example, but we do include the digital signature, usually as an attachment or at the end of the email. Bob now checks his email, and he's got a message from Alice that has a message that says "You're hired, Bob," and it includes that same digital signature. Now Bob wants to really verify that the message he received is really the message that was originally sent, and he wants to confirm that it really came from Alice. The first thing he's going to do is load that message into his email client, and generally the email client will recognize there's a digital signature and will perform a verification and tell Bob that this is either verified or not verified. Behind the scenes, what's really happening is that the email client is looking at the digital signature, and it decrypts that digital signature using Alice's public key. Remember that the keys are mathematically related, so if you encrypt with one key, you can decrypt with the other. The
Now you can also provision and onboarding devices. So when you get hired and you get put into a directory, you're also going to be provisioned laptops, mobile devices, pads, other specialty equipment. And that's also part of provisioning or deprovisioning. In this simple example, I'm going to look at provisioning a user up in the cloud. Now I could do this through federation or single sign-on, but in this case, up in AWS, I've got groups of users, auditors, managers, and production. And I'm going to create a user. And when I create the user here, you want to give it a name. And this is when we get into what's called schema. So if you're going to be using a directory service on premises or in your organization, you're going to have an established schema, like the first initial of your first name, and then your last name, maybe your first initial and an underscore, or your full name, maybe for me, Michael.Shannon. But whatever schema you're using, it has to be unified and consistent. If you're going to also provision users somewhere else, the best case scenario is to use the same naming scheme. So for example, here I'll use first initial, underscore, and then a last name. Now, here in the cloud, when you provision a user, this is pretty much across the board. You really want to consider what's called separation of duties, and within separation of duties, least privilege. So for example, how I would separate duties here is I would say, is this user going to use a graphical management console? And if that's the case, I would just go ahead and create this user. Or do I want this user to have programmatic access and get access keys and do it that way through a command line interface or through some software development kit or something like that? So the thing here is you shouldn't give users both programmatic access with an access key and make them console users. So this is part of separation of duties. Now, is it possible to have a user that's both? It is, but it should be very rare. Maybe a high-level programmer or developer, maybe who's a team lead or a lead developer, would need to have their programmatic credentials, but then also want to manage through a graphical interface. So that's kind of a separation of duties aspect in the cloud. And then within that, whether they're using the console or they're using some programmatic access, you only want them accessing the services that they need access to. So what we're doing here is we're creating a persistent user who's either going to have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week console access or programmatic access. Let's go back. So once I create a user, I'm not going to assign permissions to that user. You just saw a username S_Shannon. I'm not going to assign permissions or what we call policies to that user, and you wouldn't really do that in a directory service either. You would put the user into a group or nested groups that give them the rights and permissions that they need. So for example here, I've got several groups, and I would put the user in the group that I want them to have the permissions to. Now, in the cloud, this might be different than your own directory service. Like, for example, if you're using Active Directory. In the cloud, what the groups can do are based on the policies that they have. So policies in the cloud, we look at are called permissions, are basically JSON documents. So let me look at it in JSON here. Now on the exam, by no means you can understand JavaScript object notation language, but if you're an AWS or Google Cloud or some other third-party platform, it's very common to assign permissions with JSON, and then they're going to be making APIs or application programming interface calls or requests. So when you apply, for example, some type of policy or permissions, you're basically saying, what is the allow list? What API calls are they allowed to make? And by default, these kind of policies don't have any conditions in them, okay? You have an action, you have an effect, which is allow, and then what resource can they access? Could you put conditions in here? You could copy this and make your own customized permissions. For example, you might want to put permissions that say they can only function in a particular organizational unit. Or you could do a time-based type ACL. So you could say they're only allowed to run these API calls against these resources certain times of the day. So that's something that you want to consider. So provisioning is adding users generally to groups. It also includes giving them the rights and permissions to access resources. But in a broader scale, provisioning also includes you're giving the endpoints and the hardware that they can use, right? The devices they can use. The opposite of that would be called deprovisioning. Okay, so it come in here and delete users or delete users in groups. Now another key thing is what we call identity proofing. So for example, if you're hiring a new user, often you're going to go through more stringent background checks than just simply they're going to provide you a single driver license or a passport. Proofing goes deeper into looking into their background and making sure that they are who they say they are. Because they could be somebody who's got a false identity, they're part of a hoax, they're part of an advanced persistent threat. So doing things like proofing is critical today in the modern enterprise. So for example, if you were to go open up a brokerage account at somewhere like E-Trade, you would provide additional credentials to open up the account. However, if you want to do an elevated or escalated process, like you want to make a large withdrawal, or you want to start trading on margin, it's likely you're going to go through step-up authentication or what's called identity proofing. Now, this happened to me with my IRA, where I wanted to do a withdrawal from my IRA. So they set up a whole separate secure Zoom meeting with this third party, and then I was on camera for a secure Zoom meeting, and I showed him 2 forms of ID with a picture, and I also had to answer some questions based on my public record. So that's what we call identity proofing, and it's a higher level of authentication of authorization, and it's a concept that they'll very likely test you on the exam.
If we're connecting to a website that can be trusted or not trusted. When you're connecting to a website for the very first time, it would be great if we could get some feedback on whether this site can be trusted or whether it's untrusted. So we'll use
in this lesson, let's do another web safari demonstration. And we're going to come back up here to the IAM area of Amazon Web Services. And I want to go into this area called account settings, because this is where you're going to have what's called password policy. Now, as I mentioned, you can be using Active Directory, Open LDAP, some other identity provider, and generally speaking, you have different password policies. Let's talk about some of the elements of a policy. If we do custom, right here we'll be able to kind of modify this. Let's kind of go through, this is a very common password policy set, so characters, and generally speaking today, you really want to be at least 10 characters. Often you're going to see 12 to 15 characters. I would say 8 might be considered not stringent enough. Then we have what's called the password strength. So if you wanted to have the maximum strength, we would require at least 1 uppercase letter from the Latin alphabet, at least 1 lowercase letter from the Latin alphabet, require at least 1 number, and require at least 1 alphanumeric character. So often, a strict password policy would include all 4 of those, and then let's say a 12 to 15 character policy. Then some other requirements down here would be password expiration, or what is the lifetime of the policy. Generally, this should be no less than 30 days, but often you'll see things like 45 days, 60 days for policies, or 90 days. Anything longer than that is probably not a good idea. Anything shorter is more secure, right? So that's the expired, and we'll say 30 days. And then the password expiration requires an administrator reset. So basically, if the password expires and the user hasn't changed their own password, then the admin's going to reset it. They prevent password reuse. This is what we call the password history. So for example, if you put 12 here, you have to use 12 unique passwords, let's say every 30 days, so that would be 12 over the course of a annual year every 30 days, and you cannot reuse another password till next year. Okay, so that's a good thing to do as well. So on the exam, remember just the different elements of password policy. It's true that more often than not, you're moving to passwordless solutions, maybe in your Microsoft environment or Microsoft Azure, or maybe you're starting to use things like tokens, smart cards, and biometrics, maybe QR codes on your mobile device. We're moving away from passwords, but they're still widely used, and on the exam, you should be familiar with the different elements of a password policy.
Using a public CA that is built into everyone's browser in the world to be able to provide trust. But if you have your own internal applications and your own internal web servers, and these will only be connected
Federation and Single Sign-On, or SSO. Federated Identity Management, also known as Federated Single Sign-On, refers to the formation of a trusted relationship between separate entities and third parties, such as cloud or application vendors or other partners offering various services, enabling them to share identities and authenticate users across unsecured domains and realms. When two domains are federated, a principal, let's say an end user with an endpoint device, can authenticate to one domain and then access resources in the other domain without needing to perform an additional login or credential procedure. Single sign-on allows a user to access multiple applications using a single set of credentials. That's the exact definition of single sign-on. Federation is actually a much more broader concept. It relates more to the trust between the multiple parties, and we'll see that here in a moment. The SSO feature can be applied to employees, contractors, and customers, as well as devices to simplify the login experience. To perform their duties, employees often sign on to multiple business applications, including messaging, email, productivity apps like Microsoft SharePoint, various accounts, for example, a normal user account, and then an elevated administrative account or root account, human resource functions, intranet sites like conferencing, financial records, and more. Here we see the three parties of federated access. What the consumer is doing is single sign-on. But the real federated access part is the relationship of trust and tokens between the identity provider or some token service running at a cloud provider or a vendor and various services. Services like Microsoft 365, Yammer, Workday, Salesforce, Box, and many, many more. And realize when it comes to the identity provider, that could be an on-premise identity provider like Active Directory or Open LDAP or some other directory service running on Red Hat Enterprise. Or the identity provider or token service could be running in the cloud, for example, Azure AD. So the complex aspect here is step one, where the identity provider or the trust service creates a trust relationship with one or more services and service providers. The identity provider has a lot of information about the consumer. However, it only exposes certain information that's necessary and needed to authenticate that consumer to the service from the service provider. If the consumer wants to access something like Microsoft 365, or Yammer, or Workday, or maybe a service running in a cloud provider, it will authenticate with the identity provider either on premises or in the cloud and request a token. The provider's token or assertion service will return the token or the assertion to the consumer, who then presents it to the service. At that point, there is a time-based session where the consumer is only authorized to do what's in the token against the service or on the service. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol LDAP was based on the X500 directory. In fact, X500 actually predates the World Wide Web, by quite a few years. It's a lighter, cross-platform, standards-based solution, the standard being IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. LDAP servers are easy to install, maintain, and optimize, but they're without solid security of the queries, updates, and valuable information in the LDAP directory. And as you know, to solve that problem, we can run LDAP over TLS, so LDAP-S running on port 636. Simple Authentication and Security Layer SASL bind also offers authentication services using mechanisms like Kerberos, which is very popular in a Microsoft Active Directory environment, or a client X509v3 certificate sent with transport layer security. In this diagram, the business application supports the LDAP service and LDAP directory, and various users can be authenticated and authorized against the LDAP directory to get session-based access to the application. Security Assertions Markup Language, or SAML, is an XML-based open-source single sign-on standard. It traces its roots back to when people decided to do authentication and authorization over the World Wide Web using the Hypertext Transport Protocol, as opposed to some of the other mechanisms like Radius, LDAP, TACACS Plus, and others. SAML is used by many cloud single sign-on connections with thousands of large enterprises, government agencies, and service providers that communicate on the internet. A key advantage of SAML is its open source interoperability. Some large companies now require SAML for internet single sign-on with software as a service applications and other external ISVs. It's a common federated solution with cloud service providers such as Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud Platform. Here we can see SAML 2.0, which is now the de facto standard at AWS. In this example, your organization has its own identity provider. It's an LDAP identity store, let's say running on Red Hat Enterprise. The browser has an interface, often with a custom portal that is generated by a service provider like Amazon Web Services. So, the user browses, requesting authentication from the identity provider or the LDAP store, and the store returns a SAML assertion. Now realize, the LDAP identity store and AWS have already created a trust relationship by going through several steps and exchanging trust tokens. So this has already happened under the hood. Once the user with the browser interface gets the SAML assertion, it will post a SAML assertion to a sign-in URL, which is going to be an Amazon Web Services, an AWS single sign-on endpoint. Notice at AWS on the back end, they're running an STS, or a security token service. At somewhere like Microsoft Azure, this would be called an SAS, or the Security Assertion Service. In step 6, the SSO endpoint validates, sends redirects, sends it back to the browser interface. The browser can now access the service using the AWS Management Console. And when I say service at AWS, it can be hundreds of different managed services at AWS or one of its many marketplace partners that represent software as a service offerings. Up until the iPhone came out, SAML 2.0 was the de facto standard. However, the developers of mobile apps on the iPhone wanted to go a different direction. Because of that, OAuth and OIDC came to be. OAuth 2.0 is an open authorization framework that allows a third-party application to get limited access, that's important, limited access, to an HTTP service. Developers, post the iPhone introduction, use OAuth to publish and interact with protected data in a safe and secure manner. Service provider developers can use OAuth to store protected data and give users secure delegated access. OAuth is designed to work with HTTP. It basically allows access tokens to be issued to third-party clients by an authorization server with the approval of the resource owner. Realize that SAML 2.0 and OAuth OIDC are not mutually exclusive. An organization or enterprise can use both for different use cases. With OAuth, a third party that uses access tokens to access protected resources the resource server. OpenID Connect is a basic identity layer on top of the OAuth 2.0 protocol. OIDC is actually the service that verifies the end-user identity using an authorization server. It can get basic profile information about the user with an interoperable REST API methodology. It supports web-based, mobile, and JavaScript clients. OpenID is extensible as functionality is often added. Realize the proper implementation of OAuth is to use OIDC or OpenID Connect, the basic identity and authentication layer running on top of OAuth.
This might help you get a better understanding of why this attack is happening and what their ultimate goal was in performing this attack. Attackers can come from anywhere. Sometimes the attackers work for your organization.
This lesson, we're going to explore various access and control models, specifically the ones you need to know for the Security Plus exam, starting with mandatory access control or MAC. Mandatory access control is a control policy that is uniformly enforced across all subjects, in other words, users, and objects, for example, servers, within the boundary of an information system. A subject that has been granted access to information is constrained from doing any of the following. 1. Passing the information to unauthorized subjects or objects, granting its privileges to other subjects, changing one or more security attributes on subjects, objects, the information system, or system components, choosing the security attributes to be associated with newly created or modified objects, and changing the rules governing access control. A mandatory access control model uses a strict set of established sensitivity levels, otherwise known as classification levels, as well as access controls for integrity and confidentiality based on the established classifications, most often done by a committee. These are mathematical models used in high-security environments like military, government agencies, and enterprises involved with sensitive data and sensitive activities, such as government or military contractors. The state machine, in other words, every possible state from startup to shutdown, and information flow models are designed by a security team or steering committee, as opposed to an individual administrator, group, or asset owner. The next model is the Discretionary Access Control Model, or DAC. The DAC policy is enforced over all entities so that a subject being granted access can pass the information to other subjects or objects. For example, web browsers running on workstations or laptops to web servers. The policy can grant its privileges to other subjects. For example, the owner of a directory or a particular document can grant permissions to the folder or the document. Change the security attributes on subjects, objects, information systems, or system components if they have the rights and privileges. Choose the security attributes to be associated with newly created or revised objects, such as read, write, read only, or change. Change the rules governing access control at their discretion. The DAC models involve control and management by the owner or creator of the object. For example, a Word document, an object in a PowerPoint document library, a PDF file stored on a file server, or information in a database, or object storage in the cloud. DAC leaves a certain amount of access control to the discretion of the object's owner or creator, or anyone else who is authorized to control the object's access. For example, a key in a key management service at a cloud provider. The DAC model is often considered the opposite of a MAC model we talked about in the previous slide, in that the owner can determine who should have access rights to an object and what those rights should be. The most common discretionary access control model would be Windows Network Operating System, for example, 2022, and possibly using Active Directory.
What they could do to modify these scripts.
Role-based access control models, or RBAC, is an access control based on user roles. For example, a collection of access authorizations the user receives based on an explicit or implicit assumption of a given role or responsibility. It could also be a job title, role permission may be inherited through a role hierarchy and typically reflect the permissions needed to perform defined functions within an organization. A given role may apply to a single individual or to several individuals. And realize that these models are not mutually exclusive. For example, you could have in a DAC model a global database administrators group, but when the users are acting on the SQL database, they can be subject to a more granular role-based access control, separation of duties or least privilege principles on role-based access to the database. Rule-based access, or rules-based, is permitted or denied to resource objects based on a set of rules, or ACEs, access control entries, that are defined by a system, for example, a file system, or a network administrator. As with discretionary access control, access properties are stored in access control lists, or ACLs, associated with each resource object. When a certain group or user account attempts to access a resource, the operating system or cloud-based service or hypervisor will check the rules contained in the ACL for that object. Examples of rule-based access controls are historical time-based ACLs, where you can control access based on the IP version 4 address, the ports or services that are being used, and certain times of day, either based on the system clock on the device or the network access device, or against a centralized network time protocol server. They can also be router infrastructure ACLs, often deployed on the customer premises equipment to permit and deny certain addresses and ports going through that edge device. They are static or stateless firewalls, such as early daemons running on Unix and Linux machines. And cloud providers, for example, Amazon Web Services, network ACLs or NACLs. Here we see a simple inbound access rule. Often these are going to be numbered rules, starting with 100, and the lower numbers are processed first. We can see that we are allowing or denying protocols, port numbers, and remember, protocols can use more than one port number, or they can be dynamic port numbers. The source IP address, which could be any, or an actual specific prefix or address, or it can be some type of token or placeholder that represents a range of addresses. For example, IT_admin_IP_range. Then the destination IP address, some type of name or description, and the allow action, also referred to as permit or deny. One thing that all access lists have in common is there's an implied or implicit deny all at the end. Here we see a web ACL would be used on a web application firewall or a web security gateway, where you create access control list rules for web traffic, specifically HTTP and HTTPS, either in a virtual server in your own data center hypervisor environment, or in this example, Amazon Web Services up in the cloud. This list of rules can block not just on addresses, but on your geographic location. It can do deep packet inspection of the HTTP request headers and response headers, typically looking for certain types of attacks like SQL injection, request forgeries, cross-site scripting, buffer overflows, and other attacks.
In many cases, they can create quite an infrastructure using a small amount of budget and connecting to devices. In some cases, none of these people have a background in information technology.
Multi-factor authentication, MFA. Multi-factor authentication typically involves adding an additional authentication mechanism to the initial origin authentication or credential presentation. If it just adds one more factor, we often call this 2FA, two-factor authentication. Officially, multi-factor authentication involves two or more of the following: something you know, something you have, something you are, or somewhere you are. Let's break these down. Examples of something you know would be a password, a personal identification number or PIN, a long phrase,
We can also
or
see that threat
a
actors
secret
like
word or
organized
secret
crime
phrase.
and nation states might have a very high level
Examples of something
sophistication.
you have
And if we find a threat actor
would
who may
be
unskilled
hard or
in the
soft
shadow IT
authentication
department,
tokens
they might
like
have very low
YubiKey,
or limited
Authy,
sophistication.
or
And of
Gemalto.
course, all of these threat actors
A
have
badge
their
or a
own
smart
motivations
card.
for performing
It could be a
these
government
attacks.
or military
And if you are a
issued
nation state,
CAC
you may
card,
have a specific goal
X509
to
V3
disrupt
certificates,
or create problems
or
for a different
you have a
government.
security
Or
key,
if you're an
which can be
insider
stored in a
threat,
fob,
you're out for
or an
revenge or
SD
some type
card
of financial
with
gain.
micro
If we
HSM.
understand the motivation, we can then adjust
Something
our
you
security
are
to best prevent
would be a
this
fingerprint,
type of attacker from gaining
an
access
ocular
to our
biometrics,
systems.
such as retina, facial recognition, and speech patterns, or voice recognition. Somewhere you are could be a remote client-based and clientless virtual private network, a remote software-defined perimeter SDP using a cloud controller,
I just mailed you my
an
marketing.
802.1x wired or wireless network,
Mailed you my marketing with AI
or a
to create
cloud
hyper-personalized
identity
campaign.
management IDM managed network using single sign-on or federated access. In the next lesson, we'll dig deeper into different biometric mechanisms, for example, like fingerprints and ocular scanning.
Now, my ROIs do the mail-shipping roof.
In the previous lesson, I discussed biometrics as something you are. In this lesson, we're going to go a little bit deeper, starting with fingerprint biometrics, which is one of the oldest and most common biometrics. They vary from person to person, even with identical twins, and do not change over time. Now, there is a caveat there. There can be some injury or some other phenomenon that causes the fingerprint to be corrupted. It's integrated into mobile devices and laptop computers using hardware and or software. Some of the first laptops to use fingerprint biometrics were early Toshiba laptops. Now, a fingerprint scanner has two functions. One, it gets an image of the finger, and then secondly, you determine whether the outline of ridges and valleys in the image matches the patterns in pre-scanned images. Facial recognition. This was one of the fastest growing mechanisms pre-pandemic. It's commonly used to identify or verify an individual in still or video images. The main applications of face recognition are in areas of security biometrics and human-to-computer interaction, including robotics. The primary method for modeling facial images is called PCA, Principal Component Analysis. This is simpler, has a high learning capability, and it processes vigorous sensitivity to small changes in the face image. An iris scan is a form of optical biometry. The iris is the thin, circular structure, the color part of the eye, and it controls the diameter and size of the pupils, and therefore the amount of light reaching the retina. Muscles attached to the iris expand or contract the pupils, so that the larger the pupil, the more light can enter. Iris scanners use camera technology to get images of the intricate and detailed structures of the iris using delicate infrared illumination. Another form of ocular biometric is a retina scan. The retina is the thin tissue of neural cells located in the back portion of the eye. Due to the complex makeup of the capillaries, every person's retina is distinctive, and a retina scan is considered a form of vein-based biometrics. The scanner sends a beam of low-energy infrared light into an eye when the user looks at the scanner's eyepiece. A beam of light traces a standardized path on the retina, and the pattern of variations are converted to code and then stored in a database. Retinal scanning is categorized as invasive invasive. In fact, it's more invasive than the iris scan because the eye must be very close to the eyepiece, often for a longer period of time. Voice recognition. Now there's a difference between speaker recognition and speech recognition. Voice recognition can be used for both terms. Speaker recognition leverages the oral aspects of speech that diverge among people. And this can have a very benign use. For example, software that converts speech to text. Traits include human physical structure, learned social communication patterns. And voice recognition is classified as a behavioral biometric and a non-invasive biometric. Remember on the exam, we need to understand which biometrics are behavioral and which are invasive and non-invasive because it depends on the environment, environmental factors as to which biometric is better than others. Mobile biometrics. This could be fingerprint scanning, facial recognition becoming common, and ocular, voice, and swipe patterns. On the exam, there's a couple of ways to measure biometrics. The false acceptance rate, or the FAR, measures the probability or likelihood that the biometric system, for example, a fingerprint scan or a more elaborate palm scan, will incorrectly accept an access effort by an unauthorized user. A system's FAR is often represented as a ratio of the number of false acceptances divided by the amount of authentication attempts. The false rejection rate, FRR, is the likelihood that the system, for example, the iris scan, incorrectly rejects access to an authorized person due to failing to match the biometric input with a template. The crossover error rate is a value of FAR and FRR that's plotted and visible when the sensitivity is set up so that FAR and FRR are the same. This is an excellent metric for quantitative comparison of differing biometrics.
But if your browser has a vulnerability or the JavaScript that it's trying to run is not necessarily a cross-site scripting attack, this may be able to get through using this excellent vetting.
In this lesson, we're going to talk about Privileged Access Management, or PAM. Privileged Access Management is an identity security initiative that helps organizations counter cyber threats through monitoring, detection, and stopping unauthorized access to critical resources. PAM works as a collaboration of people, processes, and technology to offer visibility into subjects or principals who are using privileged accounts and visibility into what they're doing all the time. System security is enhanced by limiting the number of subjects or end users that have access to administrative functions. Additional layers of protection mitigate data breaches by threat actors. Here we see the components of PAM, just-in-time permissions. This is a practice where the privilege granted to applications or systems is limited to predetermined periods of time on an annual basis. This is historically been called time-of-day permissions or time-of-day rights. This can be accomplished early on with special access control lists. Today, we typically do this with initiatives like PAM and attribute-based access control. Just-in-time permissions minimizes the risk of standing privileges that attackers can easily exploit. Standing privileges being persistent 24/7 privileges or rights. Password vaulting. This is a program that securely stores credentials for multiple applications in an encrypted format. Users can access the vault via a single master password, and the vault then presents it for the account they need access to. Ephemeral credentials. These are dynamically generated credentials that are created as needed or ad hoc, then discarded afterwards. Like persistent credentials, these credentials offer the subject a temporary token or assertion needed to gain access. The three main goals of PAM are to aggregate, based on different users and different systems and services, to correlate and analyze, and then example, in Microsoft SharePoint, or in file servers, either in your own data center, or maybe in Microsoft Azure Cloud. And you, of course, have asset data, metadata about databases, servers and services, network and security infrastructure, virtual servers, applications, and desktop environments. One of the main goals of PAM is least privilege for system administrators and high-level service desk employees, for special third-party service providers, select business users, and power users, and to separate those with least privilege principles from other types of users. We can get visibility into anomalous behavior, users who have unlimited access, users who are doing it for the first time, which could be an attack, malware, and anomalies in various assets, isolating high-risk accounts, and getting visibility into your high-risk accounts and generating meaningful reports.
On the screen, and it's all coming from this USB drive acting as a keyboard. And of course, allowing someone to plug in a USB drive even on a network makes it very easy for someone to transfer
in this
large
course,
amounts of data.
we learned about provisioning and deprovisioning user accounts and password concepts, federation, single sign-on, and access control models, multi-factor authentication, biometric authentication, and privileged access management.
Often we will find security issues
coming up in the next course. We'll explore automation, orchestration, and incident response.
This might be a situation where an application has an infected executable. And if you run that application, you're effectively infecting your local computer. But if this is an unknown vulnerability and the attackers find that vulnerability first, they may have an advantage to get into your systems. This is why we're constantly updating the software on our systems. Not only do we perform monthly Microsoft updates, but we also update all of our other software whenever a security patch is released. But what about software that's not installed on your computer? What if it's more of an agentless system where you have to connect to a separate system to be able to see that software? This is very common with web-based applications, for example, where you don't have to install anything local on your computer. You simply use your browser to connect to an external system. This means if an attacker does find a way to infect the central server, they could potentially also infect all of the connecting clients. This would also be very easy for the attacker to distribute because they know that each person who is logging in for the day is running a new instance of that software because everything is contained on the server. As we've already mentioned, patching is a great way to prevent an attacker from gaining access to a known vulnerability. And we spend a great deal of time and effort to be able to keep all of our systems up to date to the latest version of software. However, there might be systems within your network or your data center that are unsupported systems, where the manufacturer no longer provides patches for those systems. And in that case, you may not have the option for installing new software. This is very common, for example, on unsupported versions of operating systems. Eventually, an operating system will no longer be supported by the manufacturer, and that makes it an enormous security risk. If there's no security patches, that system could potentially be a risk for your organization. And as many companies have found, you need to make sure that all of these unsupported systems are identified. There have been instances where someone is running an older version of an operating system, and it's running on an old computer that's underneath someone's desk. And the IT department has no idea that that system even exists. That's why it's so important to make sure you always have an updated list of your entire inventory of systems, that you're able to access all of the individual devices on the network. This would allow you to scan your network periodically to make sure that you know that all of these unsupported systems have been addressed and can be properly secured by your IT department. The attackers know that your own network creates a digital highway that allows them to move very freely between all of the systems within your network. And they take advantage of vulnerabilities that are built into this networking infrastructure. For example, if you have a wireless infrastructure, you need to make sure that you're using all of the latest security protocols. If you're using WEP, WPA, or WPA2, you may want to consider updating to the latest WPA3 protocol. And many organizations will perform periodic scans of their network to see if anyone may have open or rogue wireless access points that would allow an attacker easy access to the rest of your network. For both wired and wireless networks, it's usually a good idea to enable 802.1x. This is an authentication protocol that prevents anyone from gaining access to the network unless you provide the proper credentials. Even wireless protocols like Bluetooth could be used by an attacker as a threat vector. For example, they can use this for reconnaissance to see where a particular system might be. Or the Bluetooth implementation in a system may have limitations or not the proper amount of security, and that would be a great entry point for the attacker. When you install a web server into a data center, there are a number of open ports that are enabled to provide those services across the network. For example, a web server might use TCP port 80 and TCP port 443. And once you open those ports in a device, that provides a third party with a way to gain access to at least a portion of that system. Normally, we have security in place that prevents unauthorized access, but if an attacker does know of a vulnerability in that web server software, they may be able to use these open ports as a way into that computer. This is another reason why we're always updating the software on these services so that we always can patch any of these vulnerabilities that may be associated with our web services or other applications. And of course, it's very easy to misconfigure one of these very complex applications, and sometimes a simple misconfiguration can allow unauthorized access into a system. Each time you install a new service onto this computer, it needs to have its own port number to provide that service to the outside. So the more services you install, the more open ports and potentially the less secure the system might be. This is one of the reasons we use port-based firewalls or application-aware firewalls to create additional security for these systems with open ports. For example, if we've installed 5 or 6 different services on a computer, we might only limit access from the outside to only one of those services, which would certainly limit the number of possible attacks to that system. Let's see if I can guess the credentials used for your cable modem or wireless router that you use at home. Let's say that you're using the username of admin and the password of admin. After all, those are the default credentials that are included on many access points and routers. This is a good example of using default credentials. And if you know what the default credentials are for a device and someone has not updated those credentials, you now have complete access to that system. Fortunately, many of the devices we use today will require you to change that password the first time you log in, which means that the administrative access that you would normally have by using these default credentials is no longer available.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, get your nose is a breeze. It's dropping time.
Having great video quality and features built in that reduce distraction during a video call are important. It's a way to show people you care, that details matter, and they can trust you. This is my HP Spectre X360.
Once you log in for the very first time, it's very easy to find the default credentials for these devices, and there's even websites such as routerpasswords.com that has documented all of these default credentials across thousands of different devices. Once this video is over, you might want to check the devices that are on your network and make sure you're not using any of these default settings. Sometimes these threat vectors appear on your network through the front door by way of a supply chain vector. This allows a third party to gain access to your infrastructure by writing inside of existing equipment that you're installing. This might be added during the manufacturing process. The manufacturer might have no idea what's going on, or it may be added after the manufacturing process by a third party that then wants to gain access to your systems. Sometimes these threat vectors are in place because you're working with a third party that is part of your supply chain. For example, your network may be managed by an MSP. This is a managed service provider. You may be paying this third party to monitor your systems and inform you if anything needs to be updated or changed in your infrastructure. This also makes a perfect place for an attacker to start, because if they gain access to the MSP, they will then therefore have access to your systems. This was the threat vector used by attackers that gained access to Target's network in 2013 and was able to install malware on all of their point-of-sale systems in order to steal credit card numbers. The attackers gained access to systems that were controlled by HVAC contractors that were hired by Target, and therefore were able to jump from the HVAC network to the Target network and then to all of the stores in the Target systems. And there have been cases where counterfeit hardware itself was used as a threat vector. For example, in 2020, there was a documented case of fake Cisco Catalyst switches being installed. These switches were identified because they weren't able to update their software properly, but certainly those systems could be used as a threat vector and have malicious software that would allow an attacker to take over those switches.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant starts working immediately. Wax gets stuck in your pits. Gillette, the choice is clear.
Phishing is a term we use to describe social engineering that uses a number of different communications methods to make you think that something is real when in fact it really isn't. This is usually delivered by mail, text message, or some other communication method in order to have you give up information that normally would be private. This might be a username and password you use to log into a service, or it may be some private information about yourself. We can usually check the links in these messages to see if they're pointing towards a well-known and well-trusted site. But if it's a phishing message, it probably is going to a different location than what you would normally expect. And very often there's something not quite right with the information that's being provided. For example, this is the webmail login to Rackspace, or at least it's pretending to be that. You can see that it tends to have a problem with the spacing and some of the fonts inside of this message, which might lead us to believe that this is not really the Rackspace login page. I got to that page by following this email that was inside my spam folder. And it says, "Dear user, we notice your email has not been confirmed for the new upgraded service." Well, I certainly want the upgraded service. It says, "I will be blocked from sending and receiving emails if not confirmed." So now they're giving us a deadline on when we need to click this link, and we can simply click the confirm email now. If you look closely at the sender of this message, it's associated with an iCloud.com address, which is an Apple service. This is obviously a message for someone who has email on a Rackspace service. This means the information contained in this message doesn't quite ring true. We might want to do a little bit of extra research before clicking any of these links. As good best practice, in fact, you would never click a link that's inside of your email, but for the purposes of showing you what can really happen, I went ahead and clicked the link that said confirm email now. It brought me then to a Rackspace login page, and it almost looks like a real Rackspace page. There are a few things that are a little bit different. If we put these side by side, you can see that the phishing email took me to the image that you see on the top, but the actual Rackspace login page is the one on the bottom. It's interesting that they added the same suspicious email image to try to make you think that you really were logging in to a legitimate Rackspace page. In that previous example, the attacker was trying to get us to give up our username and password into that email service. And that's what these email messages are trying to do, is convince you that they're someone else and convince you to give up some of your information. We tend to trust email sources, and because of that, we tend to click on links that are inside of the email. But obviously, this can run into some significant security problems. As we noticed with the message that was in my spam folder, the email addresses that were used as the sender were not quite what we expected. In some cases, they might spoof an actual email address from that company, or they'll use an address that's very close to the email of that company. For example, if you receive an email that says it's from professor@professormessor.com, you might say that that looks like the same domain name, but in reality, my last name is spelled MESSER.com. And that's how you would know that this particular address probably wasn't sent by Professor Messer. Someone gaining access to my email could certainly allow them to send other emails from my account, or they could look through the emails that are already in my account to see if there's some financial information or logins that they can use. For instance, they could go to PayPal, they could use the reset password feature, It's sent back to my email, which now the attacker has access to. Or they may just be trying to have you click that link. And if you click that link, it takes you to a website that downloads malware and infects your system. The attackers use a number of different ways to trick and misdirect you into clicking the links or believing that what you've received is from a legitimate source. This might be something like typo squatting. If you look at the destination for the link they've provided, you might see that the destination is professormessor.com. We've already seen that that is not a legitimate, fully qualified domain name, which normally would be professormessor.com. We refer to this type of misdirection or hijacking as typo squatting. But what the attackers are really good at is outright lying. We refer to this as pretexting. They're going to make up a story and drag you into this particular drama in the hopes that you'll click a link or log into a site and they can gain access to your username and password. Or maybe they call you on the phone and say, "Hi, we're from Visa. This is about an automated payment to your electrical services. It didn't go through, so you'll need to give me those details over the phone." In reality, of course, they're not from Visa. There's not any problem with your automated payments, but they're trying to gain access to your credit card information. We even categorize that type of over-the-phone communication as phishing or voice phishing, where someone will spoof a caller ID, say that they're from your bank, and then get you to give up information about your account details, your login, and other private information. If you have a mobile phone, you've probably seen this type of phishing delivered as a text message. We refer to this type of phishing as smishing, which is a reference to SMS, or the short message service, which is the formal name for this text messaging. I get text messages like this one all the time. This one says it's from USPS, and it says that I have a package that needs to be delivered, but it's been suspended due to an incorrect delivery address. And they're hoping that you click that link to be able to log into your account, and at that point they have your username and password. And of course, there are many, many, many other scams that they can go through. There's the fake check scam, the phone verification code scam, and many others. I would highly recommend you become familiar with these types of scams and phishing techniques. You may be the person that's able to stop your friends or family from falling victim to one of these scams.
Meet Ares.
The god of war. The Greek, that's awesome.
He's the most advanced AI known to mankind.
Hang on! How cool
Is that?
Aries, PT.13, get tickets now.
Let's step through a number of different phone calls that have been received by individuals with this particular pretext. Of course, this is one where there is an actor and there's a story that they tell. And these are actual scam calls taken from YouTube videos that are available, and they're probably very similar to ones that you may have received. The first one is, "Hello, sir. My name is Wendy, and I'm from Microsoft Windows. This is an urgent checkup call for your computer as we have found several problems with it." Obviously, this is not Wendy, and Wendy is not from Microsoft Windows. Another one says, "This is an enforcement action executed by the US Treasury intending your serious attention." Bad grammar aside, it's very unlikely that this voicemail was indeed left by the US Treasury. And lastly, "Congratulations on your excellent payment history." Well, already we know that this is not accurate. You now qualify for 0% interest rates on all of your credit card accounts. And again, this is not someone from a credit card company or a financing company. This is all someone taking advantage of impersonation. Impersonation is when an attacker is pretending to be someone that they're not. This may be used to make you more trustful. For example, they could call and say they're from your company's help desk and they understand there's some problems that need to be resolved on your system. Obviously, they're not from your company's help desk, but you thinking that they work for the same company as you immediately provides some level of trust. Or they may call you and say that they are the vice president for finance, or they're responsible for manufacturing within your organization. They're obviously not from your organization, but by introducing themselves as someone higher in rank, they're hoping that you will, without thinking, provide them with the information they need. Or the attacker may be using very large terms or technical details to get you thinking more about what they're saying, rather than if this call is indeed legitimate. Attackers use impersonation all the time to be able to make you more comfortable with the conversation, or to get you to provide information to someone who is more trustworthy than some stranger calling you from outside. One of the goals of the attacker is to elicit information from the person they're calling. They're looking for a piece of information or an important detail that they normally would not have access to. This is very commonly seen with voice phishing or vishing, where someone is calling with a story that eventually would get you to give up your credit card number, your social security number, your bank details, or other important and sensitive information. But obviously the attacker can't simply ask, so what's your bank account number? Instead, they need to have a story about how it's important that we get your bank account number because there's been a problem sending a payment to a particular third party. And through this entire story, somehow they're getting you to trust them and provide your banking information. Another use of impersonation is for the attackers to take advantage of identity fraud. This is when they'll pretend to be you using your private information. In reality, the attacker is the one opening these accounts. For example, an attacker might open a credit card account in your name with your information, but use their address so the credit card is mailed directly to the attacker. They'll then use this credit card to purchase products and services, and of course the attacker has no intention to pay for any of these. And of course all of this will appear on your credit report as non-payment for an account that you allegedly opened. Attackers can also use identity fraud to open up their own bank account under your name. By using your personal information, they now have a bank account that they can use to store the funds that they have created from their illegal activities. And they can now use that checking account and their position as a customer with the bank to open up loans. Those loans, of course, would be under your name, but of course the attacker is going to take the money from that loan and use that somewhere else. And of course, identity fraud can be used with government agencies for the attacker to get benefits under your name. This is commonly seen with things like tax fraud, where the attacker will send in your tax forms as you, and they'll receive the overpayment to their account. They effectively have gotten your tax refund before you have a chance to do the same thing. There are a number of steps that you can use to help prevent impersonation. One is to not volunteer information. If somebody calls and tells you they're from the help desk and they need your password in order to fix a problem on your computer, then they're probably phishing for information because the support team does not need a password to gain access to your system. You should also not give away any of your personal information over the telephone, email, or any other method. The attackers would love to get information about your address, your social security number, your birthday, and other important details that they can then use to open up accounts in your name. And if you think the person contacting you is legitimate, but you're uncomfortable providing personal information, you might want to do your own verification. Most of the time, you can ask the person if you can verify them over the phone, and then you can check a public phone number to make sure that that is the person who's really contacting you. The process of verification is one that should be a normal process within your organization. No one should take a phone call at face value, especially if that phone call is looking for financial information or sensitive details.
Why do growing businesses love working in Slack? Let's ask Christy at RE Bikes.
Running things in Slack saves me so much time.
AI summaries save 97 minutes per week. What say you, Rox from Gosney?
Slack helps us build community, it helps us build connection.
Your partners, vendors, and customers all in one place. Take us on home, Ashley from Caraway.
If we didn't have Slack tomorrow, who would explode?
Well, let's not let that happen. Visit slack.com/podcast to get 50% off Slack Business Plus.
In previous videos, we've talked about how easy it would be to gain access to someone's network by leaving USB keys around their parking lot, hoping that somebody picks one up on the way into the office and plugs it into their computer once they get to their desk. But But what if your employees are so well trained that a USB key in a parking lot is not going to be plugged in and they're going to prevent any type of access from the outside? You've done such a good job in training your employees that they're not going to click links inside of their emails either, and they're not going to run any type of attachments that may come with any of the messages. So instead of the attacker trying to get inside of your network, they'll instead try to gain access to the system that you will access later on. We refer to this as a watering hole attack. That means the attacker will poison the watering hole and simply wait for you to visit. This obviously requires for the attacker to do a little bit of research. They need to understand what third-party sites your organization might visit and then try to find a way into that third-party site. This might be something that your employees do every day. For example, they might submit orders on a website for a local coffee shop or a sandwich shop. And if the attacker can gain access to the sandwich shop web server, they could potentially infect your company. Of course, this would require that there be some type of vulnerability associated with that third-party website. Or maybe they're sending email attachments to the sandwich shop, hoping the sandwich shop clicks on it so they can gain access to their network and then ultimately gain access to your network. As part of this watering hole attack, the attacker may be poisoning all of the water for everyone who visits this particular website. But of course, they know that eventually your organization will visit this sandwich shop website, and that's the one connection that they're interested in pursuing. Here's a good example of a watering hole attack being used. This occurred in January of 2017, and the attackers were successful in poisoning the water in the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, the National Banking and Stock Commission of Mexico, and the state-owned bank in Uruguay. Once these sites were exploited, they added malicious JavaScript files to the web server, but they were very specific on who they were trying to infect. In fact, they did not poison the entire water, only a section of the water. Only IP addresses that were associated with particular financial organizations and banks would receive these malicious JavaScript files. Everyone else who visited these sites saw the normal site with no malicious code. Unfortunately, the results of this watering hole attack were never made public. So we're not sure if the attackers ever eventually got the access they were hoping to find from these third-party sites, but we do know that they infected quite a number of sites through this watering hole attack. There's not any one thing that can help prevent a watering hole attack. You need to have a layered defense, or what we call in the industry as defense in depth. This means that you might have antivirus, a firewall, an intrusion prevention system, and multiple layers of security, so that if one device doesn't recognize something malicious, perhaps one of these other layers certainly will. This is why we often see firewalls and intrusion prevention systems often bundled together. The firewall might allow this traffic through, but once the traffic gets to the IPS, it will recognize that the contents of that network traffic are indeed malicious. And in the case of the malicious software that was running on the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, anyone who visited that site with those specific IP addresses and was using Symantec's antivirus software would receive a message saying that it recognized malicious code and it would stop that from executing on an individual's computer. By putting these multiple layers of security in place, you're increasing the odds that you might recognize and block any of this malicious software.
Hershey's Zero Sugar. Zero sugar, 100% delicious. Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to
effective social engineering technique is to disseminate incorrect information to others. Unlike something that's a difference in opinion, misinformation and disinformation contains factually incorrect details, and it's usually designed to divide or confuse different groups of people. We see this often online with influence campaigns. These are campaigns that are usually on social media sites, and they're based around political issues or social issues. There are documented cases where a third-party government or nation state is creating this dissension within different ranks of people. This may be designed to persuade people to believe something that's not true, or to distract from something that is obviously true that perhaps would be damaging to that particular nation state. This may not even be something related to a website or location that you're visiting online. Instead, it might be delivered through the advertising that you see. And the engine of social media is a perfect place to begin disseminating this misinformation. The attackers are very good at using these social media sites and the tools available to them to create articles and then share and like these articles to get them in front of as many people as possible. This is how the misinformation process commonly occurs. The first step is for the attacker to create multiple accounts that contain fake users. These are not an actual person. All of these accounts belong to the attacker. Now the attacker needs to get this misinformation posted online. They'll use one of their fake user accounts to create some content and post that on a social media site. Once it's posted online, the social media sites commonly have a like, a share, or a follow option, and this will allow the attacker to amplify that message to a larger group of people. The algorithms within social media recognize when a particular post is being liked or shared and will present that post to others as well. Once this algorithm shares this with others, there will be actual users that see this information, and they will share it with other people that they know. And once this misinformation reaches a certain level of popularity, the mass media will recognize how popular it is and create their own stories to publish on something that from the very beginning was misinformation. Another interesting social engineering technique is to use brand names. These are names of companies that you probably know, things like Coca-Cola and McDonald's. These brands are instantly recognizable to most people. So the attackers will create hundreds or even thousands of sites with this particular brand name. Google will then index these sites and it goes into the Google search engine. If someone searches for those brand names on Google, it's very possible that they might be redirected to one of these impersonated sites. You may have even seen this when you do your own Google searches, that you think you're going to a legitimate site, but when you visit the site, you get a pop-up message or an image that says you won, there's a special offer, and here's some software that you should download. Obviously, that software is not legitimate, probably contains malware, and now your computer is infected. It will display ads, it may track what sites you go to, or there may be data that's exfiltrated from your computer and gets into the hands of the attacker.
T-Mobile's Guide to Moving Day. Step 1, get T-Mobile 5G home internet with 2-day free shipping. Step 2, get online in 15 minutes. Step 3, find the box of fans. Make your house a home on day 1. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet for just $50 a month.
Most wax deodorants stain your clothes. Gillette Clear Gel antiperspirant goes on clear. Gillette, the choice is clear.
The software that runs on your computer all runs inside of memory. Nothing executes on your computer unless it's loaded from disk, runs inside of memory, and is processed by your CPU. So obviously, malware itself has to somehow get into memory to be able to operate. And there's a lot of different running processes that you'll find inside of your memory. There's DLLs, or dynamic link libraries, in Windows. There are threads, buffers, memory management functions, and other things that are stored and operate inside of the memory of your computer. The malware then has a number of choices to be able to run on your computer. It can run as its own process in memory, or it can find an existing process and inject itself into the middle of that process. Here's a block diagram that describes a process or an application that's running inside of memory. In this process, there is a starting address and an ending address. And if you wanted to inject malware into this process, you would need to inject it somewhere between those two addresses. Not only does this allow malware to avoid detection by anti-malware that's just looking for a malicious process, but it also allows this malware to have the same rights and permissions as the process that it's injecting into. This means it's a very easy way for the malware to suddenly have privileged escalation or higher rights and permissions than what it would normally have on that system. One of the most common forms of malware injection is called DLL injection. DLL stands for Dynamic Link Library, so it's effectively a type of executable on your system that many different processes and applications can use. For this to work, the attackers first need to get this malicious DLL installed onto some storage that your system can access. The attacker wants this DLL to run as part of this target process, but obviously the DLL is not already part of this application. The implementation of this, though, is relatively easy for the attacker. The attacker puts a path to where the malicious DLL is located somewhere on a storage drive and will put that path or a link to that path inside of the target process. As the process is executing, it reaches the point where it needs to reference that DLL. It goes out to disk, pulls in the malicious DLL, and it is loaded into memory, and now the malware is running on that system.
Nate, honey, you gotta look at the camera. Nate! This isn't working. DeVito, you're in.
Tommy DeVito, backup me.
If only there were backups in real life.
We're getting somewhere.
But at least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
A buffer overflow attack is one where an attacker can write more than what is expected into a particular area of memory, and that additional information that they're writing overflows into another area of memory. Normally, the application developer is performing bounds checking, so they're checking to see that anyone writing into that section of memory is only writing 8 bytes of information and not any additional information. The attackers go through every part of an application trying to perform buffer overflows and see if they can modify the way that this application is designed to work. However, this is not a simple vulnerability to be able to exploit. Even if you find a buffer overflow, you may find that adding additional information to memory can be unexpected and might cause the entire system or application to crash. Or they may be able to use just the right type of buffer overflow into the right area of memory with just the right information to be able to have the application perform a particular function that is advantageous to the attacker. What the attacker is really looking for is a buffer overflow that is always repeatable, and it always is providing the attacker with a particular function that provides them with an advantage. Here's a buffer overflow example where the attacker can take advantage of this issue to be able to create elevated rights and permissions for the attacker.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch.
Variable A and variable B.
Hope you enjoyed yourselves there. Had something good to eat.
Currently written to it. It is all
Thank you, Mr. T, for reminding everybody before lunch 2 o'clock. I appreciate that. Thanks for the assist.
Variable B has already been written to memory. It is
All right.
2 bytes long, and you can see the decimal
What we have, when in charge, be in charge.
979. For this particular
He
application,
executed the plan perfectly.
B contains information on how this application should provide rights and permissions.
So,
And if this
we know
value
we
is
have,
2000,
today is Wednesday.
effectively
Yes, we have
user
career
rights
services
or
coming in
rights
in the
for
next
this
40.
But the
So we're
attacker
going to
provides
talk about 40 minutes.
administrative rights, but for
We'll
administrative
give you a
rights,
10-minute break. Then that way, when Miss
value
Jewel comes in, she'll have the whole hour, so we don't run into her time.
normally
If I'm starting to get talking to like 45 after, somebody needs to jump in and do it, James. Break. All right. I will not take it personally. All right. So we just want to make sure we're prepared for it.
and that will fill up the 8
All right. So as we are continuing our lesson,
and it will overflow that
we're going to go
last byte
into
variable B.
security
In
controls.
this
When you
example,
start
the attacker is
seeing
choosing to
this,
store the word excessive into variable A.
I will say on the
Excessive
exam,
has 9
there
characters.
is
The first
a
8
question
characters
about
are
security
stored as part of
controls.
variable A.
And
the ninth
security
letter
controls
is
are
also the same
those
as X value 65.
These are the
is stored
categories.
as the first
These
line
might be
of variable
procedures or items you need to put in place
into that particular
in
variable.
order to
You can see that this
ensure
buffer
you
flow has
have
now changed the
CIA,
value of variable B, and now its
confidentiality,
value is
integrity,
25,856.
right? So you need to make sure that this is good to go. And as you can see, it follows the same triad, so to speak. Pyramid. Yeah, so let's get into it. So if we're looking at the categories for controls, we have one, managerial, the operational, technical, and you guessed it, physical, which is at the bottom. Right? And there might be times that you might have to implement several of these at one time. So it's not like it's a one size fits all type of situation. You have to figure out what's going on in your organization. So let me throw some examples out there and see which one you would pick.
That these two conditions may be operating simultaneously. This is something
here we go.
developers commonly check when they're
Let's use the example we talked about last week about railroad.
A combination of different events inside the application might have an unexpected outcome, and this would be
I couldn't resist. I had to do it. So we were talking about they have the rail cars.
This means the application is going to.
Remember I said rail cars in Chicago are getting robbed, right?
And then after it retrieves
So that they're going in there taking vehicles, iPhones, anything that they could find. They had an inside person who was supplying the manifest of what was on each car. And if it sits in a rail yard for a while, they're telling people the exact car to go to by tagging the car, the rail car, with either paint or something that glows in the dark, so they know this is the car you need to hit. Something to that effect. I don't know the whole story. I just caught it on CNN. Okay, fact check if you need to. But the whole point of this is that they were working with somebody on the inside of the rail yard in order to get this information. So to prevent that, if we're looking at the different controls which are on the slide, which one would you put into place to ensure you limit? You can't totally extinguish it, right? But you can limit the impact. Which one would you put in place?
We'll start with two accounts, account A and account B, and both have a
What kind of control would you put in place?
User one is going
and put a reason why. Put a reason why. So each one of you look at the chart, type what kind of control you will put in place, and what kind of impact should that control have that will help you. So at least one sentence of which one you would select.
So far, everything is working as you would expect. Now user one is going to add $50 to account B.
Kevin says physical. Block them at the start.
We know that now account A has $100 and account B.
Charles says physical control. He put cameras to see who's there.
Now user two is going
Aaliyah says she would put asset trackers, which you can. Yep, you can do that. You can actually tag the merchandise, and actually that's a deeper investigation because if you allow them to take it and they have asset tags on the inside of it, now you can find out who's fixing the equipment and where they're storing it at. So it could lead to a bigger bust.
Is going to remove $50 from account A. From user one's perspective,
You don't know if it's scalable.
$50 and account B.
The investigation part of it could be scalable, but the actual asset tracking probably would not be scalable. But either way, it's effective. Either way, it's effective. It can help.
Immediately for all users. From user two's perspective, account A.
Lane says technical mainly because it cuts costs and also simultaneously have a security feature in the technical. Okay. What type of technical control would you have?
Account A is $50 and account B is $200, when in reality, account A should have $0.
So you're pretty much using hardware, software, or systems to help in a technical control. So like, what would you put?
Yeah, so security systems.
We saw a race condition occur on the planet Mars with the Mars rover Spirit. There's a safety mechanism within the rover where it
How about this? Let me give you an idea too while Elaine's typing that out.
And in the case of Mars,
Back to the asset system. Somebody said something about asset tracking, which is illegal.
So during this reboot process,
You could probably scale it out to a point.
and it's broken.
Now this would take way extra work, but it'd be worth it because of the theft.
To exactly the same file system here
I would
again,
bring my primary cars.
a reboot loop.
If I could, I don't work in rail. I don't know. That's why we have to have a tabletop exercise to figure this out. Maybe I could dedicate an internal track that I could park these cars on, like a half mile to a mile. That's more inside than outside.
This TalkTOA attack took advantage
Put lights and cameras like y'all were talking about,
of its infotainment
and
system
have a
to
security
access
officer walking these cars all the time.
elevate privileges to be the root user of the infotainment system.
I don't know. It might work, might not, because with rail, there's tons of high dollar assets, right?
Yeah.
Tons of stuff you could target. So I don't know. Elaine says security systems like biometrics or key card entry. That's effective. So y'all get the idea. On the exam, one of these stands out. They'll say on the exam there'll be one question. And it's right here.
Create an Azure account today.
This one. Which control relies on a person for implementation? It's the operational. That's when you're sitting down like we're doing right now, and we're trying to discover or put in place a plan, right? We just went over all the different things we could do. That will be the operational control that we'll put in place. Maybe there's a certain way we can do things to limit the impact. So keep that in mind when it comes to the exam. It's the operational control is the one that needs a person to implement it for it to be successful.
Make sure that you patch your system as soon as possible. This will make sure that you're able
now, as we move on with security controls, you have some functional types. Okay. So here, with the categories, it's managerial, operation, technical, and physical. But then you have some functional types of controls. Here's your three. You have preventive, detective. Okay, I suppose it's scenario based. Yes. Is you talking about the exam as far as which one you pick?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You may have it now. These PBQs, when you get to security control, I think the hardest one, the security plus, the hardest PBQ you'll see is negotiating the firewall. Remember that little picture I gave you this morning?
Yeah.
Of a firewall? It's gonna look like that. So you actually have an example of the firewall PBQ.
Okay. Yeah.
And it'll say, put all of these in order. But we'll get to that later. That'd probably be the hardest one you'll see on this exam. They're all pretty much negotiable. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Not super brain power to use. Okay. You just need to understand what you need to do. That's all. So when we're looking at this with the functional types, you have the preventive, detective, and corrective. Now with the preventive control that you'll put in place, you're looking at something over, if we're looking over here, now we're looking at something, what can we do ahead of time that can help us out? Okay, what we can do ahead of time. Physically or logically restricts unauthorized access. Operates before an attack. So basically it's saying, if you're on point, way before, you're in a better place. That's like when we use the example, if Kevin had a Slurpee and he walked into the network office by accident, he was checking something, and his big gulp Slurpee fell over the switch. Oh my God! But Kevin's like, no need to be upset here. Not only do I have a backup switch already configured, I saved the configuration on the thumb drive locked up in the office. This is merely just, hey, half-hour job. Right? That's a preventive. He thought way ahead for something like this to happen. So he's ahead of it. He's not behind it.
Microsoft,
Next,
or Google,
what you'll see is
signature associated with
detective.
Because the digital signature is put there by the
Secret
application
squirrel.
developer and our operating system validates that digital signature, we can have a high
What's
level
going on
of
here?
trust that this particular
So in the
company is
detective,
legitimate.
you identify attempted or successful intrusions, and then you operate during the attack. Now, when it says operates during an event to identify it, sometimes what do you need to do during an attack? You notice the attack is happening. You've already possibly have honey nets and honey pots. Why would I allow this to happen? Leah, why do I see it happening in real time, but I let it happen? Why? Now, I'm only letting it happen because it's on the right network, right? But why do I want to let them continue and sit back and go,
Update process for the Orion application. The update itself was digitally signed by the company, and to anyone who's ever
very interesting.
like a normal update from a legitimate application developer. Unfortunately, months earlier,
The detective
gained
portion.
access to the developer.
And if you guys are back in class, please have your cameras on if you can. If you're busy doing something like a call or an appointment, I understand. All right, let's see here. Evidence. Correct, Elaine. Yes. You want that evidence, get that documentation. And Aaliyah says to see what they're doing, where they're going, and how they're doing it.
And some of the largest organizations in the world were running this software.
And once you get that, then you can implement the corrective. Once you have all of that telemetry, now you can put this in place. How do we respond? How do we fix? How do we prevent? All right? And how do we keep things operational after the attack? So you respond, fix, prevent, and continue to operate. Good way to think about it. All right. Let's get to the next slide. Security control, we have part 2, part 2, some more functional types. Directive,
It's essential.
deterrent,
Global supply chain
and compensating. Now, these were confusing for me. I think.
product life cycles digitally.
It was like deterrent and compensating. I mean, don't want nobody to do it. But compensate. Oh, okay, I get it. So the directive. You need to enforce the rule of behavior. That's why we're putting something out. What's the directive? How are we supposed to have everybody on one accord on the inside of the business? Okay. What is a directive or a set of instructions or a rule you can put in place for your company to prevent social engineering? And go. And go. And go. And drop in the chat. Go ahead, be easy and go. Drop in the chat. What would you do to help prevent
To effectively address the demand for
user training? What would you train on?
you need a robust supply chain network solution.
How would you prevent social engineering in your organization? In your organization.
These evolving challenges.
Mr. T says phishing, Leah says user training, Elaine says policies put in place, Kevin says install a preventive I was about to say vegetable space. We planting gardens up in there? What are we doing? Vegetables? That's not, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Charles when he put activate.
By leveraging advanced AI capabilities.
Oh, here's a good one. Badge and ID. Sure. Stop people from tailgating. Put blinds on the windows. That's why military buildings, they don't like computer monitors facing women. During audits, man trap building. You have to turn the PC toward the inside of the building, or you have to have blinds. Right? So that's part of the audit that we're going on. Okay, I like that. So those are directives. You will put that in writing. That's a good one. Armed guards. Sure
When it
thing.
comes to traceability,
They're walking around
the
seeing,
plan
they're
participants
looking all day and watching.
But with the amount of new data and partners required to make
When in doubt, shoot it out. Oh my gosh.
traditional data integration methods, such as point-to-point API or EDI,
This is when in doubt, shoot it out.
Next
Okay, deterrent.
takes a supply
It
chain
psychologically
upload
discourages
tracing data using our
intrusions.
smart import technology.
So now you just want to discourage, you want to get into the mind of, let's say, the opportunist,
NextTrace
the
then uses
person
advanced AI to map their data
that might want to, but what could you put in place that'll really say, no, man, I ain't doing that. Not today. I don't want to smoke. There you go. Cameras and alarm systems. What else?
NextTrace is powered by the Inform Nexus network, connecting you to a pre-existing
Honey net, honey pot. What else?
over
Locks.
94,000
Of
plus
course.
units
Good locks too, right, Aaliyah?
With this
Not just the ones you get from Dollar Tree. We want some real locks that lock. Not you yank on it real hard and it breaks the lock. Biometric security guards. Yes.
Force validations.
Now we're using drones and such
Or even
now.
stop payment to your finished
People walking the
suppliers
perimeter,
if they're not
fence with
supplied.
what? With electrical wire. Yep.
As a leader
Give 'em a
in
good
supplier
shock if they
visibility
want to come in.
collaboration solutions,
I know with loss prevention, we would put in
managing complex
fake
suppliers,
cameras. It had a fake blinking light.
advanced AI with unparalleled technology.
Yeah.
When you look at it, you're like, is that real or not? I don't know. Is it? Like, I knew if it was real or not, but the opportunist
Yeah.
would be like, no, it's a camera here. I'm going to go find somebody else.
All aspects of their supply chain.
Yep. Hey, you're being watched. Now, that's a good one, too. There is no camera nowhere, but you just put on the wall, you're being watched.
NextTrace, you're not just
Now, that's a good one. That's totally a good one.
you're staying ahead of
All
tomorrow.
right.
Yeah.
Beware of, same thing, beware of dogs. Same thing. Ain't got no dog. You in the house going, it's like, is that a dog or a sick squirrel? What is that? Right? Don't know. Don't know. Sick Frankie on it, right? Little man and just be tired by the time he runs to the dog.
Request a demo at infor.com.
He might open the door for him. I don't know. Hopefully he does. But yeah, so those are the good things. So let's move on to the last one we have on the slide. So good examples. Compensating. Anybody ever have a parent that say, man, sometimes I feel like I gotta compensate for your mistakes? You ever heard that term parents used to say? OG parents used to say that. Old school. Seems like I'm always compensating for your mistakes. That means they're the gap. They're bridging you from getting evicted because you don't know how to manage your money. They're compensating.
From the perspective of an attacker,
right?
makes it a very attractive
So
place to start looking for vulnerabilities. And by
they're the parachute.
up to date, you can close
So
each of these known
when you're putting in a compensating control, there you go. You are substituting.
is that they are
You are standing in the gap. You're putting something in there to help carry you over
and the more code you have
to get to your achievement. There you go, Kevin. Oh, I've got two of them. Just over me on a mistake, but close up. Yep. Mr. T says insurance count for Yeah, insurance does start. Insurance is a compensating control. Think about it this way. What if you had something, let's say you had a switch that had a vulnerability that nobody could fix. I doubt if it's like that, but we're just making up, right? Let's say the whole industry knows it's there, but nobody has seemed to come up with a fix yet. And programmers are like diligently working on it. And they say, well, it won't be fixed for a year. Well, maybe I want to get some more insurance just in case we have a breach because we know it's a vulnerability. Somebody may exploit it. So as a company, we do the numbers and say, Mr. T, how much would it cost us as a company if this got exploited and we lost this many accounts? And they're attached to the bank accounts. And you run the numbers, right? You're like, well, we're looking at $2 billion. Hey, let's scratch some insurance. Because just in case it happens, we have the finances, right? To compensate, to help fix the issue. Or try to get people back to a whole as possible. Does that make sense? An intermediate backup or correct. It's an intermediate back. I like the way you said that. It's an intermediate backup or a cushion that you put in. It could be associated with a framework, compliance, and its measures too. So you might need to compensate, which is cool.
First is that you should always plan on updating.
All right.
When that monthly update
Any questions so far?
or an on-demand update occurs at some other time.
Anybody want an angry squirrel?
Patch that version of software as quickly
Beware of
as
squirrel.
possible. Once a previously
Yeah.
vulnerability is subject to the world, the attackers
Y'all so crazy. All right. Ding. Moving on.
that particular vulnerability so they can use it against
The next slide here, information security roles and responsibilities. This is where it gets real, people.
will be safe from any subsequent attacks.
You're probably gonna see some job
Make
postings
sure you have a backup and
for a lot of ISOs.
but in very large
But we're gonna go through these and see.
containing hundreds or thousands of
Let's divide these up before we get to it.
test before deploying this patch into
Overall responsibility. Just a quick blurb.
that you're going to deploy
Brian,
doesn't in some way break
could you
something
look
else
up Chief Information Officer and drop a
automatically
blurb
installed behind the
image?
scenes and no other work is required.
Well, I would say Mike, but he's busy.
Especially those
Elaine,
Yeah.
could you look up Chief Security Officer and their responsibilities?
in that particular case.
And we'll get to Martin to see if he can look up the ISO, Information Systems Security Officer. Let's see what we have.
Need to go back to the configuration prior to the patch.
We'll give him about 5 minutes. Like Kevin put in there, I was an angry squirrel yesterday. I saw nuts in that test and found bupkis. Why does that sound familiar?
Fragrances are now exclusively available at your local store.
The Christmas story?
Store proposal limited collection makes every
All right, we've got telemetry coming in.
so you can smell unstoppable.
Okay, Brian says
A code injection.
a chief information officer leads an organization's information technology, IT, strategy, ensuring technology aligns with business goals by managing. Those are the key words right there. You're going to see this on the exam. This is a question. You have to take CIO, CSO, and ISO and put them in the right spots.
And you'll hear about many
Keywords for CIO.
injections. There is HTML code
They
injections,
maintain
SQL
the
injections,
business
XML
goals
injections,
by
and
managing IT
Let's look at one
leadership
specific type of code injection. This is the SQL injection. SQL
and information resources. CROs are responsible for cybersecurity, integrating new technology, managing IT infrastructure, and overseeing IT projects and budgets. Yep. So they're keeping everything on task. They may not be in the trenches of IT, but they're managing everything, the goals. All right, who's next? Who's got CSO, Chief Security Officer, and someone has ISSO?
Yep, coming up.
We'll wait for that stuff to come in.
This is also often not a difficult vulnerability to exploit. You can do this within the browser that's being used as the front end to the application.
If we're looking at the slide, we can make sense of it while they're looking at that. The overall responsibility, CIO, CSO, but you'll have some managerial staff in the middle to ensure everything's happening. Right, so on the technical side, that's where you see the information system security officer. And then you might have some non-technical folks that's going to be assisting you. Here we go, smart telemetry. Elaine says, CSO, senior executive responsible for developing and overseeing an organization's comprehensive security strategy. Bingo! Comprehensive security strategy. Alrighty then, encompassing the physical and digital assets. All right. CIO, make sure the organization's business strategy and goals are on point and budget and working with IT. CSO oversees the organization's comprehensive security strategy. The ISO, Martin came in the clutch. Hands-on security implementation, monitoring, and validation. They are the boots on the ground with IT inside the organization. They're working alongside you every day. The ISO. H to the Izzo, B to the Izzo, hands up. Y'all know I couldn't. You know I couldn't let that pass. Come on, Jay-Z, Blueprint.
Yeah.
Is that Blueprint? I think it's the Blueprint album. I think it is. So, Izzo, Lizzo.
Yeah.
All right. So those are the ones. So we got that. You know what order they go into?
You effectively now have complete control to the
Yeah. It was H.
database or delete everything that's in the database.
So then you might have some non-technical people that may help you. Okay.
At an example of SQL injection. I'm using
What are some non-technical folks that help you in your organization with the overall goal?
of a series about
They're not even in IT. Bingo. There you go. Content. There you go.
in this case we have
Neat.
pieces of
Trust is
information
neat.
we're going to add to the application. An employee name, which is Smith, a transaction authentication.
Interns. Yep. People that work for free. Right?
Add that into
HR. They help you.
99A. So
Because they have to vet the people that they signed on, right, to bring into the organization. They went through all those applications. They try to find out the good fit, least likely to fail, right? Personalities. It all goes into there. So they're trying to help the overall company atmosphere and environment as well.
all of the information that's
And then you have to take what they call due care and accept the liability. The due care is, hey, you want to make sure everything's good to go. You want to make sure as you go along, you're reinvesting in your people. You're always doing checkups. You're always educating. You're always have a kind word to say. You always have to be professionally be able to put somebody on paper or give them some feedback, right? Don't have to be a butt about it, but you also have to be an organization that enforces rules too, right? In a way that's acceptable. So you have to be able to balance all of this stuff. And the liability portion is you can have insurance out there, like Mr. T was saying, to absorb some liability. But also the person that works for you can be a liability. Would you agree? Can a person that works for you become a liability?
Yep.
Okay, I need all y'all to do one thing. If you're thinking about a person that will become a liability, give me one word that comes to mind.
cross-site scripting.
Throw it in the chat. One word.
Abbreviated as XSS.
Disgruntled. DUI. I take it. It's a word. Manslaughter. Mutter.
Cascading style sheets.
I think he meant put murder.
XSS.
Revenge.
Between both of those technologies. This attack type was originally
Elaine says lazy or incompetent. Whistleblower. See, there you go. Y'all on the right track.
inside of your browser.
What about the person that just made an honest mistake?
Cross-site scripting is one of the most common.
They really didn't know.
For web-based applications. This takes
Right?
advantage of the trust
Yeah.
that the browser has for
This
your
is like,
websites. Although there are
think about this.
Yeah.
Here's the honest mistake part. What if a person comes into, now in the government network,
cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are based around an attack.
we usually hire within, well, we used to before the new administration.
In our
Yeah.
browsers and practically every
Used to be able to get out and come back in and work as a GS, right? Now anybody could be a GS. They hire, we don't have priority anymore as service members. Yeah, they took that away. It's gone.
that we might commonly associate. And of course there is the
So that means the door is open for contractors who are of the civilian community,
attacker to send a link to the
used to
victim
working with
as a malicious inside of it.
Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah.
Might be a text message
Okay?
or any other
Now,
method that would
typically,
malicious link into the hands of
now you put them in a position where if they get hired to come on the base, we know not to plug in any phones or anything into a USB port, don't we?
the attacker
Yep.
has provided
Because it'll shut it down.
additional information.
But somebody failed to tell this IT person
It's a malicious script that's
about government networks. And they say, oh, I need to charge my phone. Click.
usually seen by the victim, but behind the scenes, there's
That truly can be a situation where they didn't know.
cookie information.
Now, I could pose the question and say, you're IT. I would have asked that question. Like, do you have port security turned on? And how is the network set up? So if I plug my phone in, is there anything that's gonna happen? Charles got the police car. Like, but then again, some people brain fart. They forget to ask, right? Because where they used to work, all the USB ports were open, right? So that right there is an example of non-intentional. Right? Okay. Moving on, people. Woo, woo, woo. That's the police guy. Next. Information security competencies. Oh, so I got something to read. So Kevin says, so basically, tell them to do it if we want them gone, because we understand the military side better than them. Are you saying don't tell them so they'll be gone? Security! They're gone. Right. All right. Maybe, I don't know. No, that wouldn't be right. We wouldn't. Okay. We can't fire without cause. Yes. We have to do the right thing. So here I've created a very small amount of JavaScript. It's a very simple risk assessments and testing. You always want to do risk assessments all the time. So now you notice where I'm going with this. That's where I'm going. Because it's right there. In Security Plus, you can see how basic this stuff is. I haven't went into anything that's so overwhelming that you haven't heard before or worked with before, right? So this is the type of stuff you'll see on the exam. So now you have to put some thought into it. Risk assessments and testing. When's a good time to do a risk assessment? Aaliyah says the cause will be negligence, right? Yep, they have to be negligent. Something you did so erroneous, they fired you. Aaliyah says before a change. Charles says before you do anything, anytime, yep, before, all of those are the right answers. All of them. Basically, what y'all identified was anytime the situation changes enough to do one. For you. Meaning it changed enough for you. For your setup. You can do one anytime. You can do one every day if you want to. But that'd be tiring. Mrs. T says, but it is redundant, but good. It is a good practice. Yep. That way you don't get sleepy. You don't get laxed. You have somebody always looking over your shoulder. In these, you want to specifying, sourcing, installing, and configuring security devices and software. I like that one there. So anyone who views this message can have it posted to their own. Do you believe somebody in IT and the next person that views it on their could be a liability? The exact same process. And again, what about somebody? Which is more dangerous? Yeah, I gotta put some thought into this. Give out wrong info because yep. Which is more dangerous to you? I just want your opinion. The new IT that's fresh out of school that doesn't know anything, or the seasoned, the one that's been around IT for a while? We talking about. Charles says seasoned. Aaliyah says depends. Expound, Aaliyah. Tell us. The old head because they know the ins and outs and tricks. Like that answer. Kevin says the IT man is more dangerous than the dum-dum. I would give out that. I would agree with that. To me, like this is all opinionated because either way it could go. But if you wanted to know me, Kevin says the freshie. I'll take any risk a boss says to do. He'll make me do it so he doesn't get caught. Yeah, they could do that too. So sometimes the old head, the one that's the green, you see the green can be trained and corrected. Yes. I like y'all answers. I love your answers. Charles says, who knows if they're disgruntled or have issues with leadership? Aaliyah says, the seasoned, they know how to exploit. The newbie can spill info, mess up configurations, etc. Okay, good. All right, so we got that. My opinion, because it can go either way. My opinion is the one who's seasoned. Because y'all said it. They know the tricks. They cut corners. They get relaxed. They start making a lot of money. There's not a lot for them to do because they've worked through all the issues and found out a system, right? They've been in an organization. I think somebody said they know the organizations in and outs. Correctly, they can cover their tracks. Now they know the system. They can log in, destroy logs, not even be at work. How about that? They're out playing golf all day when they should be at work doing something. The newbie, to me, not only do they have, they're very aware of all the new stuff they just learned, so they'll try their best to stick to that so there's no configuration drift. But at the same time, we're more willing to let them make mistakes. That's why in IT, when we ask new folks to do something, we already know you're gonna mess it up. We've already built that in. We've already said, watch this, the lady's trying to configure this 48 port switch. Somebody check his work for me. Right? But we know Elaine may make a mistake and he'll put it in, but we're ready to fix it. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's either way. Good answers, y'all. Look about this. Access control and user privileges. We talked about that too. Goes back to, go ahead, Elaine. I see you about to type. He says it's already correct. It's already a risk management. Hey, y'all, they be like, yo, you seen Elaine's resume, y'all? Yeah. Get risk ready. Get risk ready. You see this guy's ready? Yeah, get risk ready. We're gonna give him a shot. It's more insurance. That'd be super funny. Thanks for playing along, Elaine. But yeah, that's what you might say.
Yeah.
Now, access control and user privileges. Now we're getting into the organizational unit. The OU, baby. The OU. Now we start tracking objects. Group policy. Objects. Now that object could be anything. Right? It's just a set of permissions that you're giving somebody. Right? Lands. Access to servers. This, that. Whatever you want to put. Now you got to make templates and make security groups and drop people in these security groups so they can have the right one. Charles says going to have us looking for grid squares.
Yeah.
Oh my God, y'all are crazy. So look at that. Let's see, what else we got on the list? Audit logs, we already talked about that. In events, where do we go to look for to get this telemetry in your computer right now? Go ahead and practice. Try to pull it up. Where's your logs and events at?
Hardware devices that don't generally give us access to the operating system that's running inside. This might be
now for this exam, event viewers. There you go.
You might use this device to clock.
There's several ways to get there.
Yeah.
Event viewers. You can also go to device manager. You can click on the hardware and then go into events. Right, for that piece of hardware.
Yeah.
You can go to system logs. You can go to the MSE console. Right. MS config 32. You're gonna see that. Remember that. Write that down, please. Is it MS info 32? They'll bring up everything.
MS info. Okay.
That's where you can start making your own, kind of like snap together your own grid, like what we're looking at right now for Zoom. You can put snap-ins and see what you want and build your own like telemetry window. Yeah, so look at that too. Good stuff. All right, we got 5 minutes. Let's see here. We're gonna get into incident response and reporting. You need to make sure your business continuity and disaster recovery plan is tight. The IT folks that don't have to worry, it's not the ones that have the dated MS Info 32. Oh, it doesn't work in your command prompt? Are you in as administrator? Or are you doing regular user?
Probably
try to log in at your command line or your run.
Yeah.
Run MS32. Try to run.
I'll pull it up in my. Probably have to log in as an admin.
See if we can bring it up. Windows R. Because you're doing it with the R, the R, the R, the R. The disaster recovery plan is very, very important. You don't want to be that, don't be that person, right? That guy or gal, you do not want to be the one now looking with the deer in the headlights look, because you never put in the work to ensure you had a backup plan. I would not, if that ever happened, I'm handing in the keys. I'm like, James, did you do it? Listen, I ain't even got time to even josh you and run around the corner and make up stuff. Let's just call it what it is. I blooped. Here's my keys. Give me a 30-day head start looking for a job. Because if it's that bad, it's like, you're going to find out anyway. Like, you look through the logs, why do we have to do all of that? You get what I'm saying? Just, no. Let's go ahead. And then training. Always be training. Send your folks to conferences. People think that conferences are like, why do we need them? You need them.
Yeah.
Keeps you up on the latest and greatest. You hear new stuff, you bring it back, right? You share it. Sure, it's a lot of money, but now conferences, a lot of conferences are online. I don't know if y'all noticed this. 3 minutes, we'll go to break. Somebody stop me if I'm starting to talk to them. Just want to get drunk at it. He said, I just want to get drunk at it. Yep. And learn new skills.
Yeah.
But the military, like the Air Force at the 99th, after COVID, they realized they saved more money by doing these online weekly conferences all day. That's what they do now. So it's still like they get the week off, like they're at the conference, but they're actually at home online attending the conference for 8 hours a day. Permissive TAD at the house, watching the conference in civilian clothes. Crazy. I saw it. Yeah. So my power is sacrificed. Why do I have 8 gigs of memory, but only 660? Whoa, Kevin, you got something running in the background. You need to look at your system performance tab.
Yeah.
You got some demons in that computer. Task manager, buddy, quick. You need triage.
Yeah, I need to check
it down, man. Shut it down. Seriously though, you might have to restart and come back in.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of stuff running.
Yeah.
He said somebody been using stuff from IC. Oh, you got the remote access terminal. Somebody's mining Bitcoin on your computer.
Should I just do a restart then?
Yeah, I'd do a restart before 3 o'clock. Just come back.
Okay, I'm gonna restart it now then.
All right, dude.
Son of a biscuit.
He's got that ICC remote access terminal. Aaliyah says, you know what? It could be Kali Linux running in the back. Especially if you hadn't terminated.
Yeah, you have to close it out.
Any questions so far? This is pretty fun. I like this. Security Plus is more discussion based. You see it.
Yeah.
It's all the ins and outs and angles now. It's like, okay, well, how would you do that? Yeah. All right. So if we don't have any questions, let's go ahead and be back like 5 till. Get ready for Miss Jewel. We'll be good. All right.
Limit the people able to directly connect to this device, or you might add additional IPS signatures, especially signatures that are built for some of these older operating systems. So although this may not be something you can easily phase out of your network, you may be able to put together a path to replace this device while at the same time providing the security needed for these legacy platforms.
I just MailChimp my marketing.
You MailChimp your what?
I MailChimp my marketing with AI to create a hyper-person.
With today's cloud-based infrastructures, we can build virtual machines at a moment's notice, and we can build many virtual machines simultaneously. If you've ever managed a laptop computer or a desktop computer, you know what the security concerns might be for a device like this. But if you're managing a cloud, you may have situations where virtual machines are constantly created and torn down during a normal workday. This makes it more challenging to manage the security posture of these virtual devices. Consider also that these virtual machines may all be built with different configurations. These virtual machines might all have a different number of CPUs operational, and those CPUs may have different capabilities. They might have a different amount of memory or a different amount of storage, and each one of these systems may be slightly different in how it operates. And of course, these virtual machines do have aspects of the VMs that are very similar to OSs you may be running with other physical devices. So the VM does run a version of an operating system such as Windows or Linux, and you should be applying the same type of security best practices to your virtual machine as you have to your physical devices. But there are some security vulnerabilities that are specific to the virtual world. Vulnerabilities such as a local privilege escalation, command injection, information disclosure, and others can still be found in these virtual environments. If you've ever used a VM, you know that that VM is its own self-contained system with its own CPU, memory, storage, and other resources. And it's not possible to somehow move from inside one virtual machine on a hypervisor to things that may be on a different virtual machine on that same hypervisor. However, there have been instances where researchers have found ways to jump between these VMs. This is called a VM escape, and it allows the attacker to get access to one virtual machine and then somehow find their way to connect to other virtual machines on that same hypervisor. Some hypervisors may manage tens or even hundreds of different virtual machines, which means if you can escape from one VM and move to another VM on that same hypervisor, you would have a great deal of data that you would be able to access. This would obviously be an enormous exploit that would allow an attacker to gain access to many systems simultaneously and all of the data contained within those systems. A practical example of a VM escape occurred in March 2017 at the Pwn to Own competition. This is a hacking contest where if you can pwn the device, then you would be able to physically own it. You get to take that laptop or that computer with you at the end of the contest. In this competition, attackers were able to use a bug in the JavaScript engine of Microsoft Edge to gain access to a sandbox that's built into the Edge browser. From that sandbox, they were then able to exploit a vulnerability within the Windows 10 kernel. This allowed them to gain full access to that guest operating system. From there, they were able to take advantage of a hardware simulation bug within VMware and hop from one VM to another VM within that same hypervisor. Fortunately, this vulnerability was only demonstrated for the first time during this competition, which allowed VMware to have some time to create a patch, roll out that patch, and make sure that no one else could take advantage of this VM escape. Another security concern for virtual machines is a resource reuse. Let's consider what a hypervisor is doing for all of the virtual machines connected to a particular piece of hardware. The hypervisor is managing this relationship between the physical world and the virtual world. So the hypervisor is allocating a certain amount of memory to one VM, a certain amount of storage, and a certain amount of network and CPU access. Although the hypervisor is allocating this amount of resource use for a VM, doesn't mean that that VM has exclusive access to that particular resource. For example, a hypervisor host may have a total of 4 physical gigabytes of RAM on that particular device. But that hypervisor is managing 3 separate virtual machines, and each of the VMs is allocated 2 gigabytes of RAM each. Obviously, the VMs are allocated 6 gigabytes, and we only have 4 physical gigabytes available for the hypervisor. We're relying on that hypervisor to only allocate memory where it's needed, which would allow us to use effectively 6 gig of storage space on a machine that is only equipped with 4 gigabytes. This means at certain times that there may be certain memory areas that are shared between different virtual machines. And it's the sharing of information where we could run into a problem. If the hypervisor has a bug that doesn't properly allow for the sharing of resources, it is possible that one VM could write to a memory area, and that memory area could be read by a different VM. Normally, the hypervisor would be the component restricting that sharing of information between VMs. In this example, we can see that the hypervisor does have some type of memory management issue. Once that code is updated, that particular sharing would no longer take place, and we can avoid any type of resource reuse. We're looking
for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me. In a relationship.
If you're sexually active and not vaccinated, it could still be you.
I'm too old.
If you're under 45, you're not. For most people, HPV clears on its own, but for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers.
Wow. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain HPV-related cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back and mouth cancers, and genital warts.
Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone who doesn't treat cancer or HPV infection. These diseases may have many causes.
Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Routine cervical cancer screenings are still needed. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you're allergic to the vaccine, its ingredients, or yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be.
The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen.
Help protect yourself against certain HPV-related cancers. Talk to a doctor or pharmacist today.
SharkView is a mobile AI surveillance trailer company launching cutting-edge technology to solve what the customer need is. We solved the hardest problem first. Can you put this in a trailer? Can you build a trailer? We listened to our customers, we listened to their problems, and made solutions. And then we realized that
Architecture and infrastructure concepts. In this course, we'll learn about architectural considerations, explore cloud computing, define infrastructure as code (IAC), serverless technologies, containers, and microservices. Examine network infrastructures, including centralized versus decentralized design. Discover virtualization. Learn the basics of ICS and SCADA. And define the Internet of Things, IoT.
Applications are often accessing sensitive data, and it's important that we find ways to maintain security for all of these cloud-based applications and their data. Unfortunately, we're not always using the best practices for security.
Our first architectural consideration is that of resilience. Resilience is the ability of an application, a service, or a system to continue to operate under adverse conditions or stress, even if in a degraded or debilitated state. Continue to maintain essential operational capabilities. Recover to an effective operational posture in a time frame consistent with mission needs. In other words, business impact analysis. Resilience is the ability of a workload to recover from infrastructure or service disruptions. Administrators and engineers should be able to dynamically obtain computing resources to meet demand and mitigate disruptions. Disruptions can be misconfigurations or ongoing transient network issues. An aspect of resilience is high availability. Availability is expressed as a percentage of planned and unplanned downtime over typically an annual period. Percentages such as 99.5, 99.9, 99.95, and 99.99. Also referred to as 4 nines. High availability entails a system, component, or application operating at high capacity continuously without intervention for a defined period of time. A highly available infrastructure is designed to deliver quality performance and handle various loads and failures with minimum or zero downtime. Reliability is a metric of percentage uptime, considering the downtime due only to faults or outages, whereas availability is a measure of the percentage uptime, considering the downtime due to faults and other causes such as planned maintenance. In other words, availability considers planned and unplanned outages, whereas reliability does not. And remember, for two different systems, it's possible for one system to be more reliable, but less available than the other. Let's compare availability to durability. Availability has historically been achieved through hardware redundancy, active-active failover, clustering, so that if any component fails, access to data or the system itself will remain. Durability, on the other hand, refers to the long-term data protection. In other words, the stored data does not suffer from bit rot, degradation, or other corruption. In other words, it won't just simply vanish. Durability is concerned with data redundancy, so that data is never lost or compromised. An example, AWS Simple Storage Service S3 and Google Cloud Storage are designed for 99.99, in other words, 11 nines of durability per object, and 4 nines of availability per year.
All right, welcome back from break, everybody. We're just waiting for Miss Jewel to come in.
Cost, which can be the initial cost and the ongoing cost of maintenance, as well as depreciation. Responsiveness. For example, how much latency is there in milliseconds between the client and the server? We're shooting for low latency and optimal performance. Scalability. Scaling out would be adding physical components on an ad hoc basis as part of auto scaling. Scaling up means going to a higher performance platform or adding compute processor and memory capacity. The ease of deployment. Can you deploy with infrastructure as code or templatized stacks to terraform the environment as opposed to manual configuration? Can you automate the patching and the ongoing updating of the application, system, or service? Risk transference. Can you transfer risk to a cloud provider or an insurance company or a shared disaster recovery site for high availability and disaster recovery planning? And power considerations. For instance, uninterruptible power supplies, generators, redundant power sources, and protection against blackouts, brownouts, surges, and sags.
This is the plan for my practice. This is the general business plan. This is my scope of practice, the type of patients I'll be helping, the age of the patients, the hours I'll be working.
In this lesson,
the conditions
we're
I'll
going to look at
be
the
treating,
different
how I
types of
There's
cloud
Miss
computing.
Jewel. She is here.
Beginning with IaaS.
And whenever she's ready, she will have the floor.
Hi, James. I actually have one more mock interview that I'm going to complete, and then once I come back to class, I'm going to talk to you guys about LinkedIn and making sure that your LinkedIn profiles are in good order. So, Martin, you're my last mock interview to complete. Give me a second here. I think I need to have like a presenter privileges, James.
Yep, you already have them. Should have a co-host come up.
All right. I'm trying to look for the breakout rooms. Okay, I see it now. All right. I'll create. And then. Okay. Martin, I will see you in room 2 shortly. Actually, room 1. My apologies.
At Amazon Web Services. Everything below the dashed line is the responsibility of the provider, AWS. That includes 4 foundation services: compute, storage, databases, networking, and content distribution networking. They also provide their own IAM or identity management in their heavily secured data centers. They have edge locations to support CDN, content distribution networking, in cities all over the world. Every region of AWS has at least 3 availability zones, and they also provide virtual interfaces called endpoints to their hundreds of services. Everything above that dashed line is the responsibility of the consumer or the customer. That includes how the data is encrypted, protecting data in transit, choosing the IAM solution, either a cloud-based IAM or a federated single sign-on for their own identity provider. And then, of course, they choose the operating system, they configure the network, they configure the firewalls, they manage the platform and applications, and of course, the data. With IaaS, as it relates to the shared responsibility model, the customer or the consumer has the most responsibility, and the provider has the least responsibility.
Evan, how much RAM do you have?
Platform as a service is when the capability provided to the
I've got 8 gigs standard, but it says I'm using 5.8 of them.
Towards what?
I haven't looked into the where it's going.
Programming
Hey,
language
pop that up real quick.
supported by the providers.
Yeah, because it'll tell you what application is using the highest amount of resources.
Cloud infrastructure, the network, servers, the operating systems and storage, but they do have control over deployed.
Where do I see that part?
Possibly.
You can go into system performance. And you'll see,
Oh, okay, not through the MS Info.
right, go to system performance.
Okay.
Service portfolio.
System performance.
Service. Is it a managed service?
Yeah, I go to settings and then system info and system
I
performance.
said system information, correct?
You can go in there too.
Hardware resources?
Yep.
Development and software development kit platforms. For example, for
Which part of that do I go to? The conflicts? The DMA?
Well, that's going to tell you if you have any hardware issues. So it will tell you what's going on there. Now, if you go into
server-based and serverless, PAAS can be managed security and threat modeling services.
you need to go into system performance.
Other
Or system, type system monitoring.
like single sign-on,
System monitoring.
artificial intelligence.
If you go in the task manager and then click on the hamburger on the left-hand side, under processes, there's going to be performance. And that'll show you
Okay.
your memory.
Software as a service is when the capability provided to the
Task manager.
If you go to your processes, it'll tell you the percentage of memory that's being taken up and what is eating it all up.
Okay, let's see here.
Listen to that IT administrator.
I know, she knows what she's doing.
I practiced on my mom.
View
That's what you should be seeing.
processes. My highest one Zoom at 3.4%, 717 megabits of memory.
With the possible exception of limited user-specific programs.
Doesn't make sense that it's getting up that high.
This entire process began with
Common software as a service operating.
Oh, freaking McAfee.
Relationship management, CRM.
in Pennsylvania that was infected
Enterprise resource management, ERM.
and malware.
You can uninstall McAfee.
I think I'm gonna do that. And then WebView 2 Manager? I don't know what that is.
James, you're muted.
Oh, it's all my Zoom stuff is.
Gotcha. You can delete McAfee because you've got advanced Windows firewall.
Yeah, so I just delete McAfee and I think that should drop it down a good amount.
The computer came with like a free trial of McAfee.
It's garbage.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
Windows firewall is way more than that.
Google Cloud or Azure, Oracle, IBM, or Alibaba.
Okay. Now I'm starting to understand it a little bit now.
Diagram, you can see the
Man, I'm using way too much memory. That's why everything's lagging.
Now, if it's on-premises, the on-premises private cloud.
Okay.
Everything's
Time to get rid of McAfee. Thanks, guys.
There's the performance I was looking for. Performance tab.
Okay.
The customer has more
It tells you what's being used in your
software as a
GPU
service. As you move
or
from
CPU.
on-premises to software as a service, the responsibility of
And
the
your
customer gets
how
less
much
and less.
usage you're having.
Sometimes there's shared responsibility. For example, identity or directory.
You got that through Task Manager.
Applications or network control, especially with platform as a service. That's the one
Alright,
that has the
so
most
let's get Task Manager out.
and the most difficult to secure.
Also, go in here to this tab, startup. Kill your startup apps. Because if you have apps that start when you reboot,
Yeah,
they're
they'll-
sitting in your memory.
Yeah,
For no reason. Okay.
Yeah, those will eat up a lot of memory.
Phone link
Yeah.
here,
Or a cloud-based call center or service desk.
I can click on it,
Cloud service
and
provider.
up here, you can say disable.
Customers or it's
Okay.
So it doesn't load when you start your computer.
Yeah, I got a ton of these things. Just
Yeah, turn that stuff off.
is a cloud scenario that supports a single organization and its internal
Yeah, that's a lot of it probably too.
CSP
That could be.
or their on-premises.
Like Microsoft Teams, disable. I went in here and disabled a lot of stuff.
It can be on-premises or it's
startups. Oh yeah, there's so much to kill.
provider in a sandbox or
Yep,
private
just hit,
environment.
click on it and hit disable.
A community cloud is a consortium that uses a cloud environment for a particular use case. For example, an online gaming community, the
Most of
metaverse,
it's dead.
financial services, a healthcare PPO or HMO, or some other community. For example, a government community cloud.
Just my username for some reason taking a ton of it.
Of the other three options.
Now, somebody made a good point too before you reboot it. You don't have
Private and community.
I don't know what.
Edge computing.
You don't have Kali Linux always running.
Hardware and software.
No, I just shut it off. I did have it running.
Yeah, if you're not using it, just shut it down. Right?
Data replication, backup and restore.
There's just a million background apps running, and I don't know what they are because they just use letters. They're not their names. But there's a bunch of McAfee stuff running in the background.
Oh yeah, move all that.
Cloud-based resources.
Alright, McAfee, get out of here.
Go to your apps.
Yep, uninstall it.
Windows 11. See, I'm so used to just typing system performance and stuff in 10, but I keep remembering I'm in 11 now, so things are different.
Yeah, they've really changed it a bit.
Yeah.
I was comfortable with 10. Now they mixed it up.
See, now you used to be able you type apps and bring up your apps tab and you could just remove it.
Yeah, because I haven't installed anything other than what you've had us install. But yeah, something's going crazy over here.
Involves installing resources on premises.
No, Windows Security already have you. Oh, come on, man.
So make sure you remove it properly while uninstalling it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart one more time. I'm gonna see what else I can delete before I restall or restart.
Yep.
But everything else seems to be Web Advisor by McAfee. Is that something I could also delete?
For example, Hyper-V or VMware to attempt to increase resource utilization.
Suck it, McAfee.
Finally, let's talk about third-party cloud vendors. They can be brokers,
Okay.
local municipal partners,
Yeah, something's eating up all my processing power for sure.
or reciprocal agreements.
Sure you don't have a remote access terminal? Somebody's mining Bitcoin on your
How do I shut them off?
Security service providers, MSSPs, such as Fortinet.
Do I gotta find them?
Yeah, you gotta find them, but I doubt if you do. You don't have that.
You want me to find them in person or online? Okay. Because the outcome will be very different regarding whether I find them in person or online.
Exactly. You're probably at the last coffee shop you visited.
I don't even go to coffee shops. This computer's never left this spot. I don't know how it has all the stuff on it.
Insider threat.
Oh, my wife. I knew she was out to get me. She could have seen me be the breadwinner.
Are we talking sabotage?
I think we might be. She's going down, don't worry.
He sounded so betrayed. Oh, my wife. He did. He sounded so concerned. Oh.
Using code or templates in the form of JSON or YAML.
Elaine asked a good question. What have you downloaded recently?
Reusable configuration files are generated containing the infrastructure specifications, making it easier to edit and distribute configurations of virtual networks, virtual machines, and applications. It also ensures that administrators provision the same environment every time by creating a single source of truth. IAC assists configuration management and helps to avoid undocumented ad hoc configuration changes.
Including the names that you see here on the screen.
Version control is also an important aspect of IAC, as all configuration files should be under source control, just like any other software source code files. Deploying with infrastructure as code also means that architects and engineers can divide their infrastructure into modular, reusable components that can then be combined in different ways using automation and orchestration. This is referred to as generating the aforementioned single source of truth, or terraforming the environment.
Is real, but it shouldn't stop you from joining your team.
Automating with IAC also means that developers do not need to manually provision and manage servers, operating systems, containers, or microservices each time they develop or deploy an application. Codifying the infrastructure offers a template to follow for provisioning. An automation tool, such as Red Hat Ansible Automation Platform, is a common IAC solution.
Add comments to explain your work and
Cloud services, such as AWS Cloud Formation, empower customers to model, deploy, and manage AWS and third-party resources by handling the infrastructure as code. The cloud template language comes in either JSON or YAML formats. Customers can automate, test, and deploy infrastructure templates with continuous integration, delivery, or CI/CD automation lifecycle. Templates can also be used to set up lab environments for learning the cloud, such as AWS well-architected. In this screenshot, we see AWS Cloud Formation. On the bottom, we see our single source of truth, or JSON file representing the topology in the window above it. In this platform, you can use either JSON or YAML for your template language.
And disseminated to others on the internet. A popular example of this occurred in June of 2017 when 14 million Verizon records were found on the internet, open and available.
In this lesson,
to be downloaded.
we're going to look at serverless technologies. Modern serverless solutions leverage modern cloud infrastructures to emulate the network operating system environment without the need for a Windows, Mac OS, or Linux or Unix-based server. These are technologies for running code, managing data, and integrating applications, all without managing servers. Serverless technologies feature automatic scaling, built-in high availability, and, in the cloud, a pay-per-use billing model to increase agility and optimize costs. Common serverless solutions are functions as a service, for example, Azure Functions or AWS Lambda, serverless containers such as AWS Fargate, and serverless databases such as AWS Aurora or MySQL and Postgres databases. Let's take a look at AWS Fargate. On the left-hand side, without Fargate, you build your container image, usually in Docker. Then you define and deploy virtual instances in the Elastic Compute Cloud EC2 environment. You provision and manage your compute and memory resources. Then you isolate applications in virtual machines. Then you define and deploy the instances, and then you pay for what you run. However, with Fargate, you simply build the container image, define your memory and compute resources, and then run and manage the applications, and then pay for what you use. The applications are isolated within Fargate by design. Here we see Azure serverless functions. Let's suppose you connect IoT devices that are producing telemetry data. The data is sent to an IoT hub, perhaps special conditions that are routed to an Azure function. The function processes the message, calls logic apps, which invokes Zendesk. Then you can make a request to repair your IoT device. For example, a sensor in a manufacturing firm. It could be a tractor on a corporate farm, or some other industrial component.
One way to tell if the data you're sending
Here we see serverless databases with AWS Aurora in the AWS Cloud. In your VPC, you can run an Amazon EC2 artillery load test. That'll send output to AWS Lambda, which performs business logic. For example, the number of put orders as a metric, simultaneously sending information to Amazon CloudWatch for visibility, where you can have a dashboard that shows the number of orders versus the current database capacity. And then a Lambda function can be triggered to Amazon Aurora's serverless, which stores the orders and inventory tables for the e-commerce solution. In the next lesson, we'll talk more about containers and microservices.
This is a picture taken at DEF CON 22, which is a security conference. At this conference, they are constantly monitoring the traffic going across their wireless networks, and if there are any insecure protocols such as HTTP, IMAP, or POP3,
A container
they will
is a
pull the
discrete
data
environment
out of those frames,
within an
show
operating
you the
system
email addresses,
or
part
a
of the
serverless
passwords
architecture
associated with
where
this
one or more
transaction,
applications
the IP
can run
addresses, and
that
other
is typically
information
assigned
is sent
all of the
over the network
resources and
in the clear.
dependencies
They refer
needed
to
to
this
function.
as the wall
It is a
of
modular
and you
and
can see
portable
that there's a lot
environment
of
that
details
includes
that
the
are listed
application
when you send
binaries,
this
any
information across the
software
network without
dependencies,
any
and
encryption
hardware
or additional
requirements
security.
wrapped up into an
If you've
independent,
connected a device to the
self-contained
network for
unit.
the first time, you were probably prompted for a username and password.
Containers are
And
commonly
of course,
used
there
for
is a
processes
default
and
username
workflows
password for
in
all
which
of
there are
these
important
devices.
requirements
Some
for
of these
security,
devices will prompt you
reliability,
to change the
and
password the first time
especially
you log in.
scalability.
A great deal
All
of
cloud
devices
providers
have no
offer managed
security
container
associated with the
development,
username or
automation,
password.
and
There's a
orchestration
botnet
services.
that takes advantage
Containers
of
can
these
be
default
server-based
accounts. It has a list
or
of all of the
serverless.
default
For
account names
example,
and passwords
the aforementioned
for every
AWS
Internet of
Fargate.
Things or IoT device that you can
At
think
the
of.
bottom, we have
There
our
are more
host
than
operating
60
system,
default
for
configurations
example,
that this will
Windows
look for
Server
on your network,
2022
including
or
cameras,
Red Hat
routers,
Enterprise,
doorbells, garage
or it
door
could be
openers,
serverless
and anything
from a
else
cloud
that
service
connects to
provider.
the network.
On top
This
of that,
botnet
we have the
finds one of
container
these
engine.
devices with
In
the
this
default
case, it's
credentials.
Docker.
It's able to gain
Keep
access
in mind,
to that
however,
device
that
and
Docker's
then
not the
provide
only way to
attacker
generate
information
containers.
where they can
The
connect as
container
well.
has the
This is also
binaries and the
software that
libraries and the
anyone can run
dependencies
because the
running
Moai
one or
botnet
more
has been released
applications.
as open source. So both researchers
Microservices
and attackers
are
using
closely
this
related to
open source
containers.
botnet
They
to
are
identify
specific,
places where the default
service-oriented
credentials may
application
still be in
components
use.
made up of small
Each time you
independent
enable an
services
inbound
that
service
communicate
on a server,
over
you are
well-defined
opening a
APIs
port number.
for
That port
notification
number is
and
used by
process
someone on
queuing.
the outside to gain access
Microservices
to
make
that
applications
specific
and apps
application.
faster to
This
develop
process of
and
opening
easier to
port
scale
numbers is
by
effectively
small,
giving someone a
self-contained
little bit of
teams of
access
developers.
into a section
When
of your
comparing
server. So it's
microservices to
important
containers,
limit the
think of it
number
this
of
way.
open ports that might be
Microservices are about the
accessible by
design
others.
of the
We will
software,
often manage
the
this chain of
functionality,
access to port
whereas
numbers using
containers
something like
are
a
about
firewall.
packaging
This
the
gives us the
software for
option of
deployment.
allowing or disallowing access to a specific port number on a specific IP address. Unfortunately, this also adds a level of complexity that might cause a security issue. These firewall rule sets tend to be relatively
In this lesson,
large, and
we're
it's
going
very
to explore
easy
some
to
various
accidentally
networking
provide access
topologies,
to a specific IP
both in
address
the
or
cloud
port number.
and
This means
in your
that
own
the
private
firewall
data center.
administrator may have
Here we
enabled
see a
access
cloud
to a
customer
device that
network
normally
infrastructure.
All right, class, I'm
and
back.
Google Cloud Platform.
How you guys feeling today? Drop an emoji in the chat.
All external clients coming over the
Let's see how you guys are feeling today.
go to a DMZ VPC. The VPC is what Google calls the virtual network.
All right, Martin, I
External
like
clients go
it.
through the VPC
Let's see
DMZ
what else we got
and
here.
connect to various
Elaine,
auto-scaling appliances.
Michael Ramey. Michael, you always keep it interesting, don't you?
Yeah.
You know what I have not seen at all? Last couple classes, I had one class that they would consistently put it, but past couple classes I have not seen it. Let me see if I can find it. Where's the rest of the emojis at? I can only have a few.
For example, on the bottom left, there's the Service Project Pod virtual machines. Next to
I
that,
can't see.
Service Project
Where's the
Infrastructure
rest of the
virtual machines.
emojis?
For example, virtual SharePoint.
Maybe they might have stopped them. Give me a second, Kevin. You know what? Maybe that's the reason why. They might have limited some of them. Wait, Charles, well, how are you guys getting all these emojis? I don't know what it is about it, but I only have like 5 emojis I can choose from right now.
And Amazon Web Services. On the far left, all public customers.
Man, it sounds like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's not good.
On the far right, any site-to-site VPN connections go through the VPN.
Oh, I see it now.
In this VPN,
Windows button and period. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can find the emoji. I actually like this emoji. And once I put it in here, we'll see if anybody knows it. It'll be a if you know, you know
On the right-hand side,
situation.
that's a
Where is
private
this thing?
an interrupt table is a
Windows emojis are different.
any instances, for example, middle tier and back-end database servers.
You know what? Now I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I can't find what I'm looking for. Give me a second. You guys can keep putting in your emojis on how you're feeling. But if I don't find this one in particular, I think I'm gonna feel kind of frustrated because I can't find it. So just bear with me.
All right.
Elastic IP address address, a public address, and it will go out the internet gateway.
All right, I'm almost there.
If a subnet at AWS doesn't have an internet gateway in its route table, nor does it have a virtual private gateway that's
You know what? I think they might have removed it.
subnet. There's only 3 types of subnet at AWS: public, private, and VPN only. We also see in this
I
diagram
think I figured out why.
firewalls. We see the network
I haven't seen
backbone
them.
breach subnet. That's a stateless static firewall. And then the security group firewalls, which are applied directly to the interface.
Okay, I think I got it. I think I figured out why I haven't seen it, because they changed the settings. There was this green little figure that they used to put in the chat, and it looks very much like Ignignon. You guys know what that is? Elaine, you're laughing. Do you know what that is? Charles, do you know what that is?
Especially with disparate hardware and multiple graphical overlays. SDN centralized management by
Look at the wizard.
abstracting the control
I don't know if he...
from the data.
Oh, no. Those from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah. They had an emoji that looked just like the character. That show's kind of a strange show, but I used to watch Cartoon Network when I was a teen, so when I started seeing it showing up in the chat, I was like, what in the world's going on here? How did they cap this as an emoji? Anyway, that was a random aside. All right, so with that being said, looks like for the most part you guys are okay. Tapasaran, that's kind of an interesting one. You're telling a story with that. I'm trying to decipher it.
For example,
It's almost like hieroglyphics. Let me see here. Charles Miller, that's not good. Okay. IT experts. Jesus is thinking about it. Okay. Aaliyah, all right, I like it, Aaliyah. I can see that. All right. Oh, man. Michael, that doesn't sound good. Sounds not good at all.
Oh.
Boy, oh boy. Okay. All right. Well, what we're going to do is I would like you guys to go ahead and drop the link into the chat for your LinkedIn profiles. And while we do that, I believe I showed you guys a couple sample profiles in the past, but I will share them again.
Yeah. All right.
On a Cisco server.
Just some samples on what your profile could look like. And let's kind of go back through. I talked to you guys about the three prongs of job searching, right? And how LinkedIn ties into all three. What do you guys remember about those?
The control plane is managed through the aforementioned controllers. Basically, administrators and engineers log on to the controllers, usually in a zero-trust environment.
You guys can unmute yourselves and speak up. What do you guys remember about the three-pronged approach to job searching?
The application plane digitally signed, and API calls to the data plane.
Somebody, anybody, don't everyone shout out at once.
Layer 2 and Layer 3 servers and routers reside.
I don't know how to get to my profile.
Other network is such a concept to remember from the
Do you mean, like when you log into LinkedIn, is your profile already loaded up, or does it tell you to sign in?
No, when I go in, I favorited it, and it just takes me to the LinkedIn learning part.
Okay. Do you see the LinkedIn little symbol at the top?
I see in learning.
Give me a second here. Let me
I might be on the wrong web page.
Yeah,
Let me try LinkedIn.com.
Exactly. Yep, that idea. All right. Okay, so what I'll do is I will be pulling up you guys' LinkedIn profiles. Networking, absolutely. So here's one thing in particular that I want to chat with you guys about. I actually was just talking to one of my grads about this the other day. And I'm going to give you guys some really good information, so make sure you're paying attention. Just bear with me a second.
Private VLANs are still done in virtual hypervisor environments. But we can also logically segment on mobile devices for enterprise mobility management and
Let's see if I sent this to you guys already. No.
Here's an example of
All right, I'm going to drop a document in the chat. Bear with me a second. I want you guys to give me a thumbs up once you have
together. An initial VLAN 100 has been segmented logically.
Once you have downloaded it,
VLAN
give me a
101,
second.
VLAN 102, and VLAN 103 will only send traffic to other members of the community and northbound to the switch on the promiscuous port to the router or multi-layer switch. They will not send frames to any other community, nor will they send anything
Okay, I'm dropping it in the chat right now.
in VLAN 199.
All right, everyone downloaded, give me a thumbs up
VLAN
once you downloaded
199,
it.
which is isolated, will not send traffic to each other. They will not send frames to any other community. They will only basically respond to send traffic back to the
Thank you, Aaliyah.
and then on the promiscuous port,
All right, thank you, Jesus.
or multi-layer switch.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Tepasarn. All right. Michael Ramey gave me a
Centralized systems
party.
deploy
Yeah. Yeah. That show's a kind of a wild show. I'm not sure what's on the minds of the creators, but yeah. All right, Martin, see yours, Elaine. All right, Michael. All right, great. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is give me a second. I'm gonna pull up a couple of profiles. I want to show you guys something in particular, and this actually can be very helpful for you when it comes to LinkedIn. So of course we're gonna talk about making sure that your LinkedIn profile is up to date and like in a good place to be able to job search with. But I want to give you guys tips on making the most of being able to network with people on LinkedIn. Okay, so give me a second. Let me just get back to.
no other entity is there. Send or receive responses or requests.
I don't know what it is. Sometimes when I have Zoom on, my computer just slows down like a lot. All right.
For example, in the domain name system, or
All right, this is one of my former students. I like to go to his profile just because I think he has a good one. But even a couple of the people that I'll show you shortly that are recruiters, I think they have good profiles too. All that being said, as you can see with his headline, he has some specific details, right? So he's a compliance analyst. He's shown what certifications he has. He's a Navy veteran or Army veteran, and he also has security clearance. These are the kind of things that you want to put in your profile so that when recruiters or employers are looking for somebody with your background or your skill set, they're able to easily find you, okay? Then he has some information here about himself in his About Me section. He's talking about how he's transitioning to cybersecurity. He's also talking about some of his transferable skills, and essentially just saying that he thinks that that's going to help him to be an asset for whatever company he's worked in. You'll see that he's worked as a medic. He's also worked as a real estate agent. He's worked as a bartender, as a bouncer. This student in particular, actually, I was able to network on LinkedIn, and actually got him connected with a recruiter from Tech Systems, and that's how he was able to get into an entry-level cyber security position with no background in IT or cybersecurity. Okay. After he did that contract work for 6 months, now he's a compliance analyst. So he's basically been there almost going on 2 years now, right? With that being said, you can look through some of the details that he has here. I will let you know that he actually did say that he's actually come and done some different events for ICC, just kind of talking about how his career has unfolded and some of the things that he's learned along the way. He actually did say that he's more than willing to have chats with you guys if you have questions. But with that being said, I like the fact that he has a good amount of detail into what he does, and he also has some of these skills that are listed. So he has a description of what it is he's doing in his job, and then he has some of those skills linked there as well. Obviously, you know, you guys aren't necessarily going to be having cybersecurity positions on your profile because you're brand new, but you'll even look at his prior experience, and you'll see that he has a quick little summary as well as some bullets on what it is that he's done. These all give a good insight into what he did and also insight into the transferable skills that he has. But again, he also has those skills linked right there. You can see it right there. So I recommend that you include details about what you've done in your past work to the tune that if I was a recruiter and I was looking for somebody with his skill set, I could take a look at his profile and see, okay, does this person have the kind of background that I'm looking for? They have the kind of technical skills that I'm looking for. That would give me enough insight to know, okay, do I want to reach out to them? He does have his email here. When you look at that LinkedIn checklist, I linked the site canva.com. And on canva.com, this is where you can create your LinkedIn banner, right? So he created his and he put his email address on there. You don't necessarily have to do that because, I mean, unless it's like your professional email address that you want all kinds of people reaching out to you from. Me personally, I wouldn't have my email address linked to it because honestly, I hate physical mail and I hate spam in my email inbox. Okay, I don't like it, so it's just not for me. But with that being said, if they're a recruiter, more likely than not, they would have the ability to actually reach out to him and talk to him. Kevin Smith's question is, how do I convert my prior experience without ever touching a computer into experience? So I understand that, Kevin. What I would say is this, and we kind of talked about utilizing AI as a tool. I would say that you can use it as a tool, but at the same time, you don't always want to lean so much into it because you want to be able to translate it into translate what you did before into, you know, what you might be doing into IT role. One of the easiest ways that you can do that, Kevin, is by looking at a job description, honestly, for the kind of job that you're interested in, right? So if you're looking at the job description for a role that you're interested in, you can review it and you can just go through and kind of check off, have I done anything similar to what I see right here? So for example, maybe you had to, you know, talk with a person, help de-escalate. That shows de-escalation skills, right? If you're a supervisor. Maybe, for example, you had to have attention to detail, plan out schedules or something like that. That could show your planning capabilities. Maybe you have the ability to prioritize, essentially all those soft skills that you would really want to highlight to show that you're a good fit. But the aspect that I was going to highlight for AI is essentially what you could do is you could literally use a Grok, literally use a ChatGPT, just put in what transferable skills would somebody that's worked in this particular role have to go into the IT field? Generally, or you could ask specifically about a specific job title. Does that make sense?
Other types of malicious software from running on your computer.
Yeah, so essentially what you can do is you want to show that you have both, right? Of course, you want to make sure that you have the technical skills, but they want to make sure you have soft skills too, right? So that's what you can do. And yes, leadership, attention to detail, the ability to prioritize your work, those foundational skills, they're still going to be important. So just kind of keep that in mind. So that's one, and let me see if I can get another one. I'll show you another one of my students. He's another one of my students, actually. I helped him to get employed in his first role. I would say with him in particular, actually, he went to go work at a installation, like a security alarm installation company for about a month. He did do different labs of modules and things like that on Try Hack Me, Hack the Box, that kind of thing, because he really wanted to upskill to be able to try to work his way into a cybersecurity type role. So the first job actually I helped him to get into was this IT support specialist. The thing that was great with this role in particular is that it was a very small team. It was only him and one other person. So, and sometimes when you're working in smaller companies, you'll have a wider breadth of experience that you can start to develop. Because he showed that he was so driven, ambitious, and focused on wanting to grow and upskill, that was one of the things that really worked in his favor in this particular role, because they wanted somebody else to be willing to learn. So that's actually what he did in this particular role. He got hired. He was really focused on learning, and he did that. And actually, he's moved on to another role now. But you can see, this guy actually worked in, like, I think he worked with, like, bioweapons or something like that before. He got into, when I say that, I mean, he's actually, like, working in a lab. From what I remember with his role in particular, let me see if he has it here.
But there are also viruses that will sit
Let me see here.
your system. When you boot up your computer,
Yeah, you guys see all this stuff.
Yeah.
the system is booted.
Gas chromatology, mass spectrometry, all these different complicated things. I don't fully understand it, but that's the basis of what I can tell you. He was not working in an IT role. Anything even remotely related to IT, if that makes sense. Actually, this was the one right here. This is the one that he was working. So filter, air reload, pneumatic air sampling system.
As well as between the devices themselves.
Yeah, exactly. You have to show that you have a certain, you have to show that you have aptitude as well, and that you're continually wanting to learn and grow, right? So I would say if you guys are in an interview, even if it's, a couple months down the line, maybe you didn't earn all the certs, you still did 400 hours of intensive training, right? So highlight on those particular aspects that you really learned, that you feel like you really took to, and just, be able to communicate you're still wanting to learn. This feels exciting for you. So this seems, the opportunities that you're able to interview for are a great place for you to not only utilize the skills that you're developing, but to continue to grow and learn as a professional. What you'll see, he has his My Computer Career as a work experience, but you'll see he has his certifications listed there. This is something, again, if a recruiter or an employer does a Boolean search for somebody with his particular skill set in the area that he lives in, they'd be able to find this profile because he has his certs listed there. And then you'll see again, he has the skills detailed. He has his prior work experiences detailed. Again, if you guys are really just not sure about which aspects would be transferable, you can put in a specific job title, or you can put in cybersecurity or IT and say what skills that a person has developed working in these particular roles would be transferable into cybersecurity, would be transferable into IT. You can make it that simple for yourself. Then that'll help to kind of give you the language to be able to talk about it. Actually, you know what? I'll show you this profile too. So I sent the document in the chat, and that document in particular was a strategy for getting a first interview. Now I'm going to show you guys how this actually works together. This company, actually, we built a partnership with them. We developed a relationship with them, so they will hire our candidates. But as you can see, she's a talent manager. So she's a talent acquisition and development professional for a managed services provider, okay? Her name's Jessica Davis. You'll see the little purple hiring. What you guys want to do as far as networking on LinkedIn, of course you want to be in those professional groups having conversations with people, but you can always connect with recruiters and employers as well. One thing that I highly recommend that you do, though, is if you see somebody with a purple banner on their profile, they're saying a recruiter or employer for a particular company, do a little bit of research on the company. Make sure that they have a presence stateside. I always say stateside because more likely than not, if they're stateside, you can actually give them a call. And then I would literally just Google the company's name and what's their contact information, what's their phone number, right? Once I can find a phone number, give them a call. Hey, does this particular person work for your company? I see that they are, they're online saying that they're a recruiter. You can verify that information that way. But as you can see on this profile, or on this post that she has, pay attention here how she has hiring, cloud infrastructure, MSP, IT leadership, technology leadership, cloud ops infrastructure. She has a bunch of different hashtags. These hashtags are ways that you can find work on IT. You can find different job opportunities, right? Especially with the hiring, okay? As you can see, let me see here. She put out the details of what they're looking for, and she also said apply or reach out directly via LinkedIn to start the conversation. That means she's open to having conversations with people to field and see if they're a good fit. That's where that strategy for getting a first interview comes in. That basically gives you a couple different templates of what you can say. Whether you're actually having conversations with people on LinkedIn, she very well could be a, let me take a look at this actually. Let me see if this shows. All right, there you go. So here's the job listing, right? She actually posted the job listing. And you can see that she's there and you can send her a message. So when you look on that strategy for getting a first interview, you literally can look at that template that I have there. It'll give you some ideas of what you can say. You can literally send her a message on LinkedIn saying, hey, so you're hiring for this particular role. I'm really interested in it. This is my background, right? I'm trying to give you guys insights into how to essentially tap into not only what she's displaying as far as with the jobs that are listed here, but when you get connected to the recruiters, they'll help. They will help you to get tapped into the hidden job market as well, right? So once you start to say, hey, this is who I am, this is what I'm trying to accomplish, maybe she might ask you for a copy of your resume. In the future, when different opportunities come up, you're probably going to be on her mind as one of the people that might qualify. Okay? So, and then you'll look at her profile. Just trying to show some of the things you'll see here. She has her name. I actually really like this little LinkedIn banner that she has. Technical recruiter, right? So look through. Again, she has some details about what she's done in the past. She has skills listed there as well. Okay? And she has a good picture. Same thing with the other people that I showed you guys. Here's another one. Lauren D. She's a technical recruiter at Tech Systems. Again, you see how they have these things hashtagged? You literally can go ahead and plot the hashtag into the search bar and search for posts, and that could be one of those ways that you can find recruiters that are hiring for these particular roles. I've seen many times actually where recruiters have been trying to find people for those for different roles that they're hiring for, and a lot of times I'll see other career services people that are my colleagues at MyCC that'll repost them. So that's how I come across a lot of them. That's actually how the original guy that I showed you his profile. That's how I even made the connection that led him to the opportunity that he got hired for. Is because I was connected to a girl that I went to undergrad with. I think I haven't seen this girl in probably like 15 years, maybe between 12 and 15 years or so. But I was connected with her on LinkedIn. She is working adjacent to the IT field. She was connected to that particular person that was trying to, that's a recruiter trying to hire for that specific role. And I just happened to come across it. The role in particular was really insular because it was based in Pittsburgh. And it's kind of more of an insular market to where if you're not in that particular area, you wouldn't even know that that opportunity was available. Why is it? Because they're kind of all connected to each other, if that makes sense. So that was kind of me getting my foot in the door to be able to connect with others. So, with that being said, let me see here. So, again, this is Lauren D. She's a recruiter with Tech Systems. The other thing too is this. Obviously, you could be conversing with them through LinkedIn, but again, you always want to do what you can to make sure that this person's actually a recruiter and they actually verifiably work for that particular company. I always say, do your research. If you can't verify that that person actually works for that company, I don't recommend even corresponding with them, right? Because you never know who you're dealing with. So if you can't verify, don't bother. Let me see here. Okay, so here's another. And actually, she's connected with a couple of people. So you can see here, look, she's consistently posting about things that she's trying to, about opportunities that she's trying to fill, right? So you literally could send a connection request to them as well. If you're able to verify, hey, this person actually is somebody that works for the company, they're hiring for the kind of roles that I'm interested in, you could send a connection request and say, hey, I'm interested in working these particular roles. Or, you could message them first, and after you corresponded with them for a little bit, then you can send them a connections request. That way, as you go through your LinkedIn feed, you'll be notified about different opportunities because, again, they're consistently posting on opportunities that they're hoping to fill. So that's just one thing that I wanted to show you, and that actually goes with the networking aspect, as well as make yourself easily found by recruiters and employers. So that three-pronged approach is networking is going to be one of the top best ways to find job opportunities. The second aspect is making sure that your LinkedIn profile is filled out well. And if you follow those insights that I've given on that LinkedIn checklist, your profile should be at a good position to be able to be found. As we get closer towards the end of training, we can work on tweaking and changing your LinkedIn profile to make it more attuned to what it is that you're trying to get into, so that they do a Boolean search, it'll be easy to be found. And then, Michael, I wouldn't say so. I would say if you're a veteran, you probably will be able to get a year free for LinkedIn. So I would say look into LinkedIn free veteran, premium free for veterans. I would say search it, LinkedIn free, premium free for veterans. And it should be, that should be one of those ways that you should be able to find those details. And then the last aspect is apply, right? So if your main way that you're going to find work is just through mass applying, you have to apply to a lot of jobs. It's a numbers game at that point. The more that you apply, the more that you'll get insight into, whether you're getting called in for interviews. And actually, here's one thing I want to show you guys. I actually like that she did this. You see that she posted this. She's talking about this opportunity that she's trying to fill. You'll see that she has an email address at the official domain for Tech Systems. Okay, that's one other way, right? They have an email at the official domain. Then that kind of gives you some insight that the person's legit, but that also gives you the opportunity to literally shoot them an email. So you'll see the before and after in that strategy for getting a first interview. You can message them before you're actually going to apply to the position, or maybe you've already applied. You literally could apply to the position and follow up with her and say, hi, Lindsay, I recently applied for this particular role. I'm wanting to know maybe what the hiring process is, timeline that you guys are looking to bring people in for an interview. Whatever it is that you want to say, you can say something like that. But with that being said, does this make sense to everyone? Yes?
Yeah.
This is really powerful, and it kind of can give you a foot in the door. It can help you to be a shoo-in. Because a lot of times they do have appreciation for people that are going to take the initiative, that actually reach out and have a conversation with them. And even if you might not be a best fit for that particular opportunity that you're considering, they still will keep you in mind for other opportunities that they come across that you might be suited for.
This key logging software
Okay.
can do a lot more.
All right, so that's what I wanted to share there. I'm going to go ahead and review you guys' profiles. And then I think we only got about 15 minutes left. So I'm going to review profiles. And then I'll give you guys feedback on your profiles. And then we'll figure out where we land after that, if that makes sense. So.
Log, stored, and sent to an attacker with this key logging software. This is key logging software that's included with a utility called Dark Comet. Dark Comet is a RAT, or a remote access Trojan. It's malicious software that an attacker can use to capture keystrokes, screenshots, and other information from your computer. On the left side is a notepad where I typed in username, Professor Messer, and a password of not a real password. And then I show you the keylogger on the right side that has captured all of this information. It captured what I typed, when I typed it. It even recognized when I put in a space and then used a delete key so they can make that all one single word. The keylogger captures everything, stores it in a file, and that file is occasionally sent to the attacker. Another type of malicious software is a logic bomb. A logic bomb is waiting for a particular event to occur, and when that event occurs, the bomb is then detonated on that system. This might be waiting for a particular
Your headline looks pretty good. You have some good details there.
The system then.
All right, I see you got me an about me section. I'll have to take more time to review that and give you feedback. All right, and then for your geospatial intelligence imagery analyst role that you worked in the past, just try to think through what experiences that you have that could transfer over. Anytime that you guys are conveying your prior roles, obviously you're not going to have anything that's going to be sensitive information or giving out, too much. But try to give a picture of what you did in your last role, because there could very well be roles that might be adjacent to that particular job title and IT, for example, that maybe have like an overlap in skills with, if that makes sense. So kind of showing what you did there, and then they can see also the certs and things that you're trying to accomplish. That might be a way that you could get connected to opportunities too. So that'd be my tip for you. So overall, you definitely have a solid foundation for yourself. So good on you for that. And then, all right, next up is Charles. All right, Charles, I like your little background. I like that little cloud there. Looks cool. Okay. Actually, I like your headline too. And then let's see here. I do like that you guys have the open to work and you have some different opportunities there. I think the thing that you guys always want to make sure you're doing is take a fresh look at your profile and look at it from the vantage point of the kind of role that you want to get hired to. What that means is, have you guys ever, I think the easiest way to say it is, a lot of times when we're growing up, we're told not to judge a book by its cover. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yes. In the professional world, all they have is the cover, right? So if a recruiter or an employer has the opportunity to either look at your resume or your LinkedIn profile, a lot of times they're going to look at your LinkedIn profile. They want to kind of get a feel for who you are, right? Want to see a picture as well, right? So when they look at your profile should scream that you are exactly what they're looking for. Does that make sense? So I would say make sure that you tweak all of your experiences to not just show like what you've done, but also highlight where you're hoping to go and kind of be a blend of, and incorporate that. So for you, Charles, I would say actually you have a solid profile. You have a lot of really good detail. I would say I need to read through all of it in detail before I can really substantially say, one thing or another, but keep that in mind, the tweaking it so that it's more aligned with what you're hoping to accomplish as far as IT. Does that make sense? All right, and then I see the skills looks good. All right, okay. Let me see who's good next.
Certainly because someone with additional rights and permissions could easily install a logic bomb. Another
I see yours.
Is a rootkit. The name root in rootkit comes from the Unix super user of root, very similar to the administrator.
All right, Topstorm looks good. I like your profile picture too. Look very professional. I like your background picture too. What is that? What is that light?
very difficult to identify this rootkit with traditional antivirus.
It's just, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
So it's just free picture from like Google.
Okay. You know, actually, I lived in Southern California when they were doing SpaceX launches. Have you guys ever seen what the sky looks like after they do a SpaceX launch? It's like a weird zigzag shape.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was living in Southern California, and I'm telling you, living down there was wild first and foremost. But one night I went out and I saw that sky, and I was like, what in the world is going on here? You know, you think like, what is this, like Mars attacks or like some weird going on just because of the weird shape?
Yeah.
I was like, man, I don't even know what I'm dealing with around here, right? So then I was like looking it up. I'm telling my husband, I'm like, come look at this. Like, what is this? And we figured out it was from the SpaceX launch. So yeah. Anyways, that kind of made me think of that actually. But anyway, all right. Come across very friendly, competent as well. So good on you for that type of song. I like what I'm seeing on your profile. I like that you put scripting languages and things like that. I like that you're also sharing about some of the things that you're accomplishing as far as your training. Good detail with regard to your prior work. Again, I would highlight some of the skills that you have that you gained. Like if you can put it in like those little job, like in your prior work experiences, if you can like link in some of those skills, I definitely recommend that. It makes it really easy for like a recruiter and employer to just give your profile and get insight. Tapastar, you worked at Costco? You worked there?
Yeah, used to. Yeah, it was good, but like I have to left for the army.
Okay. I hear that's a good place to work. I hear a lot of good things about it. So the fact that you worked there and like must have had better things on the horizon for you.
Yep.
All right, good stuff there, and make sure we're connected. Okay. All right, next up, let me see here. All right, Kevin. Do you have your profile already, Kevin?
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing
Kevin Smith, every time I think of your name, I think of Jay and Silent Bob, I think it is.
Yes, he was Silent Bob. I am less silent, but sometimes I feel like I should be as silent as him. I'm still working on that. I'm actually in the process of trying to get my free upgrade.
Understood. Okay.
So I'm talking with him right now to get my year-long thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are there specific things that you want me to add to that? Because I feel like my whole resume is dumb, and there's like, maybe I gotta like tone it down, you know, squish it into just the things people want to hear. If I'm trying to get an IT job, I don't think people need to know that I shot people. You know what I mean? Like, how do I differentiate what's important?
Yeah, it's like they're like, oh, what'd you do? Oh, just shoot people.
Yeah, murder isn't really something that IT companies ask for.
Yeah, no. You were a part of a team though, right?
I was.
Okay, so, and you guys probably, I don't want to call them campaigns, but you probably background. Brian, your photo actually looks really good. I would say it looks like you did change your LinkedIn banner. I would say maybe think you could change it, but if you like it that way, that's fine. I like that you have something for your headline, so that kind of can bring you up on people's radar. If you don't want to put so much in your headline, I would recommend that you put more detail in your about section, if that makes sense. So you definitely want to highlight the certifications that you guys have been training to obtain. Again, if you have not obtained any of the certs at this particular point, you could always say, you know, For you, Brian, in particular, you've worked, you're a military veteran, heavy equipment operator. You've worked in warehouses as well. You're taking a transition into IT or cybersecurity, and you're training to obtain the A+, Net Plus, and Security Plus certifications. And you can put A+ expected, and you can put the date that you're expecting to take the exam for all of those certifications, if that makes sense. Even if you take it and you don't obtain it, you can continue to just update that time frame that you expect to get it in. That way you'll still be on the radar for recruiters and employers. And even if it comes to a point that you don't actually obtain those certifications, you still trained to obtain them, right? So you still have some knowledge of it. So you can still have those details in your profile. And then let's see here. I would recommend put a little bit more detail for your military experience. I think you have some good details there. Try to link in those skills as much as you can, so that when a recruiter and employer is looking at your profile, they can kind of have the information jump out at them. Okay. I like that you guys are using bullet points to convey your prior experience. Reason being is because a lot of times if people are trying to read something online and they just see a block of text, it can be mentally overwhelming. I'll let you guys know, when I see block text, my brain thinks TLDR. It's like, that's just too much. I don't know what you're trying to get across, but I just can't take the time to read it mentally, right? But if you think about how people often read, they don't read line by line, they often read it in the shape of an F, right? So they'll read across, they'll skim down, they'll read a little bit more, and they'll keep skimming down. Right? So when you use those bullet points and you break it up in an easily accessible manner, it makes it more likely that they're actually going to read the information that you have on your profile. So I just want to give that a tip regarding how you want to organize your profile. All right. Okay, so just make sure. Okay, Kevin's on. My goodness. Stop trying to get me to verify. Kevin, I like your picture as well. Good stuff. IT student. Okay. Same thing for you, Kevin. Just add a little bit more detail in your about section. Bullets and then skills. That's what I was saying.
Yes.
All right.
Is there a good way to translate skills that aren't IT into IT skills? Just like, do you just take the leadership portion of it? Because obviously mechanical and IT are very, very different. Can I just take I was a leader, I was in charge of people, I managed, take that part out of it and just kind of forget the whole mechanical part of it, because that doesn't really apply to this job?
You could, but I would say there may be some overlap between that and hardware and software.
Oh, okay.
So think about it that way.
Being that I was working with precise measurements, that could also translate into hardware precise measurements.
It could be, yeah, I would say look into it, definitely.
So basically find any way to manipulate the words of my last job into the right way for this job? No. You're shaking your head like no.
Nah, it's not manipulation. Again, it's speaking to people on their terms, right? So what you're doing is you're thinking, okay, this is what I did. How can I convey effectively what I did to help them to understand how it relates to this job? So it's really just about understanding their frame of knowledge based on the fact that they're probably in IT, or they might be like a recruiter helping to fill IT roles. It's essentially just connecting the dots.
So let's say the pieces I had to make had to be within 10,000ths of an inch.
That's attention to detail.
So I could say attention to detail. Like I was able to get things within 10,000ths of an inch to fit perfectly. Mm-hmm. So even though it's machining, it's different in this world, but I was able to pay attention to the details to get it to this very, very tiny little scale.
Mm-hmm.
So I can show that I can pay attention to detail and get things just perfect based on that. Even though it's not IT related, it's still attention to detail.
Exactly. Yep, that's right.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So it's really just trying to take your old jobs and find a way to word them into how they can help you in your new job.
Yep, and making sure that the people that you're interviewing with can understand it. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can do that. So it doesn't matter if our jobs don't match our new job. As long as we were good at our old job, we can explain why we were good at our old job. And
yeah, absolutely.
Why we were good at that could be why we're good at this new job.
Absolutely could be. I'll tell you guys, one of the first jobs that I worked, when I was working for admissions and financial aid at Penn State, I was a tour guide.
These are robot networks that are under.
Now I do this. Can you guys think of anything that a tour guide does that might actually be foundational skills to what I do now?
You guided people on their lifelong dreams the same way you're guiding us towards our lifelong goals.
You're on the right track, right? So people would come in, they would want to do a tour of Penn State. I would talk to them about the history of the campus. I would talk to them about some of the programs, why they were great programs, the selling points. So there's a certain level of being able to be persuasive. At the same time, being personable, addressing any questions or concerns that they might have, for example. So those are just some of those foundational skills, right? That actually still used to this day, if that makes sense. So, and being able to convey things to people that maybe they're working with a different framework or a different starting point, being able to understand where they're coming from, and then kind of translate what I need to translate for them to actually have whatever their questions, concerns, interests were addressed.
So I do have a question for you, Miss Jewel.
Sure.
I am not necessarily the best at talking with people. I can sometimes be a little harsh or opinionated. Do you have like a class on how to use the right words? When I got out of the military, they gave us this class on how to go back into the real world, but it just didn't make sense to me. I still use a potty mouth. Like, do you have some tools, some like dictionary words that we can look up that can keep me from being, let's just say, dumb in an interview?
Yeah, Kevin, you're making me think of when keeping it real goes wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Dave Chappelle, yes. I keep it real. I'm the king of wing, and this wing is gonna break one of these days.
Actually, here's what I'll say. I'll say it's really just think about it like this. This might be the easiest way I can convey it. You just have to understand your audience. Foundationally, understand who you're working with, right? So I'll tell you guys, I'm from Pennsylvania, but growing up, pretty much most of the people actually, so one of the people that helped to raise me when I was growing up, his family is like Polish, right? So they're a completely different culture. But for the most part, my family is from the South, right? So I would have friends come over, and my family speaking with their thick accents, saying all those funny Southernisms, and my friends don't know what in the world they're talking about, right? So I'm in a situation where I have to explain between these two groups of people, but I understand where each group is coming from. How do I understand that? Because I spent time around them. I know, what they're about. I know what their interests are, if that makes sense. So my friends will come over and they'll be like, what in the world? Like, what is she saying? And I'm having to kind of convey, this is what they mean, or they're asking me this or that, if that makes sense. So with that being said, I think, Kevin, if you're really that concerned, probably the best thing that you can do, and this is one of those things that's a mark of a good conversationalist, is ask good questions. The more questions that you're asking, the less that you're speaking, the more that you're learning. That's giving you more of a foundation to actually be able to have a good conversation with them, because you've learned more and you can kind of figure out, okay, this is the kind of person I'm dealing with. As a result, I'm going to kind of engage with them on this or that level, if that makes sense.
Okay, so our goal is not just to give our information, but to get some information so we know how to properly give our answers.
Absolutely. It's a two-way conversation. Generally speaking, though, what you're asking me about overall, let me see. Give me a second here. I might have the book on my shelf right by me, or it might be in my life. All right, give me a second. I'm going to show you.
Yeah, I don't mean for this to be taken the wrong way in any way. I know some people just talk different, so I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way to approach a situation where somebody just talks a little different than you. Maybe, like, how do you just present? Do you just present the information, or do you try and match their energy?
Yeah, I would say definitely, but I will say overall, these are two books that they're not the kind of book that you'll read through one time and you're going to tap the well of energy that they have. These are the kind of books that you could read once every year and you would still continue to learn and grow from, right? So this one book right here, I don't know if you guys can see it that well.
Dale Carnegie.
How to Win Friends and Influence People. Okay?
How to Win Friends and Influence People?
Yeah. The book title might sound weird, but I'll let you know that this book was actually written probably about 100 or so years ago, and the information in here is still very valid, especially if you want to be able to build connections with a variety of different people, and have conversations with all kinds of people. Yeah, this is a great book. I would say definitely get you a copy. Say that again?
1936.
Yeah, I know it was almost 100 years ago, but each chapter is just, it's a really good insight on how you can effectively engage with people and build good relationships with them. So I would say definitely this one. And then the other one that I have is Emotional Intelligence 2.0. The thing that I like about both of these books, and I think this is definitely the approach that I take as an educator overall, is I'm not just going to sit and talk at you all day. This is not about just sitting and giving you guys information that you just read in one ear and out the other. It actually gives you things that you can actually implement, right? You can test it out, you can implement it. So even with this book right here, it has 4 different sections to it. And as you're working your way through it, it's helping you to transform the way that you engage with people. Also gives you more self-awareness. And overall, I think both books give great insights that regardless of where you are in your career, they're going to help you. So that's my 2 cents. Okay.
Oh, perfect. I love that answer. Give me some information. Give me some knowledge. I got both those books now bookmarked, so
I recommend them for everyone.
if anybody forgets them, I got them bookmarked.
Good stuff. James, it looks like I'm over time with you guys.
The DNS server has a record in that server that indicates that
You are totally fine if you need to.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty much all I had to cover with you guys today. And actually, if you guys do end up getting these books and actually working your way through them, I'd be more than happy to chat with you guys about what you learned. The one thing that I mentioned actually is talking to people on their terms from this book. And also asking good questions to show yourself a good conversationalist. That's also from this book. So again, the title of it might sound strange, but it's a great book. It's a great resource. So
maybe they've been able to identify
all right.
vulnerability, gain access to the operating system, or
It's truly been awesome.
Thank you, Kevin. You definitely kept it interesting. Great questions tonight. I like that you're keeping it real. You didn't go wrong in this particular instance.
I always appreciate you, and yeah, I'm not afraid to ask questions. I'd rather be dumb here than in an interview.
No, it's always good to ask questions. That's definitely something that I'll never discourage amongst you guys. Ask questions because it's better to really have clarity as opposed to have things be vague and you're kind of just feeling your way about. Jesus, your comment there, gaslight them into hiring, kind of made me laugh. I don't know if you want to do that, but that kind of made me laugh. So anyway,
do it.
All right, I will see you guys. Today's Wednesday. I'll see you guys on Monday. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Jewel.
Yep.
Instead of going to the legitimate IP address for the Professor Messer website.
That was fun.
Access to this DNS
Yeah.
server
I am actually happy you sat there and asked all of those questions. Better to ask than to wonder, what should I do?
Yeah.
So that's why you're here. So that's what it's about. All right, so y'all go ahead. I'm gonna kick y'all out of here for 15 minutes. Go take a break, find something to do. I'll see you when you get back, and then we can just work on assignments.
Okay.
It is not a simple process because of the security that's generally put in place at these domain registrars, but there are ways to gain access to traditional means such as brute force, social engineering the password, perhaps finding a username and password from credentials that were released publicly on the internet, or any other method that allow us to gain access to the username and password for this account. If an attacker was to gain access to this domain registration, they would be able to make any changes to the IP addresses for the DNS settings associated with that fully qualified domain name. An example of this happening occurred on Saturday, October 22nd, 2016 at 1 p.m. There were 36 domains that were changed in the domain registration settings. This was associated with a bank in Brazil, and it modified the domains that were used by desktop systems, mobile devices, and almost any other device associated with the bank. The attackers had access to all of these systems and were able to make configuration changes for a 6-hour period on that weekend. The attackers effectively became the IP address for the entire bank, which means they could start collecting usernames, passwords, and other sensitive financial data. The bank didn't release any information about this particular attack, but we know that this bank has over 5 million customers and approximately $27 billion in assets. This is a problem that can occur not just for this bank, but for anyone's organization where you rely on that DNS to point people to the correct servers instead of a server that may be malicious.
Cybersecurity today is so messy and expensive. And why does it take so long? It really shouldn't be that. Get started with Solo, the studio where you can build any security app. Whether you're the security person or just the person tasked with security, tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack. You fit Solo to your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Solo.
Lily, my hero. A lot of people don't get to meet theirs. Mine calls me Dad. My daughter was diagnosed with medulloblastoma. You know, hear those words, they hit like a punch to the gut each time. Lily lost the ability to walk, talk, and swallow.
Another way that an attacker can use to redirect users to a malicious site is by using URL hijacking. This might redirect users to a site that presents advertising, and that advertising would create a revenue stream for the attacker. Or maybe the attacker has the name of a domain that is very close to the actual domain name, and the attacker may be able to sell this misspelled domain name to the legitimate domain name owner. If the attacker really wanted to be crafty, they could use that misspelled name to redirect all the traffic from that legitimate site to the competitor of that legitimate site. Or the attacker may present a page that looks exactly like the legitimate site, and it may request you to input your username and password, at which point the attacker now has your login credentials. Or the attacker wants you to download malicious software that will either create a ransomware for your machine, or it will turn your device into part of a much larger botnet. Sometimes you'll hear this URL hijacking referred to as typo squatting or brand jacking because it's taking advantage of misspellings that are made on the keyboard of users that are trying to get to the legitimate domain name. Sometimes this is just a misspelling of the original domain name, and you may not even notice that the domain name is different. For example, the legitimate URL for my website is professormesser.com with PROFESSORMESSER. But a misspelled domain name would look very similar to this, which at first glance looks like it could be the correct domain name, except Messer is spelled with MESSOR in the spoofed or hijacked URL. Or perhaps the attacker has registered a domain name that is simply a misspelling of the original domain name. For example, a user trying to visit professormesser.com could type in the domain name but accidentally leave off the last S. This means the user would be directed to a domain name that is owned by the attacker rather than the legitimate professormesser.com. Attackers could also add additional letters to the domain name, for example, professormessers.com, which looks very close to the legitimate domain name, but of course this is a domain name that is owned by the attacker. Or they might use the same name in the first part of the domain, such as Professor Messer, but instead of using .com, they'll register that same domain with a different top-level domain, such as .org. This is another reason why we often tell you not to click links inside of your email and to look very closely at the domain that you're visiting to ensure that you're really on the correct website.
Now's the time to upgrade to the new Dell AI PC. It's optimized for AI workloads and engineered.
Let's say you're on a wireless network browsing the internet, and then suddenly you're disconnected from the wireless network.
In this course, you learned about architectural considerations in cloud computing.
Off the network, and now you
Infrastructure as code, serverless technologies, containers, microservices, and centralized versus decentralized design.
This is something that can
virtualization,
happen over
ICS,
and over again,
SCADA,
and you may
and
not
IoT.
be able to even stop it from occurring.
Coming
Anyone
up in
on
the
this
next
wireless
course,
network could be
we'll
susceptible
explore
to a wireless
enterprise and infrastructure
deauthentication attack.
security
This
principles.
is a denial of service that takes people that are working normally on the wireless network and then suddenly disconnects them completely from any connectivity over that network. The main vulnerability associated with this deauthentication attack relates to the management frames that are sent and received by the access point. These are frames that normally we don't see happening. They're all going back and forth between your device and the access point behind the scenes. But they're used to connect your device to the network, manage its connection, and then disconnect it when you're done using the network. Each time you bring up a list of the access points you want to connect to, or you authenticate or deauthenticate from an access point, it's using these management frames to provide that functionality. Unfortunately, earlier versions of the 802.11 specification did not provide any security for these management frames. They're sent across the network in the clear. There's no encryption of these frames, and therefore an attacker could manipulate these frames in order to cause problems for people on that network. I took a packet capture of traffic that's on my 802.11 network, and I pulled up one of many different types of management frames. One thing you'll notice immediately is that everything on this page is all in the clear. Nothing is encrypted. So anyone who's close to this access point can view all of this information. This happens to be an 802.11 radio information frame. You can see the receiver address, the destination address, the transmitter address, and other details relating to the device itself. Then you can see the parameters for that device. The SSID for this wireless access point is PMN. That's the name of the wireless network. You can see the support rates for that network and other details associated with that wireless access point. Let's look at an example of a deauthentication attack. I have an attacker's screen on the right side in black, and you can see the user or victim's device is on the left side. For this attack to work, we need to know the MAC address or hardware Wi-Fi address of the device we'd like to remove from the network. In this case, it's the user's iPhone, and this iPhone's MAC address ends with 2 Echo Fox Delta. We're first going to run a utility called aerodump-ng, and we're going to specify the wireless card that we're using for this Linux device, which in this case is WLAN 0 mon. When we run this command, you'll notice that we have a listing of all of the access points in this area. This one is listed with the BSS ID, and you can see the ESS ID associated with that address. I also have a list of all of the devices that are communicating to that wireless access point, and you'll notice that the last one in the list ends in 2 Echo Fox Delta, and that matches the Wi-Fi address of this iPhone. Now that we have the hardware addresses for the wireless access point and the device that we'd like to remove from the network, let's run a command to send some deauthentication frames across the wireless network. We'll use this utility airreplay-ng and specify a -0 to send the deauthentication frames. Then we'll select the wireless access point's hardware ID, and then the device that we'd like to remove from the network with its MAC address. Then we'll begin the air replay, and you'll notice the PM network on the left side suddenly disappears when the deauthentication frames are sent across the network. As long as we continue sending these deauthentication frames, this particular device will not be able to reconnect to this wireless network. The engineers on the IEEE 802.11 committee realized that this particular problem is a significant security concern, and they made updates to the specification to prevent this from occurring in the future. These updates were incorporated into the 802.11 AC standard and newer. With this update, a number of management frames are now encrypted. So frames such as the disassociate, deauthenticate, and channel switch announcements are now encrypted by default and would no longer be susceptible to this type of denial of service attack. If you perform a packet capture on your 802.11 AC network or newer, you may still see management frames that are not encrypted. This is because there are a number of important management frames that have to be in the clear prior to the encryption occurring. So things like beacons, probes, authentication, and association frames are frames that you might still see if you take a packet capture. The DAuth attack took advantage of a vulnerability within the 802.11 protocols themselves. But there are other ways to prevent someone from connecting to a wireless network using radio frequency or RF jamming. This is a type of denial of service attack that affects not just a single device, but everyone trying to communicate over those wireless frequencies. The attackers will send interfering wireless signals to anyone who may be nearby. The goal is to have them decrease the signal-to-noise ratio so that the user is hearing more noise than actual real data from the wireless access point. And of course, if your device can't hear anything being sent by the wireless access point, then it's not able to send or receive traffic and communicate over that network. You may have even done this yourself without realizing what was happening. It's very common, for example, for microwave ovens to cause problems with 2.4 gigahertz wireless networks, and sometimes fluorescent lights can also cause jamming over these wireless frequencies. But if you're not running into a problem with an oven or with your lights, then it is possible that someone is sending additional signals out to cause problems on your wireless network. There are many different ways for an attacker to cause this type of jamming. They could send a constant amount of information, they could send random data across the network, or they might send a large number of legitimate frames over this wireless network. All of this would cause noise and problems for people that were trying to communicate to this access point. The attacker might also send data at random times to make the troubleshooting of this problem a little more difficult. And this might be more of a reactive jamming. Normally, when the network is quiet, there's no jam signal to see, but as soon as someone tries to communicate with the access point, the attacker turns up the volume and makes it impossible for anyone to communicate on this wireless network. Just like the deauthentication attack, someone performing wireless jamming needs to be local to that access point. So somewhere nearby is the user that's causing these wireless jamming problems. You just need to hunt them down and turn off the jam signal. Amateur radio operators often refer to this as a fox hunt. The fox hunter will often use a directional antenna that can be used to move around to locate exactly where a signal may be coming from. As you get closer to the signal, it becomes much louder. It's difficult to know exactly what direction it's coming from, so a good fox hunter may also have an attenuator that will lower the signal strength and make it easier to tell what direction any signal might be coming from. Using these techniques, you can eventually narrow down and triangulate exactly where a signal may be coming from and hopefully locate where a signal jam may be occurring on your network.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With most options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast. This is gonna last.
Underline, local gigabit internet that loves you back. Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the Forex market, is the largest and most liquid financial market in the world. It's a marketplace where currencies from all over the globe are bought and sold in pairs. A currency pair is a quote that shows the value of one currency in relation to another. For example, the British pound against the US dollar is one of many currency pairs that can be traded with Forex.com. The value of individual currencies change over time, often second to second, and speculative traders can take advantage of these changes by buying and selling at the appropriate times in order to make a profit. However, as the market is constantly fluctuating and can move against you at any time, this can also result in losses. What drives the value of currencies? Interest rates and inflation are two of the most important factors. The value of an individual currency will also reflect the demand for it. Traders can profit from the fluctuations between currencies as they strengthen or weaken relative to one another. The Forex market is by far the largest, most liquid market in the world. In fact,
an on-path attack allows an attacker to sit between two devices and watch all of the traffic go back and forth between those systems. You might have also heard this attack referred to as a man-in-the-middle attack. The attacker in the middle of the conversation is responsible for transferring information from one device to the other. And as it's passing through, the attacker can look at the information that's being sent between devices and in some cases modify the information that's being sent in real time as it's traversing the network. What's perhaps even more concerning, especially for the parties involved, is they have no idea this attack is taking place. The on-path attack is effectively invisible
James, sir,
for the victim.
I don't know if the same would apply with your pen testing, but I just wrote that Amazon has a deal going on right now where it's 3 months free trial, and they have all kinds of free like CompTIA study guides specifically in the subcategories that we're dealing in. And I just looked it up, and it's literally CompTIA certification exam prep for A+, Net Plus, Security Plus, CYSA Plus.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and it's like a bunch. And I don't know if they have the same for pen testing, but I thought maybe, since you're going to take the exam, it was something free resource for 3 months.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Can you drop the link or where do we?
So it's literally just Amazon. I don't know if it's specific, but it's because I have my Kindle.
Yep.
And
Oh, you're talking about all the books and stuff, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
But they also do audio formats and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I took advantage of that during my certifications.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good thing.
It's because I've had Kindle
Okay, let me
Unlimited
look into
before, but
that.
I guess
Pretty good.
I canceled it and I went back and they have a 3-month free promotion right now. So
Yeah, it's pretty good because I used to listen to the books for just listen to the books. They read them to you. Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Once the laptop receives that ARP reply, it saves that reply into a cache on this local device. This allows the laptop to continue to communicate to the router without having to perform this ARP request over and over again. The ARP cache will normally time out after a number of minutes, at which time...
Okay, so I talked to Mr. Davies today too. So the flex room, Michael had a question about, is there anywhere you can go after class or CWP online, y'all could utilize the tutoring room, which is the flex room. Jesus has been in there before to make up some time. So you could go in there, not during class. You could go in there before class in the mornings. They open up at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or I even think it's 7 a.m.
Yeah.
That they're open. So you can go in there before class starts for tutoring. Let me know how you like it. Or you can go in after class between 6 and 7. Now, that time does not count towards your class time. It only does if you have to make up time, and we got that approved beforehand. But if you just want to go in there and ask any questions you want, they're open an hour after class from 6 to 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And you can get in there before class in the mornings at 9 a.m. All right, so they open 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's like 5 a.m. Pacific.
James, I got a quick question, brother.
Yes.
My surgery follow-up is on the 15th, which I just realized is our test day.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be better for me to just do a follow-up? I can move my appointment possibly. Would it be better for me to move it?
Well, the test day is the 14th.
The 14th?
Yeah, it's that Tuesday.
Are you sure? I thought it was the 15th when I looked at the... Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, it's the 14th. Which is a Tuesday.
You're positive?
Mm-hmm. Let's double check, so make sure I'm right.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll through day 10.
Well, we get it right. Yep, it's a Tuesday. Tuesday the 14th. October 14th.
Mine says October 15th is the final exam.
You'll be starting the first day. Because look at it, 2 weeks from today is the 15th.
Practice exam is the 14th. Practice exam number 4 is the 14th of October. And final exam is the 15th of October. Looking at my page.
No, there's no holidays in between there. Let's see. If we look in the course files, let's go see.
That's where I'm looking, the course.
Let's look at the modules.
Atera is the IT game changer. All of the computers slow.
The printer's busted.
I forgot my password. Type tasks that I honestly hate.
Day 10.
Atera's IT autopilot eliminates them, and over 80% of routine Tier 1 IT issues. People here actually solve their own IT issues. Next! I'm so proud of them.
Oh, test day. Is there a holiday in between now and then?
Me, for implementing Atera.
Not one I know of. There might be. I don't know. Halloween? Oh, Indigenous people. Yeah, Indigenous Peoples Day is like the 19th, I think.
Is it?
No, the 19th wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I think that might be. I gotta look at that because I think that might be one day off.
Okay, so should I reschedule? Because I could try to reschedule my test.
If it's anything health-wise, just give me a doctor's note saying you got an appointment that day.
So the thing is, I've had some issues with my shoulder, and if there's any issues, it's going to be emergency surgery that day.
Yeah, I'd say if you want to take it one day early, you can. So even if it is wound up to be the 15th, you can still take it the 14th if you want. Or we'll just wait till after the 15th.
What would be better for you? Because if I have to take it the 14th, it's no big deal. I just want to make sure I get it done. And given that my shoulder is giving me some issues, I might be going into surgery.
Yeah, I'd say just take it to 14th. Even if it does wind up, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna make just to make sure. But let's say test day is actually the 15th. You can take it the 14th if you want, because you know you're gonna be out the 15th.
Yeah. Okay. So right now I'll plan for the 14th. I'll talk with my doctor and see what we can do. If we can move it out a week, because the thing is, we got what, 2 weeks after class after this test.
Yes, you have three. The last course is 3 weeks.
Okay, so if I could maybe push it 3 weeks out and just get the surgery done 3 weeks later, then I can finish the course.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything.
Okay, so I'll shoot for that. I'll talk with the wife, see what she says. I'm sure she's gonna say get the surgery, but I'm a man. I can handle a little bit of pain.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
I'll circle back and check that. Good checking on that. I probably wouldn't have seen that, but yeah, let me check on that and make sure it's a firm day.
Yeah, if it's the 14th, I can definitely hit it. If not, I'll just go hit it the 14th anyways. Make sure I get it done.
Yeah, for me,
because I know last time I had the shoulder surgery, I was in bed for 6 weeks. So
yeah. So between us, we're just for your exam, it's gonna be the 14th no matter what.
Okay, let's just plan with the 14th.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right, cool.
Awesome. Thanks, James.
You're welcome. Don't forget to hit me up with a doctor's note just in case.
Oh yeah, you'll get plenty of them. I hope you can read chicken scratch.
No PHI. Don't put any PHI because it gets uploaded to your school record. So.
Oh, it's okay. They can know that my body sucks.
All right, just wanted to make sure.
It's part of aging.
To not accept the same hash twice in a row. So if the attacker does somehow gain access to this solid hash.
Speaking of the Wednesdays, so I've been doing the weekend master classes. I'm not clocking in on the Wednesdays because we're still in class. But I just go in and type my name when I go into the class. Is that enough now?
Yeah, that's all you need to do. Type your name and let them know you're there.
With what Mr. Davies was saying, as long as you put our name in, he knows that we're in that class.
Yep, you type in and say Kevin Smith here.
And do our classwork for the mastery series.
And just go back and do your classwork. That's all you do.
Okay, perfect. And that'll give us the extra voucher so I can kick Net Plus's butt.
Yeah, you have one in your back pocket.
Yeah.
I got 4 tries.
4 tries.
I'm gonna beat it down the first 3, and the 4th time, that's when I'm gonna really set it home.
Don't be like me. Be better than me. Get it, and let's try.
You know, my wife asked me, she's like, "You failed? How does James feel about that?" I said, "Well, James failed a couple times." She said, "Oh, well then you're all right."
Then you're all right. Yeah.
She respects you. She doesn't even know you. She respects you.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Listen,
dude, that one was so much harder than A+, 1, and 2.
It kind of punches you in the face. It kind of punches you in the face. It's just kind of like, what is this?
Aaliyah told me what she had on hers, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna kick this thing's butt. And then I got there, and I was like 6 PPQs. Nope. Good job, Aaliyah. You drew the right card, my friend.
So I scanned through. I was like, yeah, let's get this test done. Like when I was doing it, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God!
Yeah.
when I first started taking it,
Yeah.
I was like,
Also a number of add-ons and extensions.
okay, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, oh yeah, after I passed the 6 PBQ, I was like, okay, well, I failed, so let's just go for it. I don't even care anymore. I know I already lost.
You just gotta laugh about it. Just laugh.
Those
That's all you can do.
PBQs, they're hard to work. They don't work like normal computers.
See,
They're very
and
specific.
that's the thing, because you say that you want to know the mechanics. Is there a practice? There's some practice PBQs that CompTIA has given out for you to work through, and I've given you those links.
But they're not the same.
They're not the same. You have to know the nuances. You have to know the nuances of them. And the only way to get that is two ways you can do it. You can pay $300 for the CompTIA Cert Master and walk through them. You want to pay $300?
No, right now.
Okay, yep. That you can buy the whole lab set, $300. You're good to go. It's good for a year. I mean 6 months. Excuse me. Or you can just go in there and see it the first time, get it, and be like, okay, that's how that works, and then go back in.
I tried to tell my wife, man, like, I'm gonna fail this thing, but I'm gonna learn because of it. And she was like, no, you can't just go into things failing stuff. No, I definitely can. Yes, I will fail, but I've learned.
But you're gathering intel while you're in there.
And now I know what to look for the next time I go in. And I've got 2 more tries.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad, though, he had no problem calling me a failure. Failed. Do you want me to call it your failed businesses, sir? Well, not.
So your husband failed again, huh? I mean, failed.
Oh, yeah, he was so very quick to just jump in. Oh, he failed? That makes sense. Jerry, you've lost 17 businesses. Don't you talk crap right now, sir.
Yeah.
I will call out every one of your businesses.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Who sells diapers for a living? Come on, Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this failure has led to some family problems. Thanks a lot, James. This is your fault.
He said it's all right. May God bless every family.
Yes, diapers and all.
But you know what? It'll get better. Like you said, at least you can laugh about it and just keep a good spirit.
Truly, James, this is the first test I've ever failed in my life. I went through new school through MIT. Like, I'm physics. I have a PhD in nuclear physics.
What?
Yeah.
Wait.
Stop. This just blows my mind. I can't figure out computers, dude.
Flag on the plane.
Yeah. CompTIA
You got a nuclear physics PhD?
Yeah, dude, and I cannot figure out these stupid numbers in the subnets.
Don't worry about your exams. Hey, can you take my pen test?
No. Yeah. Do you want to fail?
It's all about me right now. You gotta
I'll tell you what, you send me 10 more bucks. Yeah, I'll take it for you. Just be happy with the failing score.
Dude, how can you run and don't know how to crawl?
I don't know, man. Nuclear physics makes sense. It makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I understand that.
That's a little bit more practical, right?
I love space and all, but I still don't know string theory. I'm still trying to grasp that. So yeah,
String theory is pretty simple.
Yeah.
What? Mesh theory, star theory, that doesn't make no sense.
I don't know none of them theories.
What are you talking about? The math part is easy, but you guys don't do math. You guys are just like, oh yeah, here's a number, but we're gonna also say that it's a 1 or a 0, so they don't actually have number values. You guys in your computer world are stupid. I hate it. It's very hard to understand.
Okay,
Nuclear physics is so much easier than computers.
I see what's going on here. You're just working with stuff that is so hard, where now it's one step below what you're used to working with, and you're frazzled. And you're frazzled.
I'm very frazzled, James. This is Einstein 101.
I'm seeing that's what's going on here.
Yes, you're figuring me out.
Okay. You're
Everything
looking
is supposed to have just like a formula, and it works perfectly always. And it doesn't work in computers.
I understand now. Yes.
Okay, you
Okay.
get that I think methodically, but computers have their own way of thinking.
And by the time this was discovered,
I'm understanding now. I see it.
potentially could have had their credit card stolen.
Wow.
It's just like me finding out all those pictures of space are really not real when you see the ones in color. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I get it.
Kevin could figure out the pelagium theory and probably teach Elon Musk some stuff. But Cider is kicking his butt.
Yeah, nuclear physics is nothing to me. That is like, I could explain it like the back of my hand. But you throw cider at me, and I am a tiny baby infant.
I would describe underlying.
I feel like that was the equivalent of Superman saying he can't do yoga.
Very reliable.
There you go. Yes, that sounds like the equivalent. It's something so simple.
It's
But not simple like that. Not simple like that, but something so effortlessly to do. You can't do it.
This is where I'm struggling, man. Is I've understood everything my whole life. I've never failed a test in my entire life, and then I get this stupid network test, and my butt on a platter. It just said, "Hey, here you go. I'm gonna hand it back to you."
Interesting, Kevin.
Yeah, I cannot understand these subnets. I don't understand the math between them. And then the networking where they're like, oh, troubleshooting. You can't ask the customer. You have to gather information. And they word it so weirdly.
Yeah, you understand how a fusion reactor works.
Yeah, those make perfect sense to me. No issues. I mean, I can tell you how to add extra chemicals in to make them work more efficiently. But I cannot figure out how to do a damn computer.
Yeah, if I could find the video like I did with the OSI, I got you.
You got me?
Yeah, I will help you out.
The OSI video you posted, you sent one. That one helped so much.
I got you. If I can find something to help you, I will help you.
I appreciate you, Michael.
I'm telling you, sometimes it works that way. Somebody will find something.
Yeah.
I'll explain it, but somebody will bring something to the table like,
Oh,
here,
James,
you're like,
oh my God, that makes so much sense. I'm not talking trash on anything you're teaching, because you do a great job teaching. My brain is, I can't use the word, but it starts with an R.
But I do understand that there are different ways to see it and hear it too.
It works different.
Yeah,
it doesn't work right.
Everyone learns differently.
It's the equivalent of that Geico commercial. Basically, James, what you tell us, we're listening to it, but it doesn't sit through. But then Aaliyah would say it, and it's like he catches just like that. It's like I just said the same thing.
Yeah.
The whole TV dad concept.
Yeah.
Aaliyah has a way of doing it. Aaliyah is like the hero of this class right now.
But you know what?
She takes what James says and she puts it into military terms.
If it works, it works. I don't. Hey, ain't nobody stepping on my feelings. Listen, if it works, it works. From now on, I will point to Aaliyah like, re-explain that. Yeah, you got it.
James, I gotta say, you actually hit a lot of good points. It's just like I took all the practice tests through CompTIA and all the practice tests through our homework.
Yeah, so the way they word all the questions in CompTIA, it's completely
Kevin, I really know what's going to help you though.
One of them, I got 68%, and guess what? I feel like that's the test I got. Was the one that I got the 68% on.
But you're taking multiple choice tests.
I am.
Net Plus will kick your butt if you don't do hands-on.
So I'm having trouble with the hands-on. My computer, as I told you, it had that whole gigabit difference where I had to restart it. Now I'm up to 1.2 gigs for my memory, which is still not enough. Backend tracer won't work on my thing.
So what we need to do is tomorrow we'll start breakouts because I'm gonna do it. We got some people retesting for Net Plus within a week. Actually, within a couple of days. So we will walk through those 101 labs. The one thing about Net Plus is you can't just study for this test. You got to put some work in.
Yeah.
Like, you got to put the extra work in.
Yeah, you gotta.
Like, I'm gonna be transparent.
Yeah, you gotta
That's
do the
what kicked
practice.
my butt the first probably 3 times of taking Net Plus, because I figured my hands-on experience covered all that. Why do I need to do labs? I'm just looking at the lab. Oh, I understand it. No, you actually gotta open up the lab. You gotta walk through it. You have to see it and understand it, and then it starts to click.
Yeah.
That's what I realized is with A plus, the core 1, core 2, you can kind of just memorize what the answers were, and you can utilize them. Network Plus, I memorized all the answers of all these practice tests to where I was passing 9 out of 10 of them.
Yeah, they changed it.
But I just memorized the answers. I didn't actually memorize what was going on. I just knew if A is B, then C is D. But now I have to actually understand why is C D if A is B. And I didn't really learn it. I just memorized to try to.
And it's catching up to you. It's catching up to you, so to speak.
Yes, that's called what it caught up to me.
It caught up to you.
The king of wing is no longer. The wing has been broken.
The wing broke in Net Plus. So
this wing has flown for 35 years and it finally snapped.
Considering the fact that it got you a PhD in nuclear physics, that was a pretty solid wing, man.
That's a good wing.
You know, I should have stuck with that, but it was boring. I want something new.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just challenging. That's all. It's just something challenging. It's challenging.
It's all about just moving forward in life.
Moving forward.
Being challenged.
Getting you out your comfort zone. You know, so.
Also, are there computer jobs in the nuclear world?
Yes.
Wait, so if I do this and then go back to my nuke side, I can double those up? All right, James.
Matter of fact, they'll probably snatch you first because you got the top secret clearance.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 3% of my profits
and your
if you
IT.
pass me.
Yeah, we're gonna get you right. We'll get you in. We'll do some labs. Trust me, when you see it walk through the lab and you're like, that's why we do that. Yep.
I'm about to see Kevin in the Science Evolution documentary.
Mm-hmm. What's that, Jesus? What you say?
I said I'm about to see Kevin in the Science Evolution documentary.
Heck yeah, he's probably you've written some white papers, haven't you?
I've written many a paper.
See, I told you.
I will not post them until my parents are dead, though.
Maybe a paper or two.
I don't need them to know. The efforts of my studies.
And I need a day off. I got Kevin. He's the PhD professor.
I got you. If you want to learn about nuclear physics, if you want to learn about computers, call Leah.
Kev, I gotta ask, in the movie Event Horizon, is that actually possible?
Is what possible?
So Event Horizon, when they talk about space travel, again from point A to point B, or how long it would take, the ship had a plan to where it would stay where it was, but then just follow space to where B was. So it just cut down the travel time. Is that possible?
Technically, it is possible, but in order to get to that range, it takes about 3 years of the Earth's rotational distance to get into that gravitational pull to actually get you to that distance. If you exceed it by even as much as a kilometer, you're going to be overseeding that, and then you're going to be going out into the universe, which doubles the speed of light essentially, because you're moving at the speed of light now, and the Earth is moving at the speed of light in the opposite direction. So you can essentially double the speed of light, whereas you will age at twice the rate as anybody who is on Earth.
Anybody else lost?
No, it's cool.
Got me out here trying to count on my fingers, man.
What did you just say?
I follow, but yeah, it makes sense. It's just like I said, it's just something I gotta listen to and keep on practicing.
It's a very different kind of science than computers, and I hate it. I want my brain to come back to this world where I can actually use it. Unless I'm hanging out with aliens, my brain doesn't work.
That's amazing, though. That is truly amazing to know all that stuff.
And I don't understand how networking works, but I understand the fabric of space.
Yeah, right.
I wish they were the same thing, man.
The attacker also knows that your browser.
Also, maybe I should go back to nuclear physics. That made sense. I love to learn, man, and this is why I want to learn computers, so I can get computers to help me learn space.
That's my wife tells me. She says, ever since I've known you, you've been in school. You've been in school for 10 years. I'm like, well, yeah. Actually, it's year 11. Like, yeah, every year I've been in school. I've never not been in school. Yeah.
My wife she pushes for me to be in school, because if I'm not in school, I'm just mowing the lawn for her.
That's what I'm saying, man. You got to get off mowing the lawn. That's pretty
I'm beyond mowing lawns, man. I did that when I was 12. I have grown past mowing lawns. It's time to mow space.
Yeah.
Mars, here I come, mofo. You're getting mowed.
So he's going to get some shirts made called Mars Mofo.
Yeah.
Powered by Elon Musk. Too funny. What time is it? It's 4:50. We got 1 hour left in class. So plan on in the morning. What we're going to do in the morning, we're going to do things a little differently. Martin, we're going to hit anybody that wants to do anything Net Plus in the morning. We're going to do a couple hours of Net Plus in the morning.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yep, that sounds good.
We're just going to do it. We're not going to get into a lesson in the morning.
Yeah.
For those that want to retake, let's go ahead. Set a couple hours aside tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. What time is your exam tomorrow? It's another reason why I want to wait. Yours is in the morning, right? 12. Okay, good. Perfect. That's why in the morning I want to go over Net Plus again for those that want to. I got something that'll help you out. Charles is a cheater. He's going to gather up everything. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll get in, because by that time, Charles will be back, and then we can get into day 2 of whatever Sec Plus is. So let's do it that way. And then those that want vouchers or Net Plus, let me know after we do the study hall in the morning. Let me know how you're feeling. If you're ready, then you tell me. I'm not going to be like, you want a voucher? If you feel like you're ready to go back, then let me know and I'll cut you a voucher. If not, and we do another one, that's fine too. We'll wait till that. So, all right. I'm going to let y'all get y'all last hour. Oh, let's take 10 minutes. And then kill 10 minutes so we come back. And Mike, you need me?
No, I was gonna say real quick, the whole thing with space, when we be seeing the pictures of like nebulas and the other little galaxies and stuff like that, all that stuff is already in color as of now. We add colors to actually show you what it looks like, because if we look up in space, all we're gonna see is like the bright light of stars and the it's the emptiness of the void of space. But all this stuff, we can't even see with our naked eye, because like I said, to us, we can only see so many spectrums of light with our bodies and cones in our eyes. Basically, what we have on Earth is what NASA calls is a fire broom effect. Sometimes NASA, they just have, like, you'll be working at, oh shit, I'm on fire, but I can't see the fire because it's at a spectrum we can't see. So you take a broom and go around the room, and the broom catches on fire. That's where the fire is. We're going to you off the area and put more gases into the room, like Kevin was saying, inject more molecules or whatever chemical, and then get rid of the fire. Stuff like that.
So that's like in NASCAR when they have a fume fire.
Yes. So when he was like, oh baby Jesus on fire, I thought it was funny too, but it's actually real.
Actually on fire.
It's actually real, because when that blew my mind, I was like, for real, yeah. So it's like, it's a joke, but at the same time, yes, it's actually real. That shit is crazy. So yeah.
There was a pit crew member this year who was a fuel can doing the fuel. He actually caught on fire. He had the fume fire, and he was rolling around, and nobody caught him it went on for 10 seconds. By the time they did get him extinguished, he had 3rd-degree burns, but no flames.
Yeah, no flame. We cannot see that spectrum of light. It trim me out too, just like with space. And then the whole last little tidbit, what's faster than the speed of light?
What's faster than speed of light? You're asking?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
The speed of nothing. because for light to go, it needs nothing to travel. So basically, light hits like the end of light hits the end of the universe, but there's nothing there, so nothing has to be more, like the universe has to spin for light to keep on going. If not, then light just stops. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know. I was like,
why does that make sense? That makes so much sense.
Because like I said, because light can only go, as far as, there's something there. There's nothing there. I was like, what the?
So it needs something to be a transceiver for it to keep going.
Yeah, I will find what he said. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's like I said.
So light needs the transceiver of space to continue.
How do you build pioneering tech like
See, I related that.
There is something like a timeline.
That's amazing.
Which to some extent is not really different from what we are used to with climate.
Wow.
There's always a deadline somewhere. D-Day.
Open it in the chat.
2 or 3
Check it
days
out.
before D-Day. Because there's always last minute things that you need to change, check, or do.
It isn't just the golfers or the athletes that are training for the big day. It is the team behind the teams. Getting that confidence in preparation for the gold standard on day one was the hardest challenge to overcome.
Sports doesn't give you a second chance to some extent for technology. And this is the day.
Oh, fine. Here. Let me see if I can copy it over.
Cryptography is a technology we use many times a day, but we often don't even think about what's happening behind the scenes. If we encrypt data and we send it out to someone else, is that information really secure? And how would we know if that information is secure? We need to investigate how the cryptography works to be able to understand how secure it might be. With most cryptography, the piece of information that is the difference between something being secure and insecure is the key that's being used during the encryption process. But very often, the attackers don't have access to your encryption or decryption key, and they have to find other means to be able to gain access to that data. Instead of trying to find the key to the safe, they'll instead start attacking the safe itself. So we have to examine the cryptography that we're using to make sure that it is secure and can't be attacked in any other way. One interesting part of cryptography is we tend to make these protocols and algorithms public so that everyone can examine exactly the way this cryptography works. This also means that we should be able to find weaknesses or workarounds within the cryptography that would allow us access to the data without the key. Of course, if we do find a workaround, we immediately choose not to use that cryptography any longer. This means that the cryptography we use today has withstood the test of time, and we can continue to trust these algorithms to protect our data. Since we know the algorithms are secure, the attackers now focus on the implementation of the cryptography, and very often it's the incorrect implementation of the cryptography that ultimately provides the weakest link that allows the attacker to gain access to our data. Let's first look at attacks that we can do against the algorithms themselves. The first attack type we'll look at is a birthday attack. And here's the question. In a classroom of 23 students, what is the chance of 2 students sharing a birthday? The answer is about 50%. That means if you've got 23 students in a room, you've got a 50-50 chance of someone in that room sharing their birthday with someone else. Remember, we're not asking if one student is sharing their birthday with anyone in the room. We're trying to find out if any student is sharing their birthday with anyone else. That means if you increase the number of students to about 30, the chance goes up to 70%. In the world of cryptography, the same thing applies except on a much larger scale. We refer to this birthday attack as being a hash collision, where you have 2 different plain texts and they both result in exactly the same hash. This is usually found through a brute force process, which means that you would have to try every possible plain text and compare it to every resulting hash to see if you ever have any duplicates. One way to prevent the attacker from using this method of finding multiple identical hashes is to use a very large hash output size. The larger the hash, the more difficult it will be to duplicate that specific hash. Ideally, if we have 2 different plain texts, we should have 2 different hashes. If we have a single hash that is exactly the same across 2 different plain texts, then we have a collision. Unfortunately, this is exactly the situation we found with the MD5 hashing algorithm. This is the Message Digest Algorithm 5. This was first published in April of 1992, and researchers found collisions in 1996. This became much more important in December of 2008 when researchers created a certificate from a CA that appeared legitimate when the MD5 hash was validated. This means they were able to create a certificate that was digitally signed by a certificate authority, but in reality, this had never been signed by the CA. So the industry very quickly realized that MD5 would not be a good hashing algorithm to use in the future, and we very quickly transitioned to using different types of hashing algorithms. Here's what a hash collision really looks like. I have two types of plain text that I'm going to put into an MD5 hashing algorithm. And you can see that the plain texts are almost identical. You can see they both start with delta 131 delta delta, and everything that is the black letters are identical between both of those plain texts. But there are minor differences between the plain text. You can see that the letters that have a bold red are different between both of those plain texts. Because these are different, we would expect the resulting hash to also be very different. But if you put both of these plain texts into the MD5 algorithm, you end up with exactly the same hash, which means we found a collision. In our previous example, it was the MD5 algorithm itself that had shortcomings that would create these hash collisions. But earlier, I also mentioned that it's the implementation of the cryptography that can often create these types of attacks. For example, the downgrade attack is an attack type that uses a perfectly secure algorithm, but it's the implementation of the algorithm that creates the attack. The purpose of a downgrade attack is for the two devices that are trying to send encrypted data to either use a weaker encryption algorithm or not encrypt any of the data at all. One common form of a downgrade attack is SSL stripping. This is a combination of an on-path attack, so you're sitting in the middle of a conversation, and because you're sitting in the middle of the conversation, you're able to perform a downgrade attack. Like most on-path attacks, this can be challenging to be able to implement because the attacker really does need to be in the middle of the conversation. But if the attacker is able to sit in the middle of this conversation, it can send back information to the victim's browser page that the page that they're trying to visit really is not encrypted, so you don't need to request an encrypted form of the page. Simply send all of the data across the network without any type of encryption. This means the victim will use the non-encrypted HTTP protocol rather than the more secure encrypted HTTPS.
Translate entire websites in a click.
Here's how SSL stripping works. Normally, you would have a website visitor that communicates directly to a web server. But with SSL stripping, there is an on-path attack. So there's an attacker that sits in the middle of this conversation that normally would not be there. It's this attacker in the middle who's stripping out the encryption part of the HTTPS to provide simply HTTP to the victim. Let's go through the steps that a website visitor might use to log into a web server. Let's include the attacker in the middle to do the SSL stripping. The first step is for the website visitor to send a GET request to the web server. This GET request would include HTTP instead of HTTPS, which starts the process of the HTTP stripping. This request is made over HTTP and not HTTPS. Although normally this is changed by the web server, the initial request being made with HTTP means that the attacker can now take advantage of SSL stripping. The attacker will act as a proxy in the middle of this conversation, and for the very first request, which is that HTTP request, it will simply pass through that request to the web server. The web server recognizes that this request is being made in the clear. There's no encryption because the user is using HTTP. So it will send a message back to the user saying, let's use a different web page that includes HTTPS. Obviously, the attacker doesn't want that information to get to the user, so it simply doesn't send that answer back to the user's workstation. Instead, the attacker sends a second request to the web server, but this one has the HTTPS included as part of the conversation. Since the attacker is the one initiating this conversation, it has complete access to all of the data that would go back and forth over that encrypted connection. So the web server sees the proper request is being made to the HTTPS page, and it sends back an OK message saying, everything looks great. The attacker then sends the OK message to the website visitor. That's the response to the initial get that occurred. And notice that is sent over HTTP and not the original HTTPS. The second step would be for the user to log in. So they'll send their username and password information, but again, they're sending it over HTTP because they were never redirected to HTTPS. The attacker sees this information being sent, can read everything in the request, including the username and password, and simply uses that username and password to log into the web server with the appropriate HTTPS. The web server responds with an acknowledgement that the login was successful, and the attacker simply passes that acknowledgement back down to the visitor. From this point on, all subsequent communication will take place in the clear between the website visitor and the attacker, and of course all of the information between the attacker and the web server will continue to run over the encrypted HTTPS. This means that anything that is sent back and forth between the visitor and the web server will always be captured, viewed, and in some cases modified by the attacker sitting in the middle of this SSL stripping.
With Slack, you can summarize conversations to save time. Without Slack,
You'd be an idiot to not use Slack.
oh my.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
In your IT career, there is a possibility that you could run across an application that stores credentials like usernames and passwords in a non-encrypted form. We often refer to this as in the clear. Although this is rare, this is something that could be a significant security concern. This is why we always say to never store passwords as the plain text of the password. Someone can gain access to the files or databases where those credentials are stored, and at that point, they would easily have everyone's username and password in plain text, and they can begin taking advantage of that information immediately. If you're using an application that is storing this information as plain text, your only good option is to stop using that application. Perhaps reaching out to the application developer might be an option, but this will require a rewrite to be able to save your passwords in a form that's more secure. Instead of storing these passwords as plain text, all of these passwords should be stored as a hash. We've discussed an overview of hashing in previous videos. In this video, I want to drill down into how hashes and passwords are so closely related. When we're storing information as a hash, we're taking a variable length input and representing it as a fixed length string of text. You'll often hear this referred to as a message digest or a fingerprint. Another interesting characteristic of hashing is if you have a different input into the hashing algorithm, you will have a very different output. This means that everyone with a different password will have a very different hash that is stored in the database. And perhaps from a password perspective, the most important characteristic is there's no way to reverse engineer the password once it's stored as a hash. Just as the fingerprints on your hand can't be used to reconstruct an entire person, you can't somehow reconstruct a password when you only have the hash of that password. Here's an example of what these passwords would look like if we stored them with a hash instead of storing them with the plain text. On the left side of this list are the passwords, and on the right side is a hash that's been created with the SHA-256 hashing algorithm. You can see that the password of 123456 is stored as this hash, and the password of 12345667 appears to be a very different hash. Notice that although the password itself is only one character difference between the two different hashes are very different from each other. If we were to look at the section of an operating system or the file where these credentials are saved, you may be able to see the usernames associated with these accounts, but notice that the hash that is stored for each one of these accounts is very different from each other, and none of it contains the original plain text. You may have run into a scenario where you've forgotten your password and you try a number of different options for logging in, but after the fourth or fifth try of an incorrect password, your account is locked out, sometimes for a certain amount of time, or sometimes you would need to call to have this account re-enabled. The attackers would love to try guessing at what your password might be, but they don't want to guess so many times that they also might cause a lockout. So instead, they might try the most common passwords. This is a list of the top 5 most common passwords as found on Wikipedia, and they're passwords you might expect. Passwords like 123456, 123456789, QWERTY, password, and 12345667. Although it may seem obvious that people shouldn't use these types of passwords, unfortunately, people all too commonly use these very common passwords when securing their accounts. So all an attacker would need to do is to try perhaps maybe the top 3 passwords on this list, and if they don't gain access to the account, they'll simply move on to the next one on their list. So the attacker will try to find these accounts that have very weak passwords, and it might try 3 attempts. And once it uses those 3 attempts, it moves on to the next account. This means there won't be any lockouts, there won't be any alarms or notices in a security report, and they can effectively try this online brute force attack without raising any type of notice. We refer to this type of attack as a spraying attack, and if an attacker wants to simply find those accounts that might be available using these common passwords, this is a good way to accomplish that without raising any suspicion. You can think of a spraying attack as the beginnings of what could potentially be a brute force attack. But a brute force attack would be trying many different iterations of passwords to try to find the right one. In many cases, the attackers will go through every possible combination of letters, numbers, and special characters until they can find every password in that password list. As you can imagine, stepping through every possible iteration of a password is very time-consuming. And if the hashes have been saved with a strong hashing algorithm and the passwords themselves are quite long, this could take quite a bit of time to brute force. Here's the process that an attacker goes through when trying to brute force a password. They have already received the hash. They might have received this as part of a file that was downloaded, or they were able to obtain the hash in other ways. This hash doesn't contain any information that can tell us what the password is. So we'll now start the brute force. We'll start with the password AAAAA, and we'll look at the hash for that password. If that hash matches the hash that was from our password file, then we've just found the right password. In this particular case, it does not, so we will go to the next possible iteration, which is AAAAB, and we can see that that hash also does not match the password. We'll go to the next one on our list, and we'll keep iterating through every possible combination. Eventually, the attacker will come across a hash that finally matches the hash that was stored in the password file. In this particular case, the password that the attacker was looking for is literally the word password. As we've already mentioned, it's very common for accounts to automatically lock themselves when too many incorrect password attempts are made. And that's why a brute force attack online is going to be very slow, because you'll only be able to make a request to this perhaps once or twice a day. And of course, you do have the concern that eventually this account will be locked out. Instead, the way that most attackers handle a brute force is to download the file that contains all of that password information. Very often it looks something like this, where there would be a list of usernames, perhaps a name ID or group ID, and then the hashed password itself. Once the attacker is offline, there's no concern that an account might be locked out. They can perform as many brute force attacks as they would like over whatever time frame that they would like. As long as the attacker has enough time and enough computational resources, they can try every possible hash until they come across one that matches information that's stored in the password file itself.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformer-based AI model, built using contextual data, helps personalize your experience in real time. That's how it's done. That's technology at Capital One.
What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis. Powerful actives for dual action. Minus 97% hair fall.
As an IT security professional, you'll often be looking for any evidence that someone may have breached or gained access to your systems. We refer to this evidence as an indicator of compromise, or IOC. This describes a situation where you are highly confident that there has been some type of compromise to your systems. For example, you may find that there is an unusually large amount of traffic being transferred over a particular network. Or perhaps the hash values associated with files that have been stored in your system have now changed, indicating that something has been modified with those files. Perhaps most of your traffic is within your own country, but you're noticing an uptick in
Enterprise
traffic
infrastructure
coming
security
from international
principles.
sites.
In this
Or
course,
maybe the DNS
we'll discover
information
infrastructure
in your
security
servers have been
considerations,
modified, and that
explore
could be an
port
indication
security and
someone
firewalls,
is trying to
define
manipulate where
IPsec
traffic can go
and
on your network.
TLS virtual
There might
private
also
networks,
be unusual
VPNs,
patterns
and
when
examine
people are authenticating or
SD-WAN
logging
and
into the network.
SASE.
And there may be certain files that are suddenly being read a lot more often than they might normally be. All of these situations and many more could be interpreted as an indicator of compromise. And in this video, we'll
Security
step through some of
zones.
these very
Zoning
important indicators
is a
to
logical
see what
design
it might
approach
be
used to
if you
mitigate
see
the
it.
risk of an open network
One
by
very telling
segmenting
indicator of
infrastructure
compromise might be
services.
that your
Each
accounts have
zone
been locked out.
has
This
fundamental
will be especially
characteristics
unusual if
defined by the
account was
security
locked
policy.
because of too
Every
many
zone
attempts to log
contains
in,
one or more
even though
separate
you were not
routable
the one
networks
that
or
made those
VLANs.
attempts.
Every
Most
separate
accounts will
routable
lock
network or
themselves
VLAN
automatically after
is
a certain
contained
number of
within
incorrect
a single
password attempts.
zone.
And at
It
that
cannot
point, you need to
transcend more than
unlock
one
the
zone.
account to allow
Every
the
zone connects to
legitimate
another
login.
zone
Of
using a
course, the
perimeter
account
that
could have been
contains a zone interface point,
disabled, which
usually
means it
a
wasn't
multi-layer
password
switch or a
attempt that
firewall.
caused that account
The
to
only
be locked.
zone that may
Someone
connect to the public
specifically
zone
went into
is
your
the
management
public
system
access
and
zone, or
disabled that
DMZ.
particular
In the
user's
diagram
account.
on the
That
right,
would
under
certainly be an
our
indicator of
administration
compromise,
are the
especially
control
if no one
zones,
at your
restricted
organization
zones,
was tasked
public
with the
access
process
zones.
of
The
disabling that
uncontrolled
account.
zones are on
And
the
this
internet.
indicator might be
Internet
part
service
of a much
providers,
larger plan by the
ISPs,
attacker. They might be
ITSPs,
trying
who
to
also provide
intentionally have
voice
this
over
account
IP
locked
with
so they
internet,
can call the
and
help desk,
cloud service
pretending
providers,
to be the
among
user,
others.
and have the help desk reset the password on the phone.
Here we
with the
see
attacker.
restricted zones,
This is another good
which have
reason
no
why there
access
should
to the
be very
internet.
strong
For
processes
example,
and
a
procedures
management
for a
private
password
VLAN
reset
or the
to
data
avoid this
center
type of
or middle-tier
impersonation.
application services.
Traditional
A zone
physics tells
interface
us
point
that if we
is
are in
between
one
each
location,
zone.
it's
It can
not
be a
possible for us to
firewall with
also
an
be
interface
in
in
another
each zone,
location at the
or
same
each
time.
zone can have its
This
own
is something we can
firewall
also
or
apply to
multi-layer
logins and
security
session
switch.
usage on our
Again,
systems.
in the public
If one
access
person is
zone,
logged in
this is
from
the
one
only
facility,
zone that connects to
and
the
we notice
internet
that person
tier,
is also
hosting
logged in from a
public-facing
different
services
location,
and servers.
that may indeed
This
be
logical
an
segmentation
indicator
is
of
critical
compromise.
as a
Of course,
defense
this
in
may
depth
not always
mechanism.
be the case, and this may be very difficult to track down as well.
In this
Many of
diagram,
us
we have several
accounts that are
zones.
running
We
on
have the
different
outside
devices
zone of the
simultaneously.
firewall,
You
which
might
has our
have an
customer
account that's
premises
logged in
equipment,
on a desktop,
or our
a
router
laptop,
or router.
a mobile
We have a
device,
HoneyNet
and sometimes
VLAN
those
zone.
devices
We have
can
a
exist
corporate
in different
VLAN zone,
locations.
an
Or this may
intranet
be an
VLAN
automated
zone,
process, perhaps
and
a
the
service
DMZ
login.
or
And the
public
service
access
login
zone.
is
These
obviously not the
zones
same
could be
as an
partitioned
interactive
logically
login.
and physically,
Here's a report
or
that
they
I
may
ran
not
from
be.
my Google
For
Mail
example,
account. It lists
the
out all
intranet
of the different
VLAN
types of
and the
access,
HoneyNet
the
VLAN
location
could
with
actually
the IP
be in the
addresses,
same
and
physical
when this
location,
particular
but
activity
in different
occurred.
logical
This can
zones.
show me if I was the person logged in and using my Google
The
Mail
attack
account,
surface
or
consists
if
of
there
all
may be an
possible
account
attack
running
vectors
elsewhere
that
that
a
may have
threat actor
access to
can
my
use to
mailbox.
access the system and
Once an
extract
attacker's
data.
done all of the
It
hard
represents
work
the
of gaining
targets
access
of
to
a
a
cyber
system,
kill
they
chain.
want to be sure
The
that
smaller
they
the
remain
attack
in that
surface,
system
the
as
easier
long
it
as
is to
possible.
counter
And they also
or
know that if you're able to
mitigate
patch
with
the
various
system,
controls.
you'll effectively
The
close
attack
the
surface is
vulnerability
split into two
and perhaps lock
categories:
them out
the
of
digital
system
or
that they
logical
previously
attack
had
surface
access to.
and the
This is
physical
why you'll
attack
notice that
surface.
viruses and malware will tend to disable any type of
Enterprises
updates
must
from the
continuously
antivirus
monitor their
software
attack
once
surface
it is
to
infected that
recognize,
machine. This means
expose,
the user would
and
not be
block
able to
potential
download
threats
any
as
security
quickly as
patches
possible.
or update
They
any
must also
signatures
endeavor
for
to minimize the
antivirus,
attack
which of
surface
course
area
means that the
to
attacker
reduce the
can
risk of
remain on that
successful successful attacks or attacks that can affect a lot of endpoints. For example, distributed denial of service attacks, or WORS, attack surface reduction, becomes more difficult as organizations expand their digital footprint and leverage new technologies. On the Security Plus exam, you also want to be aware of failure modes. Certain security infrastructure devices, such as firewalls and IDS sensors, can be deployed in fail open or fail closed modes. Fail open means that even if there's a system or component failure on the device, IP traffic should continue to flow to zones on the outbound interfaces. In fail closed mode, the device will stop processing packets. For example, if one of the failover interfaces to a standby device shuts down or fails,
indicating that these two logins should not be occurring so quickly together.
Microsoft Azure helps you handle workload spikes
without sacrificing performance. In this lesson, we're going to explore various network security infrastructure devices and components, beginning with the IDS and IPS solution. An intrusion prevention system is a network security hardware and or software solution that continuously monitors a zone or multiple zones for malicious activity. It then proactively takes action to prevent it in the line of traffic. We call this an inline solution. IPS is more advanced than an intrusion detection system, IDS, which reactively detects malicious activity. IPS systems are often integrated into security appliances or part of a next-generation firewall or unified threat management solution. In this diagram, we'll see the traditional difference between intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems. On the left-hand side, we have an IDS sensor. Now this can be integrated into a firewall or a multi-layer switch or even a router. In this case, it's connected to a port on a layer 3 switch. The layer 3 switch is using a protocol known as SPAN, S-P-A-N, to send copies of frames to the IDS sensor. The IDS sensor is not in line. It's basically comparing its signatures, its anomaly knowledge base, heuristic rules, and other techniques to the copies of the frames. Therefore, if there's an attack against servers or systems on the corporate network, they will deliver the payload. The IDS can only react to things it's detected as it sends information or alerts to the management station. On the right-hand side, we have an intrusion prevention system. This can be integrated into a router or a firewall, or it can be a standalone solution. Regardless, the IPS sensor's in line behind the firewall. In other words, it only acts when the traffic that is permitted from the firewall, but it's in line, so it can drop traffic or block traffic that's malicious before it gets to the corporate network. Most systems today are IPS systems, which are initially deployed in an IDS mode. In other words, a passive or monitor mode, so you can reduce the false positives and properly tune it, then put it into inline mode. Actions that IPS can take would be alerts and alarms. For example, to a SIM system, SIEM, verbose dumps, which actually dumps the contents of the packet, TCP resets, drop packets or addresses in line, block or shun on firewalls and routers, send SNMP traps or informs, log to syslog, and security information, event management SIM systems, and or send flows to NetFlow collectors. Remember, IPS can do everything on this list. However, an IDS system cannot drop packets or block addresses in line. They can still take aggressive action, like sending a TCP reset to the sender and receiver, or sending a block or a shun on an upstream or downstream firewall or router. Regardless, you have to tune your IDS and IPS systems. We want true positives, true being accurate, and positive being an action taken, and true negatives, where we accurately did not take an action. The tuning involves reducing false positives, which is an error state when a positive action is taken. For example, at a certain time of the month, where employees have to change their very long and complex passwords, you may see more false positives of failed logins. Those must be reduced, and false negatives. An error when an action wasn't taken. In other words, the payload was delivered, and the IDS or IPS did not detect it or prevent it. Historically, when administrators use Secure Shell 1 or Secure Shell 2 or RDP to Microsoft systems, instead of directly connecting to those devices, they'll connect to a jump box or what's called a bastion server. So here we see a cloud environment, for example, Amazon Web Services. The remote administrators are not going to connect directly to the MySQL instance or another EC2 instance. They'll deploy a virtual machine, for example, Ubuntu Linux or Windows Server, in a public subnet. They authenticate and authorize to that jump host or that jump box. And from there, they will administer and manage virtual machines and services in the back-end subnet.
Your private organizational data is
jump boxes and jump hosts are just one example of proxy servers or mediated access. You can have proxies for authentication. They can be interactive or transparent. If they're interactive, they're going to present the user with a login screen, for example, a console or a shell or a captive portal. If it's transparent, they'll authenticate and authorize transparently on behalf of the client and server. They can do translation services for network address translation, dynamic NAT, port address translation, and other mechanisms. They can be managed services from cloud service providers to provide bastion or jump services. They can be web proxies for content storage and website security. They can do URL filtering, preventing internal users from going to certain sites on the internet. Mediated access can be offered by managed security service providers, MSSPs, for content security and data loss prevention. It can be a service from a cloud access security broker to assist with single sign-on and federated access, data loss prevention, and other compliance issues. Another common device is a load balancer. In your intranet, the load balancer is often used to improve the experience for the application clients. It can be a single site or a multi-site load balancer where the traffic to and from the services is being load balanced across active or clusters of application servers. This provides reliability, it provides fault tolerance, and it improves the delivery of video, audio, voice over IP, conferencing, and other services to the application clients.
Be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Load balancers are extremely popular in the cloud. When you use your web browser, it's one of the common places you go to when you click on a hyperlink or put in the domain name of a website. Cloud load balancers can support IP version 4 and IP version 6, typically using transport layer security, but also things like WebSocket APIs. A load balancer will often run a certificate server or a TLS offloading service so it can decrypt the traffic for the Layer 7 web application firewall. The cloud load balancer produces flow logs for active defense. It can also do health checks against back-end targets. For example, auto-scaling groups of instances or appliances, functions as a service, containers as a service, or even IP addresses using a wide variety of load balancing algorithms.
Instead, they should be communicating to an application, and the application server should be communicating to the database server. In this situation, there might be a firewall or some type of control list that would limit.
In this lesson, we're going to survey some common port numbers, TCP and UDP, that you need to know for the Security Plus exam. On the left-hand side, realize that FTP uses two different ports, port 20 for the actual data and port 21 for the command and control. If you're using FTP over SSL TLS on the right, then the ports would be 989 for data and 990 for control. SMTP, which sends email to mail exchangers, uses TCP port 25, or for SMTP over SSL TLS, port 465. HTTP, or for the World Wide Web, is going to use port 80 for clear text, TCP. And for HTTPS or SSL TLS, it'll use port 443. POP3, a simple way to download email, is going to be port 110, but commonly you're going to use POP3 with TLS on port 995. Realize that all of these services here use TCP. NNTP, or Network News Protocol, is an older protocol that uses port 119 or the TLS 563 A very common client for email is IMAP, which uses TCP port 143 in clear text, but in a TLS environment, which is most common, you'll use port 993. Telnet's not used anymore, but that was on port 23. But today you should be using Secure Shell or some substitute like SCP or Secure FTP. All of those use port 22. DNS can use TCP or UDP, port 53, and Network Time Protocol uses port 123. And again, all of these services, other than DNS, when performing a query, are going to use TCP.
You've created groups and added users to those groups.
802.1x PNAP. IEEE 802.1x authentication is also referred to as port-based network access control, or PNAC. It involves making sure something interfaces with a system is what it claims to be. When someone wants to gain access to an Ethernet or a .11 wireless network, .1x will verify the entity connecting is who they say they are in very flexible ways. Different devices, different locations, different scenarios.
A rule or a security policy that would
the capabilities include pre-admission control to block unauthenticated messages, identifying users and devices with predefined credentials or machine identifiers, conducting both authentication and authorization, and .1x uses Radius for its authentication service, onboarding and provisioning devices in a zero-trust environment, for example, at Google, and supporting ABAP, attribute-based access control.
On that bad list can be
In the .1x architecture, the devices that want to get on the network are called supplicants. The devices are called supplicants, but also they're often running an agent, either a native agent to the operating system or something like the Cisco AnyConnect mobility client. Something else .1x will also do is identify certain ports, for example Ethernet ports, to be reserved for non-supplicant devices like printers and BizHubs. The .1x supplicants will send EAP messages to authenticators. These could be wired access switches, access gateways or servers, or wireless access points managed by wireless LAN controllers. They will communicate the credentials back to the authentication servers, which are going to be Radius or the newer version, Diameter. The identity source actually could be on the Radius server, but more often than not, they're going to communicate back with an identity provider, such as Microsoft Active Directory, or some PKI certificate authority. Then, if allowed, they will send the authentication and authorization information back to the authenticators, and they can make a decision to either put the supplicants on a guest VLAN or a restricted VLAN, or let them get access to the network, or deny them altogether. And because it supports attribute-based access control, it can have authorization policies for a wide variety of attributes and characteristics of the supplicants.
You happen to be located in at that time.
Extensible Authentication Protocol, EAP, it's an authentication framework as opposed to a specific authentication mechanism. It has evolved over the years from the original point-to-point protocol. It's often used in .1x wireless networks and point-to-point connections. It offers some basic functions and negotiation of authentication methods called EAP methods. In the diagram we saw, there was an original EAP over LAN, EAPOL exchange, before the higher methods are implemented.
In this video, we'll look at some of these mitigation techniques.
Here's a table of the higher methods. Realize that we don't use MP5 anymore. The most secure environment would be EAP TLS, which uses X509P3 certificates and performs client-side and server-side certificates. This has the most difficult deployment because of having to introduce a public key infrastructure
You might also
or
get
enterprise
security
certificate
patches from
authorities.
application
With
developers
tunneled
or device
TLS,
manufacturers
you don't have
to
to
make
have
sure
a
that
client-side
those devices are
certificate,
also
just
secure.
a server-side
And you may
certificate.
find that your
Protected
operating systems
EAP
at
is
home
very
patch
common in
themselves
Microsoft
automatically,
environments.
built into
They
the
actually
operating
invented
system,
it, and then
constantly
EAP
check to
Fast
see if
is a
patches
Cisco
are available,
solution.
and if they
It's a
are,
very secure
download them
option
and
for
install them
Cisco
without any type
environments
of user
that don't want to
intervention.
use
In a large
EAP
organization,
TLS
however,
with
this might not be
X509
an
V3
automated
certificate.
process.
Instead, it'll use a
information
pack file
technology department
on the
may
client
test patches
and the
first,
server.
and only once they know that they're working properly do they push them out to everybody else's system. And although some of these patches arrive on regular intervals, there may be times when an emergency patch is pushed out.
The most basic
especially
type
if
of
it's a
firewall
significant
is the
vulnerability
static
and the
or
attackers are
stateless
actively taking
access
advantage
control
of this
list.
unpatched
And this goes
opening.
way back to
Another
IP
way to
filtering
mitigate these
daemons
security events
on
is to limit
Unix
how
and
much
Linux
data
boxes.
an attacker
An
can
access
get their hands
control
on.
list
Many
is
file
simply a
systems include
list
encryption
of
as
access
part of the
control
file
entries
system itself.
that
It's
permit or
integrated
allow
into the
and
operating
deny
system.
traffic
So you can
based on the
select the
headers
file or the
of
folder
IP
and have the
and
operating system
TCP
only
or
encrypt that
IP
specific
and
piece of data.
UDP
In
or
Windows, you might
IP
see this
and
file level encryption
ICMP.
referred to
Access
as
lists
EFS.
are
That
ordered
refers to
lists,
the encrypted
so they
file
start with the
system
first
that is
entry and
integrated
process
into the
all the way
Windows
down.
operating system.
And as you can
If there are
see, they're
devices
matching
that are
on
leaving your
different
building,
protocols and
you're concerned that
services,
someone might have
different
access
ports
to
and
storage
port numbers,
drives on those
which you should
systems,
already be
you
familiar
might
with.
want to enable
And notice
full
the
disk
final
encryption,
entry
or
is an
FTP.
explicit
This will
deny,
encrypt
so that if
everything
nothing
on that storage
matches,
volume,
it will send a
including the
log,
operating
for
system
example, to
and
an
the user
SNMP
file.
server
In
or
Windows,
a
you can
SIM
enable this
system.
with bit
This
lockers.
entry is not
macOS
necessary
uses file
unless you
vault,
want a
which
log,
other
because
technologies
ACLs
available for
have an
almost any
implicit
operating
deny at
system.
the end,
Some
so that if
applications
nothing
don't
matches,
assume that
it will
file
deny the
system or
traffic.
full disk
Notice that we are
encryption
equaling
is in place.
different
It will
services and
encrypt
port
data
numbers.
itself inside of the
www can
application.
actually
This
represent
ensures that
as a
regardless
placeholder
of
or
the
a
type of
token
encryption
a
being
number
used,
of
the
different
application
ports.
data
So
will
for
always
example,
be protected.
you can have HTTP
In
traffic
order to
for
identify
80 or
security
8000
events,
or
it's important to have
8888,
constant
whatever
monitoring
you want that
and be able
placeholder
to
to
log all of
represent.
the information
We're also
that's occurring
equaling
on your network.
FTP or
Monitoring
FTP
can be
data.
done using
And remember, we can use the
technologies
port
built
numbers
into
for that,
switches, routers,
20
and
and
other
21.
devices.
On
Or
the
you might have
exam,
a separate
it's extremely
sensor that sits
important
external
that you
to those
understand
devices.
how to
Many
construct
security devices
and
will include this type
interpret
of monitoring.
access
So if you're
control
running a
lists.
firewall or intrusion prevention system,
Here's
or
a
an operating
network
system
access
where
control list
authentication
at
is
Amazon
occurring,
Web
all of
Services.
this log
You can see
information
that our
is stored
rule numbers
automatically
start
in
with
the operating
100.
system.
We're matching
Many
on
times
different
these logs are
services and
spread
ports
across many
and
different
protocols
systems, so
for
it can be useful
TCP
to
or
have all of
UDP
those
or
log files
ICMP,
consolidated
and
back
then we
to
are
one
allowing or
central source.
denying
Very
based
often
on
we
the
use
source
a
address.
SIM or
Here we see the
security
source as a
information
CIDR
event
or
manager
CIDR
to consolidate
representation,
all of those
CIDR,
logs and provide
meaning
a
any
single
source,
source for creating reports.
0.0.0.0/.
If you look around
0.
at the rights
If you're
information
using a
assigned
network
to
ACL
users
in the
in
cloud,
your company,
it also
you may
has
find
an
that there are
implicit
different
deny at the end.
with
In other
administrative
words,
access.
if there's no
That's
match,
because
it will
most
deny the
organizations
traffic.
use
And remember,
of
access control lists are
This means
static
that the
or
rights information
stateless.
assigned
In other
to
words,
user
they have
are
no
limited
idea
to
if the
the
traffic
specific job
is part of a
role for that
TCP
individual.
three-way
They don't need
handshake
additional
or an
rights and
existing
permissions
TCP
if their job
connection,
doesn't
or
require
if it's a
them to have those
UDP
permissions.
response, for
Next case
example,
scenario would
from
be that
DNS,
no user
or if it's
runs
part of
with administrative
ICMP
permissions.
messages.
If you need
It just
additional
simply
rights,
looks at
you
each
can
datagram
elevate
or
permissions
packet
temporarily
one at a
and then
time,
bring those rights back
compares
down
its
to normal
list of
permissions when
entries
you're done.
to the
If
headers
malicious
and makes an
software or
allow or
attack
permit
occurred on that
or
particular
deny
user's
decision.
account, the access would be limited.
Here we
to
see a
only what that
stateful
user can
cloud-based
see.
firewall.
This can limit the
These types of
scope of an
firewalls
attack or
are what we
data
call
breach.
allow
It could be
hosts. So this has inbound rules and outbound rules, but they are placed on a specific instance. So technically, they're applied to the Ethernet 0 elastic network interface of the Windows or Linux or Mac OS virtual machine instance. Here, in this allow list, we are allowing HTTP, HTTPS, Secure Shell, and RDP traffic to this front-end web server on both IP version 4 and IP version 6. When it compares these rules to the packet or the datagram, if there's not a match, then it's not allowed. Everything on the list is processed before the decision is made. There's no numbers, and there's no allow or permit or deny capability. This is an allow list. You cannot have explicit deny entries. If you want to have explicit deny entries, use an access control list.
Quarantine or set into a private VLAN.
Most firewalls today are next generation firewalls. Whether you deploy these on premises or you decide to deploy a virtual Cisco or Juniper or Palo Alto firewall in the cloud, they have common characteristics. Remember, a firewall is just a metaphor representing software and or hardware controls that limit the damage spreading from one subnet, VLAN, zone, or domain to another. That's the main goal of a firewall, preventing the fire from spreading. The main purpose of a firewall is not to prevent a fire from starting. We use antivirus, anti-malware, and endpoint detection and response, along with acceptable use policies to prevent fires from starting. A firewall is typically deployed as a barrier, a zone interface point, between an internal trusted network and some external untrusted network. They are integrated systems of threat defense, functioning at layer 2, the data link layer, all the way up to the application layer, doing deep packet inspection, and can be categorized as a network firewall, or, in the case of a web application firewall, an application firewall, or an application layer gateway. Next-gen firewalls, regardless of their deployment, provide policies for layer 5 through 7. This is called advanced visibility and control, or deep packet inspection. This goes beyond just simply doing a stateful or stateless firewall, making decisions on the layer 3 and layer 4 headers. This can look deeper into the packet and permit and deny based on the behavior of the application. For example, HTTP, SMTP, DNS, FTP, and more. They can perform authentication proxy. They can be interactive, where they present some login screen or captive portal, or they can do it transparently. They can integrate with identity services for attribute-based access control and advanced identity management, either on premises or in the cloud. They often have integrated IDS and IPS, also cloud-based solutions. They can provide content security with URL filtering and data loss prevention engines. Next-gen firewalls are well known for their cloud correlation and integration for advanced malware protection, including the usage of machine learning and AI engines at vendors or in the cloud provider. They provide botnet filtering for advanced distributed DOS protection, and they provide unified threat management for a variety of traffic besides just data traffic.
One of the first most significant.
Let's talk more about unified threat management, or UTM. Most modern networks transmit more than just basic data transit and email traffic. UTM typically offers multiple security features and services on a single, highly available network device. For example, a Cisco Adaptive Security appliance. They can further protect email, webmail, fax, voice over IP or IP telephony, conferencing, streaming, peer-to-peer file transfer services, and more. UTM can be considered the first huge step to evolve into modern, next-generation firewall solutions.
And password itself should include
web application firewalls. A WAF is also called a Web Security Gateway, or WSG. It is usually an appliance, physical or virtual, a server plugin, or a virtual firewall running in a hypervisor or in a public cloud deployment. It protects HTTP, clear text on port 80, and HTTPS or TLS traffic at layers 5 through 7 of the OSI reference model. Typically, these web access control list rules cover common web attacks such as cross-site scripting, request forgeries, and various injection attacks like SQL. They're typically deployed as dynamically configured web ACLs and anti-DDoS engines, along with other threat management services, either in a hypervisor in your own data center or in a cloud service provider. The Amazon Web Services, WAF, is commonly deployed on elastic application load balancers or public-facing load balancers, content distribution networking nodes, or API gateways.
User documents and anything else that's stored on this system. You might want to use FDE, or full disk encryption. This does encrypt everything that is stored on a particular volume, And you can do this with built-in
For this
tools like
demonstration,
Windows
we're going to look
BitLocker
at setting
or
up a
File
rapidly
utility
deployed,
in macOS.
easy to
And if
configure,
you're communicating
site-to-site
between devices
VPN
across the network,
using
you might
IP
also
security
encrypt all of your
IPsec
network
at
traffic.
Amazon
This
Web
can be done
Services.
using a
At
virtual
AWS's
private
site-to-site
network connection or
VPN
VPN,
connection
and the
is made up of
applications
two
that you're using
components.
may have
The
encryption
first
built
component
into those
is the
applications
customer
already.
gateway.
For example, if you're
We already have a
connecting to
customer
other
gateway
devices from
here.
your browser,
For
you're
example, a
probably
remote
using
branch office in Austin.
HTTPS on
Let's
that
see what we do
address
to
bar
create
that
it.
encrypts
It's
all
very
of the data
simple.
between
We
that
just
browser
name it.
and the
So
website.
for example,
It's common
RBO
these
Austin.
days for people to
For our
have
dynamic
2,
routing
3, or even
protocol,
more
we're
devices
going to
that
use
they
border
might use
gateway
throughout the day.
protocol. It's our
We
only
also
choice
need
at
to
a
think
cloud
about
provider.
how hard
If you don't have your own autonomous system number, you can just use, for example, 65,000. Then, how do we identify the device on the other side of the VPN tunnel? For example, the headquarters, a regional branch office, or a regional office. Let's say that device is an ASA 5500 from Cisco. There's two ways to do it. We can put in here the public IP address of the customer premises equipment, the ASA 5500. That would be fine. That would be a static configuration. But realize that may change, especially if it's a broadband provider giving us a dynamic IP address, or if we decide to change service providers, we'll have to come back here to AWS in this interface and change the IP address. A more scalable way to do it, and an easier way, would be to go to the certificate manager service of the cloud provider and generate an X509V3 certificate for that particular ASA 5500. Then you can load it up into memory on this device and simply come back here and select it from this drop down. You also want to add new tags and make sure that you are doing this for configuration management and ongoing inventory visibility. That's all you do. That's the customer side. Let's go to the provider side and look at the virtual private gateway. We already have one called MyVPG 1000, but let's see how we create that. Basically, you just name it.
For example, the EDR could use behavioral analysis, watching what the user does, watching what the applications do, and identifying when something malicious may be occurring, even though it may not have a signature for that particular piece of malware. EDR might also include machine learning for rapid identification of
autonomous system
software
number.
and
We simply add some tags and then create the VPG. Realize that other providers, it may be called something different besides a virtual private gateway. It may be called a VPN gateway or something like that. Now that we have a customer gateway configured and a virtual private gateway configured, we'll just set up our site-to-site VPN connection. We don't have one, so let's create a VPN connection. We would want to name this. We'll call it VPN to the Austin Regional Branch Office. It's going to be a virtual private gateway, and we can select the VPG from the drop-down. There's one. Then use an existing customer gateway. We have one of those. And then we're going to use dynamic routing using border gateway protocol. When you're doing this in a managed site-to-site VPN, it's really very easy and very friendly in the sense that it offers a lot of defaults. Also, you have options for the actual IP version 4 of the network. So this is the CIDR range on the on-premises side, the customer side. You could just go with any, or you could actually put in whatever the prefix is on the other side, the headquarters of the regional branch office. And then what are you going to have on the cloud side? Again, we can just go with any, or whatever you're going to use in your VPN subnet at the cloud provider, you can put that CIDR range in there as well. Next, we have tunnel options. When you're using IPsec, you actually have two tunnels that are logical, and the inside tunnels also have to have IP version 4 addressing. The good news is we can just use the cloud provider and they'll provide it. So for example, they're going to give us an inside address from the APIPA or the APIPA range 169.254. So we don't even have to come up with that if we don't want to. The cloud provider will generate that. Then we can see things like logging, turning on activity logs, things like that. Now, the next thing we would do here, if we wanted to, is to edit the Tunnel 1 options, and that is going to be the IPsec information. And we're going to look at that in the next
This
lesson.
is often built into your EDR or your anti-malware software, and it watches all of the traffic that is inbound to your system to look for anything that might be a known vulnerability. The host-based IPS or HIPS
In this demonstration, we're going to continue where we left off in the previous lesson and looking at the IPsec information.
For securing that system.
With IPsec, you have two options. You can use IPE version 1, which is the older, really deprecated version. It has two phases. Phase 1 is a peering session between the two endpoints, for example, between this virtual private gateway and that Austin Regional Branch Office ASA. Generally, you're going to use IPE version 2 because IPE version 2 is going to be more robust. It's going to support newer security suites and security algorithms. So with IPsec, both sides have to come to an agreement of what they're going to use for encryption, what they're going to use for an HMAC, for integrity and origin authentication, what Diffie-Hellman group are they going to use to create these shared secret keys over this untrusted network. So the good news is, on the provider side, at the cloud provider, they're going to pretty much offer everything from older, less secure versions of SHA to kind of deprecated Diffie-Hellman numbers, but also up to the more robust solutions. So the good news is, on the customer side, I'm going to be offering up a combination of these. It's called a policy or a suite, maybe even a profile. I'm going to make an offer to this virtual private gateway, generally with more secure options. So regardless of what I choose, I'm going to find a match. And a general concept between the client and the server, or in this example, between that customer gateway and this virtual private gateway in the cloud, is I want to use the most robust options that both sides would support. So if I have a new Juniper or Palo Alto or Cisco appliance at, let's say, the regional branch office, then I'm going to go ahead and use AES 256 GCM. I'm going to use SHA-512 because the new device will support these more secure options and these higher Diffie-Hellman numbers, which are going to use elliptic curve cryptography. And that's definitely what
How's everybody doing out there in virtual world?
over untrusted networks. So I'm probably going to use something in the 20s when it comes to the Diffie-Hellman. And then, like I said, we're probably not going to use IPE version 1. We want to use IPE version 2. And the lifetime, by the way, doesn't have to match. On the virtual private gateway side, it's going to do 12 hours, which is 28,800 seconds. It may be the offer being made on the other side is for 24 hours, which is, 49,000 something seconds. Doesn't matter, they don't have to match, but when the security association is set up between the two devices, the tunnel is set up, it'll use the lowest lifetime between the two because that's more secure. With IPsec, if we're using the encapsulating security payload protocol, which we always use over the internet, not authentication header, we're going to have encryption. So you have to match on the encryption algorithms, the integrity HMACs that you're going to use, and the Diffie-Hellman numbers.
And change the default configuration. The attackers can very easily find what the default settings are for a username and password. You want to be sure that all of your systems are secured against that type of attack.
In this short lesson, let's do a deeper dive into transport layer security. Transport layer security, or TLS, is the latest iteration of secure socket layers SSL. TLS is the most ubiquitous certificate-based peer authentication in use on the internet. In other words, it's HTTPS. TLS 1.3 is the most recent published version, and it should always be used unless the client only supports version 1.2. TLS includes a core record protocol and an additional highly extensible handshake protocol. It's the handshake protocol that continues to add extra security measures. TLS is also used with SMTP, Light Rank Directory Access Protocol, LDAP, and Post Office Protocol 3, just to name a few. The only mandatory cipher suite includes RSA for authentication, AES for confidentiality, and SHA for integrity and digital signatures. Although TLS is TCP based, most servers today don't use TCP. Instead, they perform a single packet authentication with mutual TLS or MTLS instead. Traditionally, TLS used TCP, therefore in step 1, when single packet authentication and mutual TLS are not used, the user will make a TCP connection to port 443. The server response contains the server's public key. Then, the user's software verifies the signature on the identity certificate, validating the authenticity of the public key. The user's software then generates a shared secret key or session key. The shared secret session key, encrypted with the public key of the server, is then sent back to the web server. Finally, bulk encryption occurs using the shared secret key with a symmetric encryption algorithm, usually AES 128 or AES 256.
Most common side effects include headache and tiredness.
I put it loose on my today list, and I only wish I'd known sooner.
Ask your doctor about Implusa today.
At this point,
Software-defined wide area networking (SD-WAN) is a software-defined networking (SDN) approach that raises network traffic management away from the hardware and premises to next-generation software in the cloud for superior agility, control, and visibility. SD-WAN incorporates a centralized control function with user-defined application and routing policies to deliver highly secure, robust, application-aware network traffic management. SD-WAN is also called SD-MAN for a metropolitan area network fiber deployment. Here we see an SD-WAN solution with Microsoft Azure. With this Azure solution, you're going to have a virtual WAN component running in the Azure cloud. Behind that virtual WAN controller, you'll have multiple virtual networks, VNet, and enterprise control to automate and orchestrate the various remote offices from your headquarters and SD-WAN branch offices, regional offices, remote branch offices, and small office home office locations. All of the sites are being managed through API calls to their customer premises equipment, automated and orchestrated from enterprise SD-WAN controllers running in the Azure cloud. Then you can make connections over the wide area network or metropolitan area network with IPsec, IP version 2, or transport layer security. You can also have federated access or single sign-on access to software as a service solutions such as Office 365, Workday, Salesforce, and many others.
Customer is always responsible for anything associated with their account.
Secure Access Service Edge is an architecture that delivers converged networking and security as a service capabilities to your SD-WAN or SD-MAN, as well as cloud-native security functionality with your secure web gateways, cloud access security brokers, firewall as a service, for example, Fortinet, FortiGate, and Zero Trust Network Access Initiatives, ZTNA. Consider SASE as the secure overlay to your SD-WAN or your SD-MAN with functions delivered from the cloud and provided as a service by SASE vendors such as Cisco Systems or Fortinet, among others.
And if you're configuring it differently
Here, all users, regardless of where they are, at home, on the road in a hotel, or a remote branch office, get secure access through controllers to a wide variety of SaaS solutions, to the public cloud of AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, IBM Cloud, Oracle Cloud, and others, as well as limited access to services and data running in the on-premises or on-site data center over the public internet in metropolitan areas all over the world.
Together to see what's going on. And in order to take advantage of this hybrid cloud, it may be perfectly normal for data to constantly be transferred from one cloud provider to the other. Each time this data is sent from one provider to another,
in this course, you learn about infrastructure security considerations, port security and firewalls, IPsec, TLS, and virtual private networks, and SD-WAN and SASE.
But there are also third parties for
Coming up in the next course, you'll explore data protection concepts and
For
strategies.
example, you might have an application you've written in-house and you've posted that application to the cloud, but you would like to put a firewall in front of that application to provide additional security. You're most likely using a firewall from a third party to provide that security.
Nature's Bounty provides relief from common menopause symptoms in just one small pill per day. What would you do if you were not afraid of falling? Genesis. Powerful actives for dual action. Minus 97% hair fall. Never be afraid of falling. Kerastase.
A good best practice is to have a vendor risk management policy so that you can manage and maintain the security for these third-party technologies. We also have to think about how we'll handle incident response for all of these third-party products and technologies. We certainly have our own internal processes, and we have the processes associated with the cloud provider, but we also have to bring in all of these other third parties to participate in this incident response process. And of course, we need to constantly monitor these third-party processes and devices. We want to be sure that the security of these systems and the availability is always working as expected for these cloud-based systems. Cloud-based infrastructures almost always require some type of infrastructure as code. This is a way to describe an application instance or a portion of the infrastructure in the cloud, but you're defining it as code rather than defining it as a particular piece of hardware. For example, your infrastructure as code may define what hosts need to be built, the type of web servers that are running on these hosts, and database servers.
All right, everybody, we have reached the end
This allows you to
of the day. 6 o'clock has come already.
allows you to easily modify the infrastructure so that
So we'll get started first thing in the morning. Have our Net Plus study hall. Get ready for that. Charles is going to go knock out his test at 12. It's going to be a great day. And we have a lesson tomorrow afternoon. Any questions for me? Now, if you want to access the Flex Room, you have to go into your Canvas. At the top left of the course, it says Flex. So you got to clock out of here, click Flex. You'll go into the room, and then there'll be an instructor there for you to answer any questions on any courses or any material, except CYSA.
So home, clock in the classroom, in a Flex room, that's the one?
Yeah, go into Flex.
Okay.
So once you clock out of class, you can go into Flex. You just can't be in both places at the same time. And you also go in there before class in the morning.
Okay. I'm doing it right now.
What's also interesting in
All right, if you need something, reach out to me.
Skibby
hip and carry out the order.
One of these smaller application functions can run in whatever operating system happens to be appropriate at that particular time. From the application's perspective, we're only interested in sending and receiving information for that small piece of those autonomous functions. We don't have to worry so much about what operating system is running underneath. Your application developer is going to spend time breaking the application into these smaller functions and then deploying them on the server side. This also means that you would only need to run these particular application functions when they're needed. This also saves time and money, especially on a public cloud-based infrastructure. If the application needs to access a particular function...
All right, for everyone watching, I'm closing out this live. Join me in my later live that I'll have on a different topic. Go in my community section to see what it's going to be on. And join me from there. Don't forget to like the video, leave your comments. I'll see you guys on the next live. Or if not, I'll see you guys again on another live or another video. Thank you guys for joining me. See you guys on the next video.